Fellow treasure hunters, we have made it. This is the video that many of you have asked for. I have put every penny video that I've made showing you the valuable Lincoln cents right in your pocket, right in your collection, that old jar that you can look for that are worth tons of money, all into one video. So this one is super long. So get yourself a work lunch bag packed because it's over 8 hours of video for you. It's all time-stamped, it's easy to follow, so you can save it, you can come back later as you go through your coins. This one covers 1959 all the way to current. So every modern Lincoln cent you could possibly think of. And it includes some error coins that you can look for as well from 1959 all the way to current day. So let's get to these valuable Lincoln cents and what to look for. Our first coin proves that even the first year of issue can turn heads for these. This 1959 Lincoln cent is graded MS67 Plus red through PCGS. It sold for $4,320 right at the end of 2023. It has this really pumpkin gold color to it, intense mint luster to it, and pristine surfaces that remain like it just came off the production line. It's one of only 4 coins at this grade. The coin's subtle toning and perfect fields really make it a registry showpiece and really garner the value here. It's living proof that not all memorial cents are created equal. Condition is really everything. Next up, we head over to the Denver Mint, which struck 1.28 billion cents in 1959, but nearly all showed weak strikes or spotting. So really high condition ones are worth holding on to. This one in particular sold for $159 in July of 2025 and is among few examples that escaped that fate. It has a really beautiful orange-red color to it. It's a really clean surface that exemplifies what specialists really look for. While this coin is affordable, it's a great representation, I think, of what registry collectors really value. A perfect example of how quality will really trump quantity. The next example is a 1959 proof cameo. I wanted to make sure to mention the proof coins. Collectors really appreciate the elegance and precision of proof coins. This PR69 cameo, graded through NGC, sold for $384 in February of 2025. It's an absolutely gorgeous coin. It has those wonderful mirrored fields and that frosted design that creates a really deep cameo contrast. With only around 60 graded at this level, these coins are among the most visually striking examples of the first memorial proof cent. Finally, a coin that defines perfection. The 1959 D Lincoln cent, rated MS68 red by PCGS, that sold for a staggering $38,400 at the end of 2023. It is the single finest example ever certified. This thing really shimmers. It has almost a powder blue and lilac toning to it that's layered over that glowing copper gold color. There's no peers to it in the census, so this coin represents the pinnacle of modern copper preservation and an absolute cornerstone of any advanced Lincoln registry set. It's really just a wonderful coin. Why does the 1959 still matter? These cents may not have errors or mint marks that are abundant, but its legacy lies in transformation. Although there is a repunch mint mark that gains a lot of attention, these regular coins really mark the first appearance of Gasparo's design, the start of a 50-year run that shaped how America saw just a small denomination. 1960 D small date, graded really high, MS67 Plus red through PCGS. This one sold in February of 2025 for $2,160. Denver's small date is highly sought after in top condition. This coin features blazing red luster, sharp detail on Lincoln's hair and cheek, and flawless fields across the coin. It's a real perfect example of a high-end circulation survivor. The next one is a 1960 large date, rated MS65 red and brown. This one sold for $288 on November 3rd of 2025. Philadelphia struck hundreds of millions of large date cents, but fully red examples are really scarce. This MS65 red and brown has smooth surfaces, balanced color, and strong strike details. It really makes it a standout for this grade. The third coin is a 1960 large over small date triple die obverse. It's known as an FS103 and is graded proof 67 red. It sold for $134, so a great premium over that 1 cent face value. Variety hunters will love this triple die obverse proof. Magnification really reveals doubling on the date. Liberty, paired with deep red surfaces and pristine proof luster, this coin is really gorgeous. The fourth coin is a 1960 small date, graded PR67 red cameo. This one sold for $89 in May of 2025. Proof collectors really appreciate these cameos. They have mirror-like fields. The frosted contrast gives the coins a real three-dimensional look and makes them both visually striking and highly collectible. So whether you're hunting through rolls, jars, or old collections, 1960 Lincoln cents show how even mid-century pennies can get really valuable. Let's paint a landscape. The year is 1961. Kennedy is in office, the mint is running full steam, and the Lincoln cent, it's still being produced in that classic 95% copper alloy. Philadelphia strikes more than 756 million pennies for this year. Denver cranks out more than 1.7 billion. And over in the proof division, the mint turns out a little more than 3 million specially polished pieces for us collectors. Now on paper, nothing seems rare here. Everything's common, everything's easy to find, until you start chasing condition. Because the real story of 61 is this: most of the cents from this year were not preserved. They picked up hits, they toned, they got jarred around in bags and pockets. High-end coins, they're really tough to find. Let's start with Philadelphia. Even though the mintage is massive, more than 756 million, very, very few good condition survivors are seen today. So when a clean, fully red MS67 comes along, collectors pounce on it. Back in 2019, an MS67 red, certified by PCGS, sold for $480. And that makes perfect sense, pun intended. It has the look, smooth red surfaces, no carbon, no spots, no distracting hits across Lincoln's cheek or coat, just clean copper. These early 60s Philadelphia cents can get pretty chippy, so when one comes looking like this, it stands out fast. Now we head over west to Denver, and this is where the big money lives. Denver struck over 1 billion 1961 pennies, and almost all of them are dirt common, except at the highest levels of grading and condition. On April 4th of 2025, a gorgeous MS67 Plus red would go through auction and brought in $3,240. Why? Well, the answer's simple. It's one of the finest known. At the plus level as well, you get booming copper gold luster to this, no distracting marks across it, and that crisp Denver strike that gives Lincoln's beard and coat real texture. For registry collectors especially, this is the kind of coin you fight for. In MS67, it's already tough. In MS67 Plus, it's something you'll never forget about. It's an elite territory coin, and as of early 2025, nothing finer exists. Next up, a piece that comes from a whole different side of the mint, the proof division. Proof cents aren't accident coins, of course, they're purpose-built. Struck on polished dies meant for collectors like you and me. In April of 2025, a PR67 red-brown sold for $114. And really, I think that's a sweet spot for collectors. You get the mirrored fields, the sharp details. Look at the steps, the beard, the lettering. It all pops. But because this example has just a hint of brown mixing with the red, it lands in that red-brown category instead of full red and falls a little short value-wise. Still, for under $150, owning a top-end proof from 1961 is a no-brainer for anyone building out a year set or a proof run. And then we've got the curveball, the RPM. If you're new to the term, it means the Denver Mint punched the D into the die more than once. And in this case, one of those impressions sits horizontally under the primary mint mark. On July 22nd of 2025, an MS65 red example of the D over horizontal D, RPM 1, FS501, so a mouthful, sold for $64. And that's actually a really fair price for what it is. It's a neat variety, it's collectible, but not ultra rare. What makes it fun is that you can still cherry pick these out of pocket change today. Look in your 1961 D rolls. If you see a mint mark that looks doubled sideways or a bit stretched horizontally, you may have the real thing. So that's the story of 1961, huge mintages, tiny survival rates at the top conditions, a Denver banger, a clean proof, and one of the more interesting RPMs of the early 60s. Let's start with Philadelphia. With a mintage of just over 609 million, this is actually the lower mintage of the two business strikes for the year. Finding a 1962 Philly penny is pretty easy. Finding one with blazing red luster and almost zero contact marks, it's a different story. Take a look at this sale from November of 2023. This is a 1962 MS67 Plus red graded by PCGS. Now, MS67 is already high, but the little plus sign, that's a moneymaker. It means the coin has exceptional eye appeal for that grade, sitting right on the doorstep of MS68. This specific coin sold for $1,680. At the time of this sale, PCGS had only graded about 36 of these at the same grade, with only one single coin graded higher. When you're fighting for the top population spots in any registry, you gotta pay up. Now let's move to Denver. If you thought the Philly mintage was high, Denver laughed at that. They struck nearly 1.8 billion pennies at Denver that year. Statistically, finding a gem in a batch of 1.8 billion shouldn't be hard, right? Wrong. Because of that mass production, quality control often took a backseat. Coins were banged up in the hoppers and bags before they even left the mint and went into general circulation. That's what makes this next coin really impressive. On May 4th, May the 4th be with you, 2025, an NGC graded MS67 Plus red crossed the auction block. It brought in $1,050, and again, notice that plus designation. According to the NGC census, there are only about 7 coins graded higher than this one. Out of 1.8 billion, finding one that survived in this condition is basically like finding a needle in a haystack, inside another haystack. For a 1962 D to hit 4 figures, it has to be spectacular, and this one was. Finally, we have to look at the proofs. In 1962, the mint produced over 3 million proof sets. These were handled with care, though, sealed in packaging and sold to collectors. So high-grade proofs are much more common than high-grade business strikes for this year. But common doesn't really mean they aren't beautiful, of course. Check out this PR69 red cameo that sold in October of 2024. It went for a very affordable $61. Now, PR69 is just 1 point away from perfection, which is 70. And getting that cameo designation means you have that nice, frosty contrast on Lincoln's bust against the mirrored fields. For $61, this is arguably the best bang for your buck in the 62 lineup. You get a virtually perfect coin that looks incredible without the $1,000 price tag of the rare business strikes. It's a great entry point, and you can see many of them go sub $100. So what's the takeaway on 1962? This year is a masterclass in condition rarity. If you have a brown, worn 1962 penny in your pocket, it's cool because it's copper, but it's not going to retire you. The gap between an MS66 and an MS67 Plus is the difference between a $10 coin and a $1,000 coin. Let's start with some good news For new collectors, if you want a coin that looks nearly perfect, you don't have to spend a fortune, take a look at this 1963 MS66 Plus Red from Philadelphia. This one sold in September of 2025, and it sold right at $99. This is a gem coin. It's PCGS certified, it carries the Plus designation, and it has a beautiful red luster. So for under $100, you can own a coin that showcases the finest quality copper from 63. I think this is the sweet spot. High technical grade, stunning eye appeal, and an affordable price for anybody. It proves high quality is still achievable, but budget friendly. Next, we move on to the Denver Strike Nightmare. This is where the 1963 trap really explodes. On May 1st of 2025, a 1963 D-Cent graded MS67 Red crossed the auction block. This one had a stunning price of $6,300. The reason for this enormous price? It's a 60-fold jump from the MS66 Plus a moment ago, and it lies in the strike quality. The auction notes specifically mention the softness on the Lincoln portrait, which was typical for the overworked Denver dies for that year. To find a coin that escaped the abuse of the Denver Mint and achieve a clean MS67 red grade is almost near impossible. This piece is one of only 9 examples certified at that level, with none finer currently. This sale demonstrates the massive premium that's paid for registry set level coins. Finally, we move on to the proof color anomaly. We examine the proof issue, which presents a unique lesson, I think, in market preference. We usually hunt for deep cameo contrast and blazing red surfaces in modern proofs. However, this sale from November of 2025 defies that rule. It's a 1963 Lincoln Cent proof rated PR68 brown. It sold for $780. Now, why would a brown proof command a price this high? The answer is gorgeous toning. For advanced collectors, brown might often imply natural, developed color, usually of pinks, blues, and kind of an electric purple that developed over decades. This sale proves that in high grades, eye appeal often trumps that technical color classification. If a coin has a beautiful certified toning, the market will always pay up for it. So what's my take on the 1963? I think it teaches us that in high mintage years, the rarity is really hidden in the quality of the strike. We can see that with many other Lincoln Cents that have large amount of mintages. It's odd, but usually finding really high condition ones becomes quite hard. Let's talk about that $9,000 experimental monster. We're starting with the numismatic treasure that is a historical artifact, the 1964 SMS Cent. In August of 2025, a 1964 SMS SP65 Red sold for a crazy amount, $9,600. This coin is not a regular proof though, or even a regular business strike. It is a prototype coin. So if you've never heard of these, then you'll want to know a little bit more about them. You'll want to do some more research. They're really cool. It was struck as an experiment for the special mint sets, or SMS, that would follow. The auction data confirms its history. These coins were long kept secret, likely originating from the estate of former mint director Eva Adams. Look for the key identifiers on these: a razor-sharp strike, high, squared-off rims, and a distinctive satin-like finish, not the mirror fields of a proof. With fewer than 20 sets believed to exist, this is a 5-figure rarity driven purely by its historical mystery, which is what I love about this hobby. Now let's look at the highest technical grade available, the proof issue. On November 18th of 2025, a 1964 PR70 Red sold for $3,600. This is like the holy grail of modern grading. PR70 is a flawless coin with no imperfections, even under 10 times magnification. With only 11 coins ever certified at this level, this is where the premium for absolute perfection lives. However, the fact that the flawless PR70 is worth less than half the price of that SMS prototype is the key market lesson for the 64. The value of proven rarity and historical lineage is always going to be greater than the value of modern technical perfection. Finally, we examine the coins that account for the massive mintage, the regular Philadelphia and Denver business strikes. For new collectors, this is the accessible sweet spot, I think. A 1964 MS67 red, graded by Annex, sold for just $139. And a 1964D MS67 red through NGC sold for just $192. These coins are technically stunning. MS67 is considered gem, of course, but their price confirms the reality of the mintage. With over 6 billion pennies produced, perfection is relatively common. The small premium for the Denver coin is due only to its slightly tougher grading population. So what's my take? What does 1964 teach us in the Lincoln Cent series? It teaches us that rarity is a hierarchy. At the top is historical rarity, in the middle is technical rarity, and at the base is high-grade accessibility, like those business strikes. We are starting with the coin that defines the extreme rarity for 1965. The high-grade business strike. In November of 2023, a 1965 Lincoln Cent graded MS67 Plus red crossed the auction block, selling for a staggering $4,080. Why such an explosive price tag on a coin with a 1.5 billion mintage? The auction notes make it clear. This issue is desperately rare at the MS67 grade level and above. This superb gem is basically flawless, boasting vibrant luster and perfectly preserved original red surface. This coin is one of only 3 ever graded MS67 Plus by PCGS, with only a single coin certified finer. The rarity here is driven not by scarcity of the striking, but by the difficulty of finding a high-condition coin. This chaotic production year meant billions of coins were struck, but almost none escaped contact marks. This is the ultimate proof that condition is the only scarcity that really matters. Now, to understand the next auction, we need to quickly define the SMS program, which made its official debut in 1965. This is where collectors often get confused. But before that, make sure you check out my last video on the prototype coins for these from 1964. They are worth a ton of money. These SMS coins were struck for collectors, so they have a slightly different, high-quality finish. This makes them visually unique from circulation strikes. In October of 2023, a 1965 SMS Cent graded MS66 red cameo sold for a very strong $228. The real key here is the cameo designation, indicating a really beautiful, frosty contrast. While the SMS program made these coins more readily available in mint state, the premium for a clean, colorful, certified example is still really substantial. This is a must-have piece for collectors building an SMS set, offering a budget-friendly entry point, I think, into high-grade numismatics. If we also take a look at this other 1965 SMS Lincoln Cent, this one graded SP64 red cameo, we can see major differences that relates us right back to that condition issue. The spotting on this coin drops its value and makes it a really affordable early SMS coin for any collector. Now let's look at the harsh reality and see how slight deterioration can save you literally thousands of dollars. This is the critical information for the budget collector, or the newbies. In April of 2024, a 1965 Lincoln Cent graded MS66 red and brown sold for just $71. The price drop is immediate and dramatic. This coin is still a very high grade MS66, just one grade below the top population monster, but the red and brown designation means the coin has begun to tone, losing some of its original red luster. Now, personally, I love toning, but it does lower the value in a lot of cases. This sale is critical for new collectors. Accepting a slight color mellowing will save you a fortune. The massive jump from this affordable MS66 red-brown to the top population MS67 Plus is the vast gulf in the 1965 market. You need to decide if you want to pay a 40 times premium just for that extra plus grade and a really perfect red color. First, let's cover the Cameo King and the $700 premium. We begin with the highest valued coin of the year, the ultimate example of market demand. This 1966 SMS Lincoln Cent graded MS67 Cameo sold for a staggering $780. Now listen up. The premium here isn't just about the MS67 grade. It is driven by the Cameo designation. The 1960s special mint sets, or SMS, were struck with extra care, but only a tiny fraction received the die polish and striking pressure needed to create the dramatic visual contrast that defines a cameo. This contrast means the portrait of Lincoln is really frosty, bright white almost, while the fields, or background, are deeply reflective and mirror-like. This contrast is really rare, visually stunning, and highly coveted by pretty much any collector. With only 24 coins certified at this level, you are paying a massive premium for that one specific, beautiful visual effect. That is the true power of visual rarity in 1966. Now let's get on to that business strike condition. If we analyze the cruel reality for the everyday business strike, then we'll see that this is the condition rarity trap of 1966. We have an enormous price chasm between two adjacent grades. The 1966 Lincoln Cent, graded MS66 red, that sold for an accessible $99 and is still a clean gem. But then we have, just one grade higher, the 1966 Lincoln Cent that's graded MS67 red that sold for a staggering $552. So why the $450 difference? The mint was mass producing coins at this time, and at an incredibly high speed with soft dies. The MS66 coins survived, but usually with minor contact marks. An MS67 coin is a statistical anomaly, really. One that somehow spent over half a century avoiding the bumps, rolls, and abrasions of mass handling. The population is really small, and collectors pay hundreds of dollars just to cross that invisible barrier. The $552 sale really proves that MS67 is the ultimate wall of condition rarity for the year of 1966. Now you probably remember me mentioning the budget super grade anomaly. This next coin offers a crucial lesson for the budget-conscious collector, and I think it really exposes a fascinating market glitch. In March of 2025, a 1966 SMS Lincoln Cent, graded MS68 red, so really high, sold for an unbelievable low price of $84. How can an MS68 super gem, which is technically one full grade point higher than the $780 Cameo, sell for less than $100? The answer is simple. The lack of contrast is the budget saving point. This coin achieved the MS68 grade because it is physically flawless, but it did not carry that highly prized Cameo contrast. This is the ultimate smart buy, I think. You get the highest possible technical grade for a modern penny with an MS68, but because the color and visual flash aren't there, the price collapses. If you prioritize technical perfection over that visual rarity, then this MS68 is a phenomenal steal. We begin with the coin that was actually meant to circulate, the 1967 Business Strike. This coin exposes the difficulty of finding high-grade examples from this period of frantic mass production from the mint. In January, a few years back, a 1967 Lincoln cent graded MS67 red sold for $340. So why is a common business strike from 67 worth over $300? The reason is the condition rarity. The mint was operating at a breakneck speed that year. It struck billions of coins that were immediately thrown into massive canvas bags. Every single coin almost suffered contact marks, dents on them, abrasions on them, from banging together inside those bags. An MS66 coin is really clean, but an MS67 coin is statistically almost impossible for this year. It is a miracle survivor. The population report also confirms this. Only 18 coins have ever reached the grade at PCGS, and 0 of them have graded higher. You are paying that $340 premium, not for a rare date, but for a coin that managed to get through 6 decades, avoiding physical contact to it pretty much. Next, we'll move over to the SMS ceiling, the MS69 rarity. This is a top grade special mint set coin. The SMS were produced in better than average quality to replace proof sets during the coin shortage. While they are usually much nicer than business strikes, reaching the highest grades remains really hard to do. In 2024, a 1967 SMS Lincoln cent graded MS69 red sold for a staggering $600. This coin is the ultimate condition rarity for that year. MS69 is reserved for the coins that are basically flawless. A distinction that is almost impossible to achieve on copper coins, which, as you know, tone and spot really easily. The $600 price confirms that, within the SMS series at least, the value is tied almost entirely to that technical grade. If you are a registry set collector trying to build the best possible set, a coin like this, or at least as close as possible to this grade, is essential to make a registry set. The market is paying a huge premium for the 2 points of grade separation between this flawless coin and a common, so to speak, MS67, making it the most expensive 1967 penny recorded. Now let's talk about a popular visual attribute, cameo. I want everyone to kind of understand cameo. Cameo refers to the dramatic contrast where the central design element, which is Lincoln's portrait in this case, is frosty white set against a mirror-like background field. A beautiful feature, but does it guarantee a high price? Absolutely not. In February of 2025, a 1967 SMS MS65 red cameo sold for just $54. This coin proves the hard truth. Grade is king. There's so many of them out there in the low to mid MS grades that this one just isn't important. Even with the cameo designation, which does add eye appeal, it cannot overcome a common technical grade. An MS65 grade is accessible for these. The NGC census shows hundreds have been graded. The market already has plenty of nice MS65 coins, but hey, I have one of these, and I'll buy one of these for $54 all day long. But you can let me know in the comments if you call this a common grade like PCGS does. The lesson here I think is really crucial. Don't chase a beautiful cameo designation unless it's paired with a superb gem grade of MS67 or higher. If you prioritize the visual contrast over the technical grades, you can really get a lovely coin for a great price, but the investment potential will be capped. So what is the core lesson? What can we take away for the 1967 Lincoln cent? It's a perfect illustration of how to find value in a really high mintage year. The market leader, the coin that sets the price ceiling for all 1968 business strikes, the Philadelphia issue. In June of 2024, so not too long ago, a 1968 Lincoln cent graded MS67 plus red sold for $690. This price is driven entirely by that plus grade. We can see other ones graded MS67 without the plus designation, and it drops dramatically. You can buy one of those for only a little over $100. The population report reflects this rarity too. Only 4 coins have ever been graded MS67 plus at PCGS, with none finer. So you're paying $700 for superiority. A coin that guarantees a high rank in collector value for any registry set. But we need to look over to the mint mark price cliff, which is the examination of the staggering difference in the value between the 3 mint mark business strikes at MS67 grade. This is the ultimate lesson in the reality for this year. First, we look at the Denver Mint with a 1968 D Lincoln cent graded MS67 red. This one sold for half that price at $312 in January of 2024. Just a month later, a 1968 S Lincoln cent graded MS67 red sold for only $61. These are the exact same grade, yet the San Francisco coin is worth nearly 5 times less than the Denver coin. Why, you might ask? The simple answer is availability. The $312 Denver coin is significantly harder to find than an MS67 from the San Francisco Mint. The San Francisco Mint in 1968 produced far better quality strikes overall than Denver or Philadelphia, but this makes high-grade preservation really common amongst them. The market punishes availability like this. The S Mint is the most accessible high-grade 68 penny, while the D Mint is a legitimate scarcity, so they're usually seen selling at higher values. Finally, we're going to address the proof coinage, because you can't have all the coins from 68 without talking about the proofs. Proofs are struck for collectors. On January 29th of 2024, a 1968 S Lincoln cent graded PR69 Cameo sold for $139. This proof coin is basically perfect. PR70 is the highest grade you can get, and PR69 is near flawless. It also having that Cameo designation really just confirms the beautiful contrast between the frosty Lincoln portrait and the mirrored background. This proof is what I like to call a rarity trap. A coin's perfection in a grade like PR69 can still not compete with the extreme scarcity of a top grade business strike out of Denver or Philadelphia. The value of a business strike MS67 Plus is really representing that miracle survivor like I mentioned earlier. So in closing, what's the core lesson of 1968 Lincoln cents? If you're going to hunt them in rolls, pocket change, old collections, that dusty old jar in the closet, you're looking for mark-free Philly cents. Any of them that can come back graded really high can be worth hundreds of dollars. Now, if you're jumping right to buying graded, certified coins, this year demands careful attention to the mint mark. But like I showed in the video, you can find San Francisco and Denver minted coins in pretty decent grades for $300 or less. And for San Francisco coins, even in high grades, you can get those all day for $100 or less. Let's start with the most expensive coin of this list and one of the most expensive of the 1969 business strikes. These were the regular issue coins that went out to everyone in circulation. All of these sales I'll talk about are within the last 2 years or so they're pretty relative to the current market. But you can reference actual certified sales like this that might be a little more current on a variety of websites, to include mine, VarietyErrors.com. This 1969 S Lincoln cent graded MS67 red sold for $1,320. For most dates, the MS67 grade is going to be really tough to get, but manageable. You'll see a lot of MS67s across all the years of Lincoln cents, from wheatbacks to memorial cents to current day issues. For the 1969 S, this is going to be the wall though. So why is it so rare? The 1969 S production was really poor. It was plagued by heavily abraded dies and poor quality control. The surfaces were often marred before the coins even left the mint, as many of them would be made and then thrown into huge canvas bags where they all bang together. PCGS has only certified 22 coins at this grade, with only 4 known to be finer. The $1,320 price is really that tax you pay for owning a true statistical survivor like this, a coin that managed to escape the destructive environment of the minting process back then. This coin proves that a common mintage date can be a huge value to your collection because of that mass production, but so very little of them in high condition being on the market. But now let's look over to the rest of that hierarchy. Let's look at the Philly and Denver mints. The value disparity between the three mints in 1969 really shows a clear financial ladder, I think. We begin with the Philly issue, a 1969 Lincoln cent, also graded MS67 red. This one sold for $216, and this really sets the base price for the grade. Next is the Denver issue, a 1969 D Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red, that sold for $384 in the early part of 2024. This $160 jump proves that the D mint coins are significantly harder to find in higher conditions, and it's usually due to harsher circulation over in the western states. But then you jump from a $384 Denver coin all the way to that $1,300 San Francisco coin. This will give you one of the clearest examples in modern numismatics of how rapidly conditioned scarcity can inflate the price of a coin. Then finally, we're going to look at the 1969 proof coinage to show you some more versions of the coin from the market. This is from the same mint as that San Francisco coin, but of course, the process of making these proofs is much more quality controlled. Back in 2023, so only a couple years ago, this 1969 S Lincoln cent, graded PR69 Deep Cameo, sold for $408. A couple of more recent sales of similar grades have sold for $300 to $500. This proof coin is really virtually perfect. PR69 Deep Cameo is the ultimate visual standard. It's flawless, it has flawless fields, a deep contrast, it's a beautiful coin. But let's compare that price to the Business Strike, $408 versus $1,320. Proof coins are meant to be perfect, so to speak, making high grades really common. The Business Strike MS67 is a statistical miracle from a so-called junk bin. The $1,300 price is the price of that really hard-to-find coin, while the $400 price for this proof is really more of a coin that would be expected to have perfection. So what is the strategy and closing thoughts for the 1969 Lincoln cent? If you are a collector looking for investment potential, you need to target the 1969 S's in the highest grades. The market has spoken really clearly. It will reward the survival of a clean surface from any of the mints for this year. Only back in July of 2025, a 1970 S large date double die obverse graded MS66 red sold for an incredible $13,200. Now this is the FS101 and it's known for its strong doubling visible to the naked eye. Now you're going to see this particularly on the motto. While this variety is really no longer considered ultra rare in lower grades, since many people have found them in pocket change and in coin roll hunts. But achieving a grade of MS66 red like this one is monumental. The population report for this confirms how rare it is. PCGS has only certified 6 other coins at this level. The $13,000 price tag is the tax you pay for true condition rarity and an absolutely beautiful error coin. It proves that when a spectacular error is paired with an impossible to find technical grade, the value becomes really high. Now let's look at the volatility found even within the mid-range grades of this specific error. We have 2 different sales of the same 1970 S DDO. Both of them are graded MS64 red, and both of them sold in 2025. The first one sold for $1,620 in November, and the other one sold for $1,740 in August. But why that small difference? This is a clear example of the market premium for eye appeal, and I talk about eye appeal in pretty much every video. Eye appeal can range from how great the strike is to how beautiful the toning is in some cases even. For a highly sought after error like a DDO, collectors are looking for that strong, really dramatic doubling and really clear color. The $1,700 coin likely has that bolder, more visually striking doubling, better luster, and it perhaps has that stronger overall strike, but you can be the judge of it. This is really a critical lesson I think in collecting. When you're buying high value errors like these, these, you might want to prioritize the visual strength of the error over the minor price discount. Those are the ones you usually see command higher and higher prices over the years. Now let's close out by looking at the proof error coinage of 1970, ones with errors. In November of 2025, a 1970S large date over small date, double die obverse graded PR66 red, sold for a budget price of $129. This coin is a genuine error, showing the clear overlapping of the large date over the small date design. It's a fantastic piece of history, I think, but its price is capped at just $130 basically. Now, why is that? Because proof errors, while fascinating, are typically not as rare as the high-grade business strike errors. More importantly, it is a different and less visually dramatic error in this case than the other ones we've talked about, and other ones you'll see in other sales across the internet. The market will always pay that massive premium for the legendary, well-known business strike errors as opposed to these proof coins. So what is the takeaway or lesson of the 1970 error market for double dies? The entire market is going to be focused on the 1970S double die obverse FS101. The value hierarchy is really steep. It jumps from like $1,000 and upwards of that 10,000 plus region. But the 1970 year has other errors that you should be watching for, like I mentioned in the beginning of the video. Specifically, you're going to want to look for repunch mint marks or RPMs on the Denver and San Francisco coins, as well as minor double dies on reverses known as DDRs on any of the 1970 cents. Begin by defining the absolute pinnacle of value for the 1971 business strikes. The coin that commands the highest premium, driven entirely by its amazing ability to survive. This 1971 D Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red, sold for $288 in early December of 2025. To understand this price, we have to grasp the sheer scale of chaos that the Denver Mint had going on. The D Mint struck over 3.1 billion of these pennies. In 1971, the Mint was pushing production to unprecedented levels. The dies were running at basically warp speed, and the freshly struck coins were immediately dumped into these massive, ugly canvas bags and transported for distribution. This process, high speed, mass dumping, and bulk transportation guaranteed that virtually every one of them was going to suffer contact marks. They're going to suffer scratches, abrasions, all of which are going to prevent a higher grade from happening. So you see a lot of MS60 through MS65s out there, but nothing really too much higher. The MS67 red is the unforgiving wall of perfection almost. It means that for 50 years, this coin managed to completely avoid being damaged overall. That is really like a miracle. The PCGS and NGC census reports are really low for coins like this. It confirms that the population of genuinely clean, flaw-free D Mint coins is really small and really valuable. You're paying nearly $300 for not only low mintage, but for a coin that achieved just a sheer historical survival rate. Next, we confirm the importance of that $300 Denver price by comparing it directly to the Philly and San Francisco business strikes. This comparison, I think, reveals a crucial mint mark value paradox for 71. The 1971 S business strike, graded MS67 red, that sold for $149, and the 1971 Philadelphia cent, graded MS67 red, that sold for $139. Both of these sold in just the last year and a half. Notice the key, undeniable difference. The Denver coin sold for nearly twice as much as both of these. The San Francisco Mint struck far fewer coins than the others though, around 525 million, yet its high-grade price is lower than the Denver coin. This is because the S Mint, even for business strikes, generally employed better coining practices, so there's far more of them out there in higher grades. The paradox confirms that scarcity in the final certified grade is really the only thing that matters. It's not the original mintage number. Our final coin we'll take a look at takes us from the survival rarity of the business strikes to the crucial warning you need for the proof market. It's the toning trap that drastically reduces value. This 1971 S proof cent, rated PR67 red and brown, sold for just $89, and this was back in November of 2025. This sale should make 0 cents really. Proof coins are struck multiple times using specially prepared polished dies and pristine planchets. They are created to be visually flawless, yet an MS67 business strike is selling for 3 times the amount. The reason for the value cap is pretty simple, I think. The red and brown designation. Now, I love different toning, different color, but this means the coin has begun to oxidize and tone, compromising that brilliant original surface that's meant for a proof. The key principle for proof coins is pretty much perfection is going to equal value. Collectors that are building elite sets are really not going to waste their time as much on a coin, well, a proof coin in this instance, that's already experiencing oxidation and toning, when there's far more of them out there that are going to be an untoned red. The market basically brutally punishes the coins if they're not in almost perfect, if not pristine condition. So what is the core defining lesson of the entire 1971 Lincoln cent market? It is a perfect, brutal illustration of how survival rate always trumps sheer mintage numbers. I mean, there's a ton of them made for this year. The $300 D-Mint MS67 proves the power of survival rarity. Like I said, Denver had a ton of issues with condition. It's hard to find Denver mint pennies from this year that are high condition, high grade. You don't have to have this top out MS67, but if you can get in the MS grades, they're still really, really valuable for Denver mint pennies from this year. The $89 proof proves the danger of toning. It shows you that for these pristine coins that are supposed to look gem, any sort of change in color is going to be a huge change in value. So if you're a registry set player, you're targeting, obviously, the miraculously clean versions of 1971 Lincoln cents, specifically targeting Denver minted coins. If you're collecting proofs, you'll want to focus on ones that are full red and avoid any sort of toning issues. If you're in the market for just completing a set, then the good thing is you have a wide range of values. Let's start with the workhorse of the series, the Philadelphia Mint. In 1972, Philly was under massive pressure. They pumped out nearly 3 billion of these pennies. No mint mark, just standard profile of Lincoln. Because that mintage is so high, the general public assumes they're all common. But here's what the casual observer doesn't really understand. Back in 1972, the Mint was trying to create a masterpiece. They were trying to meet a massive demand for commerce. They were slamming these dies together at breakneck speeds, dumping the coins into huge canvas bags, and dragging them across the country in armored trucks. This created what we call the condition wall. Take a look at our first coin, a 1972 Philadelphia cent, graded MS67 red by PCGS. It recently hit a price guide value of $380. Now, for a coin with 3 billion brothers and sisters, $400 is a massive premium. But why? Think about the physical life of a penny. To get an MS67 grade, it has to have its original, fiery red luster and almost 0 marks on it. It basically had to be caught by a collector the second it fell off the press and kept in a vacuum for 50 years. Out of those 3 billion cents, PCGS has only seen 67 of them that managed to hit this grade. Only 7 are known to be better. This is a survival rate that is essentially 0 almost. When you find a 1972 Philly that looks like it was minted 5 minutes ago, you aren't just looking at a penny, you're looking at a miracle of preservation. Somehow that coin made it all the way through the years to your hand in that good of condition. So that's why the high-end market is willing to pay this nearly $400 for a coin most people would get in pocket change. Now let's head west to Denver, the D-Mint mark, and a plus grade premium. They were almost as busy as Philly, striking 2.6 billion coins. But the Denver market in 1972 has a very specific flavor, and it's all about a tiny symbol that changes everything. It's the plus sign. This coin is a 1972D Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus red by NGC. This one sold in September of 2025 for $432. Now, why is that little plus after the 67 so vital for the wallet? In the world of high-end numismatics, we have something called registry sets. If you aren't familiar, think of it like an ultra-competitive leaderboard for the world's most serious collectors. To stay on top, you need the absolute finest known examples. The NGC census tells really the whole story here. There are only 26 coins with MS67 Plus grade. And get this, 0 coins finer. That means if you own this coin, you are technically tied for the World Championship of 1972D pennies. That plus sign is the greater saying, this coin is almost a 68, but it's the best 67 we've ever seen. That half-grade difference is what catapults the price from a standard $60 up into the $400 range. If you're hunting through original rolls, you aren't just looking for shiny coins, you're looking for ones that literally look perfect. You're looking for that satiny, uninterrupted luster that the high-speed Denver presses almost never allowed. Now, alright, let's take a breath, because we are moving into the deep end of the pool. If you ever need proof that the S mint mark is the king of the Lincoln series, this is the coin that proves it once and for all. We are looking at a 1972 S business strike. This one graded MS67 Plus red by PCGS. Now this is where I want you to pay attention. This is not a proof coin. This was made for general circulation, the kind of coin meant to be spent at the grocery store, at the gas station. It sold on November 13th of 2025 for a staggering $15,600. Let's let that sink in for a second. $15,000 for a penny from 1972. You could buy a reliable car for the price of this 1-cent piece. So how does a penny reach a 5-figure price tag? It's the perfect storm of mintage and condition. While Philly and Denver were in the billions, San Francisco only made 525 million coins. That's still a huge number, but in the world of super gem condition coins, it's really a tiny fraction. This specific coin is what we call a top pop legend. It is tied for the finest known at both major grading services. There are only a handful of people on the planet who can say they own a 1972 S in this type of condition. So let's look at the surfaces. You see those faint hues of gold and rose? That's original mint toning that stayed pristine over 50 years. It has a strike so sharp, it looks like a proof, but it's a standard business run. When two collectors with deep pockets both want that #1 spot, the price goes out the window. This sale proves that 72 isn't just a year for errors, it's a year for hidden treasures. Now, to give you some perspective on why those business strikes are so rare, let's look at the official fancy coins from that year, the proofs. This coin is a 1972 S proof Lincoln cent graded PR69 Deep Cameo by PCGS. This recently sold for $204. Now notice the irony here. This coin was designed by the mint to be perfect. It was struck twice on specially polished blanks. It has that stunning deep cameo contrast, where Lincoln's portrait even looks like white frosting against a black mirror. It is a beautiful coin. But because these were sold in protected plastic sets directly to collectors, they survived in massive numbers. PCGS alone has graded over 140 of these. Because they are technically common in high grades, compared to those business strikes that we just discussed, the price is capped around $200. It's a fantastic coin for any collection, but it teaches you that vital lesson. A coin that was meant to be perfect is actually worth significantly less than a regular penny that survived by pure accident. In this hobby, the accident is where the real money lives a lot of the time. So what's the move for you? If you have a jar of old change and in it is a bunch of Lincoln cents, then make sure to look through them. If you find 1972 cents, don't just dump them in the Coinstar. Start by looking for that S mint mark. If you find one that looks like it has never seen the light of day, you might be sitting on a really valuable payday.
Start our journey with the Philly mint. There's no mint mark. In 1973, Philly struck 3.7 billion pennies. Because the volume was so high, the quality, well, was lacking. Those coins were hitting each other at high speeds, getting tossed into heavy canvas bags, and the dies were being used long after they should have been retired. Take a look at this coin, a 1973 Philadelphia cent graded MS66 Plus red by PCGS. This coin sold on November 6 of 2023 for $59. Now look at that low price. $59 for a penny is a great return on such a high grade, but it's not life-changing. In the wholesale market, a standard MS66 is only valued around $10 or $15. So that plus and the high-end retail auction push that up. But watch what happens when we move up just half a grade. This coin is a 1973 Philadelphia cent, also graded MS67 red. It sold at the beginning of 2024 for $384. Now that's more than a 600% increase for a difference that most people can't even see without a scope or loop. Now why is that? Because the population drops off a cliff. There are over 500 coins graded 66 plus. But there's only about 60 known at the 67 level. When you're looking for 1973 Philly cents, the difference between a $60 coin and a $400 coin is usually just one or two tiny little bag marks on Lincoln's cheek. This is why I tell people, if you find a 73 that looks absolutely flawless, do not spend it. Throw it in at least a 2x2 flip and consider getting it graded. Higher graded ones will always sell. Now let's head over to Denver, the D mint mark. Denver was just as busy as Philadelphia in 73, and for a long time, collectors ignored these. But recently, the market for high-grade Denver cents has absolutely exploded. First, let's look at a baseline. A 1973 D, graded MS66 red that sold for $41. This is a solid, beautiful coin. It has the orange-red glow that we look for, but again, it's a double-digit coin and not very valuable. But then we have the hero of the 1973 series. This is a 1973D Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus red by NGC. This sold for $990. So again, we can see that same thing happen. How is this possible? It comes down to the NGC census and the PCGS population. At NGC, there are only 2 of them in this grade, with 0 known that are finer. If you own this coin, you own the best in the world, according to that grading service. When you get to this level, you're not just selling a coin, you're selling a trophy, basically, and anybody in the comments here working on a high-end registry set knows that a trophy is exactly what it is. This sale proves that the D on this Lincoln cent doesn't just stand for Denver, it could stand for dollars. Now let's jump over to the West Coast to the San Francisco anomaly, the business versus the proof strikes. This is where the 1973 series gets really interesting, and it's a lesson that every new collector needs to learn, I think. We're going to compare the San Francisco business strike, the ones made for your pocket, against the proof version made for collectors. So first, let's talk the business strike. This is a 1973 S, graded MS66 red. It sold for $101. Only about 317 million of these were made for circulation. So a tiny amount compared to the ones out of Denver and Philadelphia, which were in the billions. Finding one in high grade like MS66 is really difficult because most S mint mark coins were beat up in circulation. Now let's take a look at this. It's a 1973 S proof Lincoln cent, graded nearly perfect, PR69 deep cameo. This one sold for right at $75. So do you see that irony? The proof coin is technically better, it's shinier, it has the deep cameo frosting, and it's higher in numeric grade, 69 versus 66, but it's worth less money. This is because the proof coins were sold in protective plastic sets. Millions of them survived in basically perfect condition. Business strikes, however, had to survive in the wild, so as you can imagine, it is much harder to find a pristine one or close to pristine that hasn't just been thrown into a bag, bins, and been beat up. If you are hunting rolls, you're not just looking for the shiny proof coins that people accidentally spend. Those are far less common, but you're looking for those S Mint business strikes with that original satiny luster. That's where the $100+ value is really going to come in. Let's close it out with what we've talked about and what the goal is for 1973. I think 73 isn't about looking for doubling errors. It's about looking for perfection. If you have a 1973 Philadelphia cent, you're looking to break that MS65 or higher barrier, really getting as close as possible, of course, to MS70. This is where you're going to get above that $100 mark. If you have a 73 Denver cent, you are looking for that elusive plus grade to push you towards the $1,000 mark. Regardless, though, you're looking for really clean surfaces and fields. If you come across San Francisco coins, I would suggest just holding on to every single one of them. They have a low mintage, and really in any condition over time, they're going to become valuable.
Let's start with the Philly standard high-grade realities. We're starting in Philadelphia. It's 1974. Philly was cranking out coins at an unbelievable pace. There was over 4.2 billion pennies made for that year just out of Philadelphia. When mintages are that high, quality usually takes a backseat. Take a look at our first coin, a 1974 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red by PCGS. This one sold in October of 2025 for a moderate $54. Now, $54 might not sound like a jackpot, but remember, it's a penny. In the wholesale market, these are only valued at about $60 in this grade, so this buyer actually got a decent deal. The challenge with 74 Philly cents is finding them without carbon spotting, those tiny black dots that happen when moisture hits the copper. If you find a 1974 that is bright, almost pumpkin orange red, with no spots, set it aside because you might have something of real good value. Let's move on to the Denver mystery. Usually in the world of Lincoln cents, full red or RD is the only way to get a high price. But sometimes a coin is so rare in a specific grade that even a red and brown one can command a premium. Our second coin is a 1974D, graded MS65 red and brown. It sold in November of 2025 for $69. Now, why did a red and brown 65 sell for more than a full red 67 from Philly? It's all about population. PCGS has only seen 26 of these. Sometimes collectors who are building color-specific sets will pay more for a red-brown than a common red. This proves that you should never throw a coin back just because it has a little bit of that chocolate brown toning. A lot of collectors, like myself, love the toning. Now let's get to the San Francisco finale. This is the most important part of the 1974 story. For years, the San Francisco Mint had been helping Philadelphia and Denver by striking business strikes, the ones meant for your pocket. 1974 was the final year they did this for the Lincoln cent, so it's incredibly important to remember that. After 1974, the S mark was reserved exclusively for proof sets almost. Because this was the final year, collectors hunt these aggressively. The third coin is a 1974 S graded MS67 red, and it sold in April of 2024 for $139. But look at this. This is the exact same year, same mint, and same grade, 1974 S MS67 red, but this one's graded by PCGS. It's formerly part of the famous Jack Lee collection. This one sold for a staggering $2,702. Now, why the $2,500 difference? Two reasons. First, this coin has superb gem eye appeal. It's described as unabraded, with only microscopic carbon. Second, it has pedigree. When a coin comes from a world-class collection like Jack Lee's, the price goes through the roof. You can see this with any of them out of that collection. This is essentially the king of 1974 pennies. If you ever see a 1974 S that looks like it was struck basically yesterday, you are looking at potentially a four-figure coin. But there's something you need to know about the S Mint. Now, I want to pause here for a second, because if you're looking at these auction prices and wondering why 1974 S is worth so much more than a Philly or Denver cent, you have to understand the secret history of the San Francisco Mint in the mid-70s. See, 1974 wasn't just another year. It was the end of a tradition that started all the way back in 1854. Since the gold rush, San Francisco had been the workhorse mint for the West Coast, but by 1974, the mint was transitioning to new uses. They decided that from 1975 onward, San Francisco would stop making coins for circulation and focus almost entirely on proof sets for collectors. This created a collector panic in 1974. People knew this was the last year they'd ever see an S mint mark on regular circulating pocket change. Because of that, millions of these coins were saved in rolls immediately. You can see this in 2025 with current pennies. To make money on a 1974 S, you can't just have a nice coin, you have to have an almost perfect coin. When you're under your microscope or under your loupe looking at the S mints, I want you to take a look at two things that the graders at PCGS, NGC, and Annex are obsessed with: planchet quality and die state. In 74, the San Francisco dies were tired and worn out. They were being pushed to the limit to finish the production run. This means most 1974 S pennies have an orange peel texture or die deterioration lines. If you find one that is smooth as glass almost, meaning the fields are flat and mirror-like without any of those flow lines, that is the coin that jumps from under $100 to possibly the thousands. Now let's look at the proof versus business strike. A little bit of S confusion. A lot of people find S mint mark pennies and they think they found a proof coin in the wild. But in 1974, you have to be careful. San Francisco made both regular business strikes and proof strikes. Our final coin is a 1974 S graded PR69 Deep Cameo. It was in a lot that sold for $94 with an estimated value of around $41, even though the proof is a 69, a nearly perfect grade. It is worth way less than the 67 business strike we just saw. Why? Because proofs were meant to be perfect. They were sold in plastic cases. They were meant for collectors. The business strikes were thrown into bags, big huge canvas bags, and survived by pure luck. In 1974, the regular penny is actually the one you want to find. Let's start with the king of the mountain, the $9,000 legend. In 1975, Philadelphia struck over 3.4 billion pennies. But of those 3.4 billion, only 2 have ever been certified this high by PCGS. Our first coin is a 1975 Philadelphia cent, graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold on April 27th, 2018 for a mind-blowing $9,000. Now, I know what you might think, that is 7 years ago, and when you hear a price like that, you have to ask, what does a $9,000 cent look like? The surfaces are flawless, with a rich fire orange color. You can see ones that have sold more recently, in the hundreds, even breaking the $1,000 mark, that have similar features. But even at the $9,000 level, a coin isn't always perfect. This coin actually has 2 tiny specks of carbon, one on each side. So how did it fetch $9 grand? It's because of the PCGS registry set. The people buying this coin aren't just collectors, they're competitors. They want the #1 rank spot and a world-class set. The price ceases to be about the copper and starts to be about the rank. Now I want to show you the most important lesson in modern numismatics. We just saw a 1975 MS68 red that sold for $9,000. Now look at this. Our second coin is a 1975 Philadelphia cent also graded MS68 red, but this time by NGC. It sold on September 16, 2025 for $750. Same year, same mint, same numeric grade, but an $8,250 difference in price. So why such a huge gap? It comes down to market acceptability and registry set rules. PCGS is currently the dominant force in the Lincoln cent registry market. Because their population for the MS68s
is only 2, the demand is basically infinite. NGC population for the same grade is 20 of them. In the eyes of the high-end investor, the NGC coin is common compared to that PCGS coin. So this is basically what's referred to as a service gap. As a hunter, this is an opportunity. If you can find an NGC MS68 that looks absolutely pristine and successfully cross it over to PCGS, you could theoretically turn a $700 coin into an 8 or 9 grand payout. Now let's move over to Denver. The D-Mint mark is where most of us are going to find our luck in the 1975 Lincoln cents. Denver made over 4.5 billion of them, and for some reason, they tended to survive a little bit better than the Philly strikes. The next coin is a 1975D, graded MS67 red by PCGS. This one sold in January of 2024 for $384. This is a much more realistic goal for any coin roll hunter. While MS68s are those miracle coins, MS66s and 7s are findable if you search through enough original bank-wrapped rolls. You might even get lucky and find one in other rolls. Most of the time it's going to be pretty beat up. With a population of about 58 of them at PCGS, it's rare enough to be worth $350, but common enough that you don't have to be a billionaire to own one. When you're looking at 1975 D cents, you're really looking at die clarity. Because they were making so many of these things, the dies often got mushy toward the end of their life. You want a coin where Lincoln's hair and the building's columns on the reverse are really sharp and really distinct. That sharpness is what separates a $10 coin from a $300 coin. Finally, we have the San Francisco proofs. By 1975, the S-Mint was no longer making pennies for your pocket change or what's known as business strikes. They were only making them for proof sets. Our next coin, a 1975 S proof, graded PR69 Cameo, along with a 73, 74, and 76. This entire set of 4 sold for only $141. So that averages out to about $35 a coin, pretty low. Even though these coins look much better on the surface in most cases than our $9,000 Philadelphia cent, they are worth a fraction of the price. Why? Because the Mint made nearly 3 million proof sets in '75. Almost all of them stayed in their protective plastic. The lesson's pretty straightforward. Rarity isn't about beauty. Rarity is about survival in the game of collecting coins. The proofs were protected, so they are common. The Philly business strikes were thrown into the world to be destroyed, banged up, beat up, and used, which is why the survivors are worth a fortune in high condition. Let's start off with the Philly Mint. Philadelphia struck about 4.6 billion of these bad boys in 1976. That is a massive number. Because the mintage was so high, the dies were worked to death. Finding a coin with a clean strike and no planchet flaws is really difficult. Let's take a look at this 1976 Philadelphia cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold in January of 2025 for $109. Now, $109 is a great price for a 1 cent coin, but in the world of high-end collecting, MS67 is really considered an entry level for 1976. Now don't get me wrong, this is a beautiful coin. It has that bright copper glow, but it's not the one. To understand where the real money is, you have to look at what happens when you move up just one single point on the Sheldon grading scale. This is where the 1976 story is going to get expensive and interesting. So let's talk about the Bicentennial King. When we talk about finest certified, that's what we mean. The next coin is a 1976 Lincoln cent as well, graded MS68 red by NGC, but this one sold for over $1,000. Now look at a jump in the price, from $109 for a 67 to over $1,000 for a 68. This is because an MS68 is essentially a miracle coin. NGC has only certified 4 or so, in this grade with none finer. PCGS is only graded 5. So out of 4.6 billion coins minted, fewer than 10 are known to exist in this good of condition. The auction description calls this coin magnificent and virtually flawless. When you're hunting 1976 pennies, you aren't just looking for a shiny coin. You are looking for a coin that looks like it was struck on a different planet, almost perfect from the mint. The luster has to be really vibrant, and the design elements like the pillars and the memorial have to be razor sharp. If you find a 1976 Philly that looks like it's basically glowing, you aren't holding a penny, you're holding a possible 3 or 4 figure asset. Now let's head over to the Denver Mint, the D Mint mark. In 1976, Denver actually outproduced Philly. It struck over 4.2 billion cents as well. You would think that more coins mean more high-grade survivors. But in 1976, the Denver Mint had major issues with bag marks. This next coin is a 1976D graded MS67 red by PCGS. This one sold for $59 though. Notice how much the population grows here. There are 220 of these graded at MS66, but only 17 of them at MS67. This is the wall for Denver. If you are coin roll hunting, you will find plenty of lower MS grades like MS60 through 65s. That MS66 level or higher is going to be the tipping point. Wholesale values are only around $30 to $40 for these, but retail buyers will push into the $60 or $70 range. But these coins are going to need to have eye appeal. So if you find a 1976D that can break into that MS67 tier, you're looking at a coin worth hundreds of dollars. Finally, we have the San Francisco Mint. Like the years before it, 74 and 75, the 1976S was only available in proof sets. But because it was the bicentennial, the Mint sold a record number of sets that year. Nearly 4 million of them. The next coin is a 1976S proof, graded PR69 Deep Cameo by PCGS. This one sold for $84. This is an interesting result because the wholesale bid is only about $20 to $30. The reason this one hit $84 is likely because of the registry value. With a PCGS population of over 2,000, these are common in PR69 even. However, a collector who wants a perfectly matched set of 1976 coins, paying a premium for a high-end 69 is going to be considered a standard practice. Now, what is the takeaway? Even the most common S-Mint pennies from the bicentennial year can double or triple in value if they have that deep cameo frost and a clean holder. 1976 is the ultimate proof that you should never judge a coin by its mintage. Yes, they made billions. Yes, it's a common design, but the market for top-tier condition doesn't care about the billions. So my strategy for 1976 is really simple. Focus on Philadelphia. The better the condition, the more likely you're going to turn that 1-cent coin into some serious money. You're going to want to watch for luster. 1976 coins are prone to doling over time. A 1976 with an original fire orange color is a rarity in itself. It's a great toning and a beautiful coin to hold on to. Lastly, registry sets. If you're selling, target the registry set or high-end collectors. They are the ones willing to pay the high hundreds to even over $1,000 for a coin that looks like a 10-cent coin to the average person. Let's start over in Philly. In 1977, Philadelphia was responsible for 4.4 billion pennies. Most of these would suffer from weak strikes. If you look at Lincoln's hair or his bow tie, the details often look blurry or mushy. The first coin we have is a 1977 Philadelphia cent, graded MS67 red by PCGS. This one sold back in January of 2025 for $186, a really great premium over that 1 cent face value. Now let's compare this to the 1976 Philly we looked at in the last video. This one sold for around $100. Now why is the 77 worth nearly double that? It's because the survival rate for clean 77 Philadelphia cents is really low. To get a almost $200 price tag, the coin has to be a full red luster, that bright original copper color, and it has to be free of carbon spots. That's what plagued the 70s copper coins. If you find a 1977 that looks really razor sharp, don't just toss it in the jar. Keep it as a condition rarity, possibly get it graded, because anything in mid to high MS grades can garner really good value. Now let's move over to the Denver Mint, and this is where the wall really becomes a problem for collectors. Denver pennies from 1977 are notorious for having bag marks, tiny nicks and scratches that were caused by billions of coins clanging together in those giant ugly canvas bags from the mint. Let's take a look at this Denver example, a 1977D graded MS66 red. It sold for only $49. PCGS has graded nearly 300 of these at this grade. At this level, the coin is scarce, but it's definitely not rare. It's a great coin for a mid-tier collector, but it doesn't break the bank. If we look what happens when you move up just one single grade point though, this is the 1977D graded MS67 red. It sold for $192. Take notice of the population jump. We went from nearly 300 coins at MS66 down to only around 36 coins at 67. That is nearly a 400% increase in price for the difference you can barely see without a microscope. This is what I call the Denver wall. It is mathematically difficult to find a 1977D that doesn't have at least one or two distracting scratches. So if you find a truly clean copy of one of these coins, you found a winner and something worth really good premiums over that 1 cent face value. Now I want to take a quick detour before we look at the proof coins. There is a legendary 1977D double die obverse or DDO variety. It was famously first discovered by a collector who found it on the sidewalk. The doubling is very subtle on these though. You really have to look at the Y in the word Liberty and the date. While it's not as famous as those 1972 double dies, because it's the only recognized double die for the entire year of 77, variety hunters go crazy for it. Now let's get back to the proofs, and finally we have the king of 1977. As we discussed, San Francisco only made proof coins this year. Most of them are graded PR 69, 68, pretty high, which is near perfect. But in the world of modern coins, near perfect isn't where the money is, especially when it comes to proofs. The next coin is a 1977S proof graded PR 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. This one sold in 2023 right at the end of the year for $960. Think about that. A PR 69 version of this coin might only sell for 15, maybe 20, 30 bucks. But because this one hit the high-end 70 mark, meaning it is flawless even under 5 times magnification, the price exploded to nearly $1,000. There are only 59 of these perfect 70s known at PCGS. This is the ultimate registry set coin. If you have an old 77 proof set, take a close look at the penny. If there isn't a single microscopic speck on it, it might be worth sending in for grading. But you might have to bust that set open, and that's a whole nother question unto itself. 1977 is a year that rewards the patient hunter, I think. You have to look past the 8 billion common coins to find those few dozen that survive the Denver Wall or the Philly Blur.
Let's put ourselves in the collector's corner first. Before we look at the prices, we have to talk about the R word, red. Copper is a reactive metal. The second it leaves the mint, it begins to oxidize. That's really important for even experienced collectors to keep in mind. It goes from a bright orange, almost red color to a mix of orange and brown, known as red-brown, and finally to a chocolatey dull color, known as just brown. These are also known and referred to as toning. For a 1978 penny to be worth the big bucks, it must be red in color. There are some instances, depending on rare varieties, where red-brown or brown in color coins still sell for good money, of course, but in most cases, the closer you get to that original red luster from the mint, the higher grade premium you'll get over that little 1 cent face value. Professional graders use the designations RD, RB, and BN to designate the colors. So if you want to hit the $100 mark or higher, you are looking for that original mint luster, that shimmer that looks like the coin is still kind of wet and fresh off the presses. Now let's get to the Philly Standard. Let's look at what that red status earns you with a Philadelphia 1978 Lincoln cent. This coin is a 1978 Philly cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold at the latter end of 2023, so not too long ago in the numismatic world, for $169. Now, why almost $170? Because MS67 is a profit threshold. PCGS has only graded about 60 of these at this level. If you drop down just one grade to MS66, the coin drops to almost $20-30 in value, which barely covers the cost of the grading process, if at all. But at 67, you are entering the world of the registry sets. These are collectors who are competing to have the #1 best collection of Lincoln cents. They will fight over that extra grade point in bidding and in value. Now let's talk about the Denver Mint. I often get asked, I found a really good looking penny, is it an MS67? Well, probably not in most cases, sadly, but it doesn't mean that your coin is not going to come back higher grade or could meet that threshold. But let's take a look at the difference. This coin is a 1978D graded MS65 red, and it only sold for $51. This is what most shiny pennies from a coin roll will grade. It's a gem, but it has visible marks. These nicks on Lincoln's cheek or the fields are going to cause a loss in value, of course. There are over 200 of these graded at this level at PCGS. It's a beautiful coin, but it's still considered common despite being in a mid-MS grade. But let's take a look at this. This is the 1978D that's graded MS67 Plus with a red designation by NGC. It sold for $588. That plus sign is everything. It means the coin is almost an MS68, which is nearly impossible to find for this year. NGC has only found 7 of these coins in this condition. When you move from a $50 coin to an almost $600 coin, you are looking for near perfection. No spots, no scratches, and a strike so hard it looks like it was carved right into the coin. Finally, let's get to the S factor, the proof perfection. We have the San Francisco proof coins. For those new to the hobby, a proof isn't meant for pocket change. Those are known as business strikes. They are struck twice with specially polished dies to create a mirror-like finish on the coin. They are stunning. This coin is a 1978 S proof graded PR70 deep cameo. It sold in the back end of 2024 for $1,080. PR70 is the highest grade possible. There is no PR71. This coin is by definition perfect. Out of millions of the 1978 proof sets sold, only 61 coins have ever been awarded this grade by PCGS. If you find an old 1978 proof set in the flea market, in a shop, even for just a steal online, look at it once you get it with a magnifying glass, under your USB scope, under a loop, I tag really affordable ones on my website and in every video. If you see even one little hairline scratch, it's not a 70. But if it's flawless, you're looking at a $1,000 coin in your hand. 1978 is a great year, in my opinion, to practice your grading skills, really. Because they are so common, you can find them in uncirculated rolls, pocket change, and really learn the difference between an MS-65 and a nearly perfect coin. Of course, any of them in higher condition, even if you don't think they'll come back in an MS grade, are still worth holding on to. AU coins can be seen selling far above face value, of course, or just keep them for the copper content. My 1978 strategy is that mint sets are key. The best way to find the $100 plus coins is to buy up proofs and to buy up 1978 mint sets. They're usually cheap, under around $20, $30 or so, if you can get the steal on them, and often contain the high-grade specimens that were never touched by the public. You'll want to check the D mint mark coins. Look for a filled D or a repunched mint mark or RPM error for 1978. While these are not as valuable as the high grades, they are great for new collectors to find, and if you're like me, you love error coins. My other tip is to protect the luster of the coin. If you ever find really any coin that you want to hold on to, especially one that is retaining its red toning, put it in a 2x2 cardboard flip at minimum. If you have plastic holders or encapsulators, that would be even better. And your bare fingers are your enemy, so try to hold the coin by the rim and never by the face, obverse or reverse of the coin, always by the rim. In 1979, the mint would produce over 10 billion pennies, but only a tiny fraction of these would have that superb luster. That is what separates a $1 coin from a $1,000 coin. If you touch it with your bare fingers, the oils will ruin it, so handle your finds by the edges. Let's start off with the Philly Monster, the undisputed king of 1979 business strikes. This coin is a 1979 Philadelphia cent, graded MS-68 red by PCGS. It sold at the end of 2024 for a massive price, $2,640. Why is this 1979 penny worth as much as a cheap used car? It's all about the population. PCGS has only seen 13 coins in this grade out of billions struck from 1979. In that year, the Philly dies were often overused, leading to mushy details on Lincoln, especially on his coat and hair. To find one that is in great condition in the higher MS grades, it has to be technically perfect. This isn't just a penny, it's a condition rarity that elite collectors fight over to reach the top of registry sets. It's a gorgeous coin. Now let's look at the other side of the coin for our newer collectors. Let's start at the Denver baseline. This coin is a 1979D graded MS-64 red. This coin sold a long time ago, but I wanted to give an example of one that sold for less than the price to grade it. This one sold for $11, and in today's market, you'd be pressed to spend anywhere around $5 to $10. This is still what we call a common gem, though. If you find a shiny penny in an old jar or roll, it likely looks like this. It has original red color, but if you look really closely at Lincoln's cheek, you'll see tiny chatter marks or nicks from when it was in those big ugly canvas bags from the mint. It's a great coin to start a collection, but it's not an investment piece. Understanding this gap is really the first step in becoming an experienced hunter, I think. But what happens when that Denver penny is just a little bit better? This coin is a 1979D as well, graded MS-67 red though by NGC. This one sold just last year for $71, a really great premium over that common 1 cent value. Notice the price jump from the MS-64 we were just looking at. We are only 3 grade points higher, Yet the value has increased 20-fold. In the NGC census, there are only 18 coins at this level. When you are looking through 1979D rolls, you are looking for a coin where the fields, the flat parts of the coin, look like smooth silk. They don't have any distracting marks. At 71 bucks, this is a target coin. I think most coin roll hunters would really love this one, because it's actually possible to find it if you have a sharp eye. And it's a coin that will definitely gain value over time. Now, we get into the mystery of the San Francisco Mint. In 1979, the Mint changed the S Mint mark halfway through the year. This coin is a 1979 S Type 2 proof, graded PR70 Deep Cameo. This one sold only a few months back for $1,140. The Type 2 is known as the Clear S. On a Type 1, the S looks kind of blobby. It looks almost like a blob rectangle. But on this Type 2, the S is sharp. It's clear and it has beautiful bulbous ends. It's really easy to read. To get that $1,140 price, it had to hit the PR70 mark, meaning it is a flawless coin under a microscope. There are only 40 of these known at PCGS. Now, proof coins in general are struck in a different manner. They have mirror-like fields and are absolutely gorgeous for us collectors. Funny enough, though, straight out of the proof sets, usually they don't grade this high. So if you're looking at your set, you see that it is clearly a flawless coin, it might be worth the grading price if you think it'll come back in the high PR69-70 range. If you thought that was a fluke though, look at this example. This is another 1979 S Type 2. This one's also graded PR70 Deep Cameo. It sold at a similar time frame for $1,200. This confirms the market, I think. If you have a perfect Type 2, you are sitting on a $1,000 plus coin. Most 1979 proof sets you find are going to come from coin shows, or online, or out of inherited collections. You usually can buy these up for like 10 or 20 bucks sometimes, and you'll usually have a Type 1. But if you can find a set where the S is crystal clear, you found that needle in a haystack, kind of. Always check the Susan B. Anthony dollars in that same set as well. If the penny is Type 2, the dollar is usually Type 2 also, and that's worth even more. 1979 is the year where good is just not enough. You have to look for perfect, but they are out there. My 1979 strategy? The S-test. Spend the extra 30 seconds, pull out your loupe, put it under your microscope, and check the mint mark on every 1979 proof coin. Also, don't sleep on Philly hunting. If you find a 1979 Philadelphia cent that looks like a mirror, it might just be a high grade. It might be worth that fee because they can be worth hundreds of dollars. Also, think about roll riches. Denver high-grade coins are the sweet spot for us collectors, especially those of us who want high value without the multi-$1,000 price tag and want a coin that's going to gain value over time. Before we look at the big money, let's talk about the term double die. Some people also use the term double die without the D on the end, and either way, we're talking about the same thing. But the correct term is doubled die. If you're new to the hobby, you might think this means the coin was struck twice, but it actually wasn't. A doubled die happens during the creation of the die itself, the stamp that hits the coin. If the hub that creates the die slips a bit, it impresses the image twice. This means every single coin that would be struck by that die will have the same exact doubling. In 1980, we have the famous FS101. You want to look at the date and the word Liberty. If the lines are thick and separated, you aren't looking at a damaged coin. You're looking at a valuable mint error. Let's start off with the Philly standard, though. The business strikes out of the Philadelphia Mint. This coin is a 1980 Philadelphia cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold in the back end of 2024 for $216. At MS67, this coin is the top tier for survivors. PCGS has seen 141 of these though, but only 2 have ever been graded higher. Why does a common penny sell for over $200? Because in 1980, the mint used the dies until they were basically smoothed out. Finding a 1980 Philly with sharp lines and no planchet chatter is incredibly rare. If you have a roll of 1980 Lincoln cents, you're looking for that satin look, a smooth, consistent glow without any dark carbon spots. Those are the ones that'll come back higher grade and will have the most value. But let's hit on the Denver rarity. We'll cross over to the Denver mint. While Philadelphia was tough, Denver was nearly impossible. This coin is a 1980D graded MS68 red by NGC. This one sold in February of 2025 for $552. Now let's look at the grade together. MS68. In the NGC census, there are only 3 coins in this condition. This is what we call a population discovery coin. For a Denver cent to hit 68, it has to essentially be perfect. It survived the high-speed shoots at the mint and those nasty canvas bags they threw all the coins in afterward. And then it survived 45 years of storage without a single microscopic scratch. For a $500 investment, you are buying one of the 3 finest Denver Lincoln cents from 1980. Now, if you want to talk total perfection, you have to look at the San Francisco proofs. This is a 1980s proof graded PR70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. This one sold in November of 2023 for $780. Notice that even though the wholesale bid is listed at around $1,200, this one went for $780. This tells us the market is stabilizing for these perfect 70s. There are 71 of these known at PCGS. When you are buying a PR70, you are buying the end of the line basically. There is no better coin you can come across. It is at the highest end of the grading scale. If you have 1980 proof sets at home, look for that deep cameo finish, where Lincoln's portrait looks like white frost against a black mirrored background. Now let's get to that famous error. Let's get into the cherry picker's dream, the FS101 double die obverse. These are also referred to as DDOs. This is a 1980 double die graded MS63 red and brown by Annex. It sold for $276 in 2024. This is a circulated grade error. Notice the color, red and brown. This means the coin has begun to oxidize a bit. Even in this mid-grade condition, the error is so desirable that it still commands nearly $300. You are looking for a counterclockwise spread on the date and the word Liberty. It's most obvious in the number 0 in 1980. If the 0 looks like it has a second 0 shifted inside of it, you found that double die. But let's jump to the error jackpot. What happens if you find that same error in pristine red condition? If you've watched my previous Lincoln cent videos, you know that I cover red, red-brown, and brown coloring. That is really important when it comes to grade. If you want to learn more about that, jump over to my course tab on the main homepage of the channel and learn all about Lincoln cents, all the basics of how color, toning, condition, everything goes into grading. But let's take a look at this 1980 FS101 double die graded MS65 red by PCGS. This one sold in July of 2024 for $552. This is the ultimate prize for any variety hunter. Only 10 coins have ever been graded at this level by PCGS. When you combine a major error with a high gem grade, the price doubles literally. This is a coin that bridges the gap between the error collector and the condition crank collector. If you're searching through 1980 rolls, this is the $500 lotto ticket, so to speak. Let's start with the standard business strike, though, from Philadelphia. This coin is a 1981 Philadelphia cent, graded MS67 red by PCGS. This one sold in October of 2025 for $204. At MS67, this is a beautiful high-end coin. Philly struck nearly 7.5 billion pennies for 1981, so finding one in a 67 grade isn't impossible, but it is becoming a much more expensive investment as registry set collectors scramble to finish their copper sets. This coin shows full red luster, that bright, beautiful orange fire that hasn't been dimmed by time or fingerprints. If your 1981 looks like it basically came fresh out of a roll, then it could be one of those $200 target points like this coin. But look what happens when we move from an MS67 up 1 point to an MS68. This coin is also a 1981 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red though by NGC. It sold in May of 2025 for $960. This is a massive price jump for one single grade point. Why? Look at the NGC census. There are only 7 coins in this condition. Out of 7.5 billion minted, only 7 have been certified as MS68. This one is a statistical needle in a haystack. This coin is essentially flawless. No carbon spots, no contact marks, and a strike so crisp you can see every single line in Lincoln's hair. This one is one of those top-tier investments. But let's talk about the Denver Challenge. Next we move to the Denver Mint, where 5.3 billion pennies were struck. This is a 1981D, graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold in January of 2025 for $180. Denver cents from 1981 are notorious for having mushy strikes. If you look at the D mint mark, it's often slightly filled or really weakly struck. So finding an MS67 means the coin had to have a strong strike from a fresh die. At $180, this is one of those bread and butter coins for coin roll hunters, cherry pickers alike. Now let's take a look at the king of 1981 proofs. This is a 1981S Type 1 graded PR70 Deep Cameo. It sold in June of 2025 for a staggering $1,500. This is where the market gets really interesting. While the Type 2 Clear S is technically a scarcer variety in terms of production, the Type 1 in a perfect 70 like this has become a huge prize for registry set collectors. Only 65 of them have ever hit this perfect grade at PCGS. It features that deep cameo contrast where Lincoln looks like almost a white statue against a beautiful black sea of glass. If you have a 1981 proof set, don't assume the blobby S is worthless. If the coin looks stunning, it looks perfect, it has that wonderful mirrored field, then you might want to consider getting it graded. It might just be a jackpot. Finally, we have that Type 2 Clear S version to compare to. This is a 1981 S Type 2 graded PR69 Ultra Cameo by NGC. It sold for $74. Now this sold at the tail end of 2024, and notice the price difference. This coin is a 69, just 1 point away from being a perfect 70. But that 1 point represents a $1,400 drop in value. This is one of those vital lessons for newcomers. The 70 grade is the high stakes table. A PR69 is, of course, absolutely beautiful. It's an affordable piece for a casual collector, despite being such a high grade. This is because proofs were made for collectors. But if you're looking for the big money, you must hunt for that really elusive, microscopic perfection that's gonna make it a 70. An absolutely flawless proof. If you're just starting out or you need a refresher, you've probably heard people talk about large date versus small date. But why did the mint even bother? Zinc is a stiff metal compared to copper. The mint tried to strike the original 1982 large date onto the new zinc coins. The metal wouldn't fill the deep crevices of the die. The results were mushy and straight up ugly. To fix this, they redesigned the hub. They made the numbers smaller and moved them further away from the edge of the coin. This created the small date. To identify these in your pocket change, look at the number 2. On the large date, the diagonal bar of the 2 is a straight line. It looks like a stick. On the small date, that bar has a beautiful, elegant curve. It's like a little swan's neck. Also look at the number 8. In the small date, the top hole of the 8 is much, much smaller than the bottom hole. It looks like a perfectly stacked little snowman. Once you can spot these differences with your naked eye, you're ahead of 90% of the people looking through their change. But the real money, that comes down to what those dates are made of. You need a scale that measures to the 100th of a gram. Usually a kitchen scale or jewelry scale. 3.11 grams is your old school copper. 2.5 grams is the newer zinc. Keep those numbers in mind because they are the difference between a few cents and possibly $1,000 or more coin. Now let's start off with a zinc super gem. This is a coin that represents the peak of modern minting technology. This is a 1982 Philadelphia Zinc large date graded MS69 red by PCGS. This isn't just a penny, it's a technical marvel. This one sold in 2025 for $1,860. When the mint switched to zinc, they struggled with plating blisters. Because the copper is just a thin shell, gas often gets trapped underneath, creating tiny bubbles on the surface. Collectors, of course, hate those bubbles. This coin, however, is one of only 7 that PCGS has ever seen in this lofty MS69 grade. It's essentially flawless. Notice the adhesion stippling mentioned in the auction notes. That's a fancy way of saying the copper stuck perfectly to the zinc without any gas pockets. For a registry set collector, this is the end boss for the zinc large date series. But let's move to the bronze plus grade. We see how eye appeal can drive a price even when the color isn't perfect. This is a 1982 Philadelphia bronze small date MS67 plus red and brown. It sold back in 2024 for $252. Now notice that this coin is red and brown or RB. Usually in the Lincoln series, full red is the only way to get the big money. But this coin has a plus after that 67. In the world of professional grading, that plus means the coin has exceptional eye appeal. Look at the walnut brown toning mixed with those flashes of original orange. It's a 3.11 gram copper coin that managed to survive in a high state of preservation despite being a small date, which is the scarcer version of the copper strikes from Philly. Let's look at what the majority of you will find in your high-grade mint sets, though. This is a 1982 Philadelphia Zinc small date graded MS67 plus red. It sold in 2024 for only $77. This is what I call a volume rarity. Millions of these were made, and because they were the new variety, people saved them in rolls. To get even $77 for one, it has to be super high grade. If you look at this coin under a loupe, you'll see it has a very clean look. There's no major scratches. For a new collector, this is a great target. It's affordable, it's beautiful, and it teaches you what a plus grade looks like on a zinc surface. Now let's get over to a Connolly collection pedigree, a word we use to describe a coin's history or who owned it before you. This is a 1982 Philadelphia zinc, large date, graded MS68 red. This piece comes from the famous Connolly collection and sold for $149. So why does it even matter? Because serious collectors want coins that have been curated by other experts. This coin is an MS68, which is one step below that $1,800 coin we saw earlier. PCGS has graded 163 of these at this level. It features a bold strike and that vibrant copper red luster. If you are looking to build a high-end set without spending thousands, the MS68 grade is a sweet spot where rarity and affordability meet, I think. Now we're getting into the heavy hitters, though. This is the coin that every copper hunter dreams of finding. This is a 1982 Philadelphia bronze small date graded MS68 red. This is the sole finest certified, and it sold for a staggering $3,525. Think about those numbers here. The mint made billions of pennies in 1982. Out of all the 3.11 gram copper small dates ever found, this is the single best one. PCGS is graded exactly one coin in MS68 red, with 0 finer. The luster is described as copper orange and mint gold. There are no carbon specks, those tiny black dots that plagued copper coins. This is a trophy coin in every sense. It represents the absolute pinnacle of what was possible at the Philly Mint in '82. But let's talk about the impossible $10,000 discovery. This is the 1982D small date struck in bronze, graded AU58 by NGC. It sold for $10,800. For over 3 decades, every book said that the Denver Mint only struck small dates in zinc. They said they had already switched over all their machines by the time the small date dies arrived. But Paul Malone, a collector just like you, didn't believe the books. He weighed a 1982 D small date he found in change, and it didn't weigh 2.5 grams, it weighed 3.1 grams. This coin is what we call a transitional alloy error. A leftover copper planchet from the beginning of the year got stuck in the hopper and was struck by a small date die later that summer. It is the modern day version of the 1943 copper penny. It's graded AU58, which means it actually spent some time in someone's pocket before even being found. There are only a couple of these in the entire world. If you find one, you aren't just a collector, you're gonna be a legend. Speaking of legends, let's talk the minor one, the Denver Zinc Master. Even the standard Denver coins can bring big money if they are in really high condition. This is a 1982D zinc, small date graded MS68 plus red by PCGS. It sold in the tail end of 2023 for $4,800. Look at that price. Although this is a couple of years ago, it shows just how rare and valuable these can become. Almost $5,000 for a zinc penny. Let's talk about why. Because while the copper version is an error, the zinc version is incredibly hard to find in that high grade 68 plus condition. PCGS has only seen one coin at this grade level. It beat out the population of 17 regular MS68s to take the crown. If you have a bag of uncirculated 1982 pennies, old rolls, you come across them in a collection, you're looking for that one coin that looks like it was struck basically yesterday. Since we're on the subject of perfection, we'll talk about the San Francisco perfection.
Proofs are the supermodels of the coin world. This is a 1982 S proof graded PR70 red deep cameo. It sold for $990 in the middle of 2025. All 1982 S proofs are made of zinc. Because they are handled with white gloves at the mint, you'd think they'd all be perfect, but they aren't. Plating bubbles and microscopic dust usually keep them at a PR 68 or 69. To hit a perfect 70, the highest grade possible, the coin must be flawless under 5 times magnification. There are only 69 of these in the world. It's the ultimate way to represent the San Francisco Mint in your 1982 collection. Finally, we can't talk about 1982 without talking about the varieties. This is a 1982 Philadelphia large date zinc, but with a double die obverse graded MS64 red. It sold for $84, a phenomenal price for a double die. Even in the middle of the metal transition, the mint was still producing double dies. Look at the word Liberty and the Eye of Lincoln. You'll see a distinct shelf-like doubling. This coin is an MS64, which is actually a pretty accessible grade. At $84, this is a fantastic entry point for a collector who wants to move beyond just dates and mint marks and into the world of variety hunting. The transitional Holy Grail. This coin is the 1983 Philadelphia transitional error, struck on a 95% copper planchet. This specific example is graded MS64 red and brown by NGC. To give you a little perspective, this is the modern day version of the 1943 copper cent. In a March 2024 auction, bidding for this coin flew past $3,000 weeks before the hammer even fell. We've seen MS61 examples sell for as high as almost $5,000. It is a missing link that proves that even after the mint officially switches metals, the old guard still finds a way into the presses. But don't get mixed up, even the standard zinc coins can be winners if they are in really high condition. We'll talk about the Charlie O registry gem here. This is a 1983 Philadelphia zinc MS68 red. It sold for $312, an awesome premium for that coin. This coin comes from the famous Charlie O's collection, so it has a lot of provenance to it. In the world of zinc pennies, MS68 is incredibly difficult to achieve. This is because of those gas bubbles I mentioned earlier. PCGS has only seen 34 in this condition. When a coin has a pedigree and a top population status, registry set collectors are always going to fight for it. But let's move to the Denver Mint. This is a 1983 D graded MS68 red. This one sold recently, back in the end of 2025, for $432. Denver usually had slightly better striking during this year and better quality than Philly in the early 80s in general, really. But 1983 was still one of those really tough years for Denver. With only 52 coins graded at this level, you can see why this commanded such a good value. Now, ones in even lower MS grades, though, more circulated coins, can still command great values, $50 or more in some cases. So let's talk about one of those coins that's a little less money, but still a great premium. I want to show you how much the grade matters to that value. This next coin is also a 1983 D, but it's a reality check. It's a MS67 red. We're dropping 1 grade point. This one sold for $39, so look at that jump. Between MS67 and 68, the price goes from about $40 to $400 or so. This is why I always say it in every video on any type of collectible. If the coin has a single distracting mark on Lincoln's cheek or a cluster of plating bubbles, any sort of major wear like that, it's probably not worth the grading fee in most cases. Just like many other collectibles, if it's really beat up from just being handled, it may just not be worth the cost of sending it in. It's still a great collectible though. Next though, let's get to the proof. the San Francisco Mirror. This is a 1983S graded PR70 red ultra cameo. It sold for $312. For 1983, San Francisco was only producing proof sets. To hit a 70, the perfect grade, the coin has to be flawless. No milk spots, no haze, and deep mirror-like fields. So finding this 40-year-old zinc proof that hasn't developed spots is a challenge that any collector would just pay out to win in a bid. But let's talk about the variety that changed the game, a great error from 1983. This is a 1983 FS801 double die reverse. This one's graded MS68 red. It sold for a staggering $5,280. This is one of the most famous double dies in the entire Lincoln Cent series. People absolutely love these coins. Just look at the lettering on the reverse. This double die is awesome. In the phrase United States of America and 1 cent, they generally show a massive, bold doubling on this error. This coin, in particular, is an MS68, making it one of only 8 known at this grade. But don't get deterred in any way. If you find one of these DDR errors, you're sitting on great value. Finally, for the hunter on a budget though, I want to make sure we get out of those $5,000 price points and talk even more reality. Now, by reality, I am talking about error prices and in relation to that $5,000 coin, so we're not talking too cheap here, but we're dropping significantly. This coin is another 1983 double die reverse FS801, but this one's an MS66 red, an absolutely beautiful grade and beautiful coin, valued at just over $500. So this is the same variety as that $5,000 coin, just 2 points lower on the grading scale. This shows that you don't need a perfect coin to make that significant profit. If you find this double die in any sort of way, you're looking at a multi-$100 coin in most cases. And hey, you might have that really, really high condition one. You send it off, it gets graded really well, and you might be another person and up that number from 8 known to 9, 10, whatever it is, and be sitting on a multi-$1,000 coin. The standard for a high-end collection. This is a 1984 Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red. This one sold in January of 2025 for $99. For a coin with a mintage of 8 billion, you might wonder why anyone would pay $100 for one of these. The answer is the grade. An MS68 is technically superior to 99.9% of all 1984 pennies. At this level, you are looking for a full red luster on the coin. That bright, original orange glow that makes the coin look like it was minted just yesterday. Most pennies from the 80s have turned brown or red-brown due to moisture and exposure to the elements. Finding a blazing red survivor is like the first step of building a winning registry set. Now let's head over to the Denver Mint, where the standards were even tougher, I think. This is a 1984 D, graded MS68 red. It sold back in November of 2023 for $216. I think is a prime example of what you're looking for on Denver minted coins from this year. Notice the jump though. The 1984 D is significantly harder to find in high MS grades than the Philadelphia cousin. According to the PCGS population reports, there are only 32 or so at this grade with only one finer. When you see a 32-to-1 population, you are looking at a serious condition rarity. Collectors fought over this coin because it represents a top population opportunity for a Denver mint set. But you have to talk about the supermodel of 1984, the San Francisco Perfection. This is a 1984 S proof, graded PR70 red ultra cameo. This sold in the tail end of 2024 for $180. Proof coins are struck specifically for collectors, of course. This is done using polished dies and planchets. While most proofs are high grade, a PR70 is basically flawless. It means the coin is perfect under 5 times magnification. The Ultra Cameo designation refers to that heavy contrast where Lincoln looks like a white frosted statue against a blackened mirror background. At $180, this is the ultimate showpiece for an 80s collection. A great premium over the 1 cent face value, over the cost of proof coins, and really the cost of grading included in that. But now let's talk about the coin that made 1984 famous. The Double Die Obverse. This is a 1984 DDO, or Doubled Ear Lincoln, graded MS64 red and brown. This one sold in December of 2024 for right over $100. This is the double ear variety. If you look right at Lincoln's earlobe, you will see a clear, distinct second lobe hanging below the first. This isn't a bubble or a scratch, it's a true double die. This specific coin is a red-brown and graded MS64. Because it's not a gem like MS65 or higher, it's affordable. So for $109, you can own a piece of numismatic history that you can actually see with the naked eye. So it's pretty cool. Finally, we see what happens when a famous error meets the high grade, though. This is a 1984 Double Die Obverse FS101, rated MS67 red. It sold in December of 2025 for $384. This is the FS101, the primary variety listed in the Cherry Picker's Guide. Unlike the previous coin, this one is graded really high at MS67 red. It's a gem quality survivor with full mint luster. When you combine a major variety like that with a really high grade, it's always going to sell for a ton of money. This coin sold for nearly $400 because it satisfies both the error hunter and the condition conscious collector. It is really a great definition of a double threat. The Philly Chrome Survivor. We'll start off with Philadelphia with no mint mark on it in the strike. This is a 1985 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red, so really high. It sold in the latter end of 2023 for $114. As you know, I like to keep all prices in any videos within the last couple of years, and I always update things as we go. Now let's look at the population numbers for this coin. PCGS has only graded 66 of these in this grade, with only one single coin graded higher. So you can imagine the price tag on that. When you have a mintage of over 5.6 billion of them, and only 67 coins are known at this level or better, you are looking at a true condition rarity. This coin represents the ceiling so far for most collectors. It has that distinctive 85 chrome luster, not quite a mirror, but a deep silky red that makes it stand out in the slab. It's a really beautiful coin. But we need to move over into the heavy hitters, the $1,000 Denver Legend. This is the coin that every modern hunter is going to dream of. This is a 1985 D Lincoln cent, graded MS69 red. It's an absolutely beautiful example that sold for over $1,000. Let's look at the grade, MS69. In the world of coin grading, a 69 is essentially perfect to the naked eye, as most of you know. Out of 5.2 billion pennies struck out of Denver that year, PCGS alone has only certified 11 at this level. There are 0 graded higher at any grading company. This is what we call the top of the population, or top of pop. The buyer paid over $1,000 because this coin is a straight-up trophy. It has 0 carbon spots and 0 plating blisters, a near impossible feat for a 40-year-old zinc penny like this. This one is an ultimate example of what the Denver Mint was capable of in 1985. Finally, let's look at the supermodel from San Francisco, the San Francisco Proof. This is a 1985 S Proof, graded PR70 red ultra cameo. It's absolutely gorgeous. It sold right at the end of 2024 for $99. If you don't want to spend $1,000, this bad boy is your target. You can buy the 1985 proof set right now for around $15 to $30. Inside, you'll find this coin. However, most of them are going to grade PR69 or less. To get the $99 price tag, or even higher in some cases as we've seen across the internet, it has to be that pure 70, a perfect grade. Look at the contrast, a deep, mirror black field and that frosted look to Lincoln. It's the highest level of minting technology from '85, and it's one of the most beautiful coins in the entire Lincoln series, I think, for the '80s. Now, don't be discouraged, though. You don't need a 68, 69, 70. Heck, if you bust open that proof set, it got rattled around a little bit, you still can have a pretty high grade on them that's going to turn a value much more than your $15, $20, maybe $30 investment in the entire proof set itself. So let's wrap things up. 1985 is a year where the package is more important than the pocket, I think. The king of the mid-80s, the Philadelphia Miracle. This 1986 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS69 red. This one sold at the very end of 2023 for $5,760. This is one of the rarest of the modern Lincoln cents. Collectors love this coin, and out of 4.5 billion of them struck in Philadelphia, PCGS has only ever seen 2 in this condition. Think about those odds. That is 1 in every 2.25 billion coins. Both sides are pristine. They're fully struck, and they glow with that really pretty original mint copper red color. There are 0 carbon spots, and more importantly, 0 plating blisters. When a condition census coin like this hits the auction block, the price isn't set by a guide really, it's set by whoever has the deepest pockets. But we have to look over to the Denver Mint, first talking about the Denver baseline. When you take a look at Denver, which was just as productive as Philly that year, we take a look at this coin, a 1986D Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red. This one sold in November of 2025 for $69. Now that's what I still call a volume winner. At $69, this is an accessible coin for most serious collectors. While it's 1 grade lower than that MS69 we just saw, it still requires that high level of preservation. In MS68, you're looking at a coin that was likely just that lucky hunter out there. If you're hunting for coins to send in for grading, that is your baseline target. If it doesn't look this clean, you're kind of wasting your time, and you're going to end up with a coin that's really going to just come back maybe worth the cost of grading. Now let's talk about the Denver powerhouse, though. We have to look at what happens when that Denver coin jumps up just 1 more grade, and we see this 1986D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red. This one sold in April of 2025 for $2,040. Here is the power of the population report. PCGS has only seen 10 coins at this MS69 level from the Denver Mint. Because it's slightly more common than the Philly version, 10 coins versus 2 coins, the price is a bit lower, but it still commands over $2,000. This coin is effectively flawless. For a Denver penny to survive the 1,500-mile trip from the mint to a collector's hands without a single scratch is a minor miracle in itself. Finally, we have the San Francisco proof, the San Francisco Perfection. This is a 1986S proof coin, graded PR70 red ultra cameo. This one sold at the tail end of 2024 for $129. Now, as we discussed in the last video with the 1985 sets, these are found in annual proof sets. While you can buy the whole set for about $15, maybe $20 with shipping, the individual penny inside usually grades a PR68 or 9. To hit PR70 and that $130 price tag, the coin must be perfect under 5 times magnification. It features that deep, beautiful mirror-like finish and the ultra cameo frost on Lincoln's portrait that us collectors love. I think with the market so low as far as cost on a lot of sealed mint sets that you can get, especially from the 60s, the 70s, 80s, 90s,
all those last few years before rolling into the 2000s with the changes to the Lincoln cent, those you can pick up for really cheap. Those are, of course, a great way to just expand your collection, in my opinion, but also a good way to cheaply hunt for those proof coins that can be graded really well. In 1987, the Mint was perfecting the use of those chrome-plated dies we talked about in the last few videos. This produced coins with a very satiny or matte-like finish. While they look really beautiful, they are incredibly sensitive. The thin copper plating on 1987 pennies is super prone to microtoning. This is tiny black or brown spots that form when the zinc underneath reacts with air. To hit the big money, the coins have to be virtually spot-free and really clean. So let's get to the coins. Let's start off with the Philadelphia Powerhouse. This is a coin that is a true modern rarity. It's a 1987 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS69 red. It sold in April of 2025 for $1,920. Look at the population on this coin. PCGS has only seen 7 examples in this grade, with 0 finer. Out of nearly 4.7 billion Lincoln cents struck in Philly that year, only 7 are considered this close to perfection. At nearly $2,000, this coin is a registry crusher. It features full original copper red luster and a strike so sharp it looks like it was made yesterday. This is why we check those uncirculated mint sets. This is why we really keep an eye out in our pocket change for those really clean coins. In coin hunting in general, this is how you find the coins that turn good profit. Let's move over to the Denver Mint, though, where production was also in the billions. And let's talk about the baseline. This is a 1987D Lincoln cent graded MS68 red. It's sold in the very end of 2023 for $139. This is the standard high-end target for most collectors, I think. With 56 of them known, it's rare, but it's not impossible. At $139, it's an affordable way to represent the Denver Mint in a high-grade set. When you're looking at these, pay close attention to the reverse. The pillars of the Lincoln Memorial are often where you'll find the first signs of wear or plating issues, but you might already know that. And this is going to apply to pretty much any Lincoln cent that's like this with this design. We need to also talk about the variety from the D Mint mark. This is the real moneymaker, the 1987 D over D repunched mint mark. This is a wonderful variety, and this one's graded MS67 red. It sold for $528. This is a repunch mint mark or RPM, and back in 1987, the mint marks were still punched into the dies by hand. Sometimes the worker would hit the punch twice, creating a secondary D slightly offset from the first. This is the FS501 variety, and in the high MS67 grade, it is incredibly rare, with only 4 of them known. This coin proves that you don't just look for condition, you look for the story behind the strike. But speaking of story, let's talk about that San Francisco proof perfection, the supermodel from the S Mint. This 1987 S proof, graded PR70 red ultra cameo. It sold in 2024 for $109. This one is found in 1987 proof sets, which you can usually pick up for under $20. These coins are technically the best the Mint could produce, but hitting a 70 is still a crazy challenge. Any tiny bit of dust or a single microscopic hairline scratch, even from the Mint's machinery, will drop this down to a 69 or lower. At $109, it's the perfect way to cap off any 87 collection. How do you spot the FS901? Before we look at those prices, you need to know exactly what you're looking for. Grab your 10 times loop, grab those 1988 Lincoln cents, flip them over and check out the reverse. Look at the bottom right of the Lincoln Memorial for the designer's initials
FG for Frank Gasparo. The normal 1988, reverse of 88, the initials look thin and flat. The vertical bar of the G is straight up and down. Crucially, the bottom of the G stops short. It does not dip below the curve. The variety. This is a reverse of 89 or an FS901. The initials are thick and bold. The flare is what you're looking for, which is the top of the vertical bar of the G, has a distinct serif or flare pointing left. The vertical bar of the G extends below the bottom curve of the letter. It looks like a little hook. If you see that hook and that flare, you might just have yourself an FS901. Now let's see what those are worth. The first coin we're going to talk about is for the realist. It's a 1988 Lincoln cent, flared G FS901 graded MS63 red brown. This sold in 2024 for only $31. So this coin sold for basically, if not less than the cost of getting it graded. This is an MS63 RB. This means the coin has lost some of its original luster and is starting to turn brown. Even in the modest condition, it sold for $30. That is 3,100 times its face value, and so I call that a premium. This proves you don't need a perfect coin to make a little money, but like I said, it's one of those coins I'd say you need to hold on to, since that's going to be the cost of grading itself. If you find a brown 1988 Lincoln cent in your change with that flared G, don't throw it back. It's not retirement money, but it's something to hold on to and gonna gain value over time. Now let's talk about the mid-tier hunter. This is a 1988 Lincoln cent, flared G, reverse of 89. This one's graded MS65 red brown by NGC. It sold in late 2025 for $147. Now notice the label and how it says reverse of 89. That is just another name for the Flare G FS901. This coin is an MS65, what we call gem condition. It's still red-brown, but it has decent eye appeal. I think it's a really pretty coin. At nearly $150, this is the sweet spot for most variety hunters. It's rare, but not so expensive that you're afraid to jump after it. This is the grade you are most likely to find if you are searching through original 1988 bankrolls, which you can pick up online. Next, let's jump to the jackpot. What happens if you find one that is fully red and flawless? This is a 1988 Lincoln cent Flare G FS901, graded MS67 red. It sold in 2024 for $1,350. This is one of those treasures of the 1988 varieties. At MS67 red, it's incredibly difficult to find because, as we know, 1988 zinc Lincoln cents love to develop spots. To find this transitional error on a coin that also survived with perfect surfaces is like a double lottery win. If you come across a really good-looking 1988 cent like these, this is why you check it. You aren't just looking for those high grades, you are looking for that specific die pair. Finally, I wanted to round out the video and talk about a 1988 variety that's unlike these. Let's look at this 1988 Lincoln cent double die obverse, graded MS65 red by Annex. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $656. While everyone's looking at that FG on the reverse, they sometimes forget to check the obverse thoroughly. The major DDO for 1988, often the FS101, usually shows strong doubling on Lincoln's ear. You will see a second earlobe roughly protruding below the main one. Even in an older Annex holder, this variety commands a serious value. $650 for an MS65 tells you that the market for 1988 errors is very, very healthy.
This is a 1989 Philadelphia cent, graded MS68 red. It sold at the end of 2024 for $124. This is going to be the standard for a high-quality collection. The Philly Mint pumped out billions of these. but finding one without spots is the challenge. PCGS has seen about 46 of these in MS68. It's a respectable coin, bringing in over $100. I think it sets the stage. 1989 is common, but clean 89s are really hard to find. Compare this $124 price tag to what happens when you cross the Mississippi River into the Denver Mint. We're talking about an $8,000 monster. This is the coin that changes everything. This is a 1989D graded MS69 red. It sold in 2025 for $8,400. Look at that phenomenal price. $8,400 for a zinc penny. Why? Because it is at the top of the grading charts, 1 point away from perfection. It's an MS69. PCGS has only graded 4 coins at this level. There are 0 graded finer. This coin is described as having vibrantly lustrous copper orange surfaces and being spotless. In the registry set world, this is a Pop 4 trophy, an absolutely beautiful coin. When you have 50 wealthy collectors bidding over 4 coins, the prices explode. This is arguably the most important 1989D in existence. To prove how important that 69 grade is, we need to talk about the Denver drop-off. Let's look at the very next step down. This is a 1989D graded MS68 red. It sold in January of 2025 for $204. Now this is an MS68, just 1 point lower than the $8,000 coin we just looked at. But the price drops to $200. That is a grade cliff if I've ever seen one. If you are submitting coins to any grading service, you are gambling on this difference. If you get the 69, you buy possibly a new car. If you get the 68, you buy yourself a really nice dinner. This coin is still beautiful and it's still valuable, but it highlights just how elite that MS69 really is. But now for something strange from San Francisco. This is a 1989 S proof graded PR67 red and brown. It sold at the end of 2025 for $360. This is a weird one though. Usually proof coins are deep cameo and basically perfect. A grade of PR67 is actually quite low for a modern proof. And the color is red-brown, meaning it has toned a bit. Yet it sold for $360, and more than the MS68 business stripe. This likely represents a very specific kind of eye appeal. Perhaps spectacular rainbow toning, or a matte-like appearance that attracted a specialist. It proves that sometimes a really unique look can be beautiful to the right person and be worth more than a perfect technical grade. I absolutely love this coin. Finally, though, let's get to the Copper Ghost, the lottery ticket. This 1989D struck on a pre-83 copper planchet. It's graded MS65 red, and it sold a little while back in 2018 for $7,500. Now, first off, I know this was 7-8 years ago, but what a really cool coin. It's just a fun one to round out the list. It is incredibly rare, and this coin shouldn't even exist. Copper planchets weighing 3.11 grams were phased out back in 82. This coin was struck in 89, 7 years later. How did a copper blank hide in the mint machinery for 7 years? Or was it slipped in on purpose? That is the theory of many of us collectors. This was purposely done, but we'll never know. But what we know is it weighs 3.1 grams and is composed of 95% copper. It sold for over $7,000. This is why you have to weigh your coins. If you find a 1989 that feels heavy, put it on a scale. If it hits over 3.1 grams, you just hit yourself a jackpot. In 1990, the Philly Mint struck nearly 7 billion Lincoln cents. None of them have a mint mark. Those are worth usually around the face value of 1 cent. The rare No S is a proof coin. It must have a mirror-like finish, reflective background, and frosted details. These were only found in proof sets. If you find a shiny 1990 Lincoln cent in your grocery store change, it's likely just a very clean Philadelphia coin. The best of the normals. This is the Philadelphia Workhorse, the 1990 Philadelphia Lincoln cent. This one graded MS68 red. It sold in November of 2025 for a healthy $181. This is what happens when a regular 1990 Lincoln cent survives in near-perfect condition. MS68 is an elite grade, especially for zinc pennies, because they are so prone to zinc rot bubbles. $181, I think, is a fantastic return for a coin that literally billions of people ignored for so long. Now, what of yours isn't that MS68? Most uncirculated 1990 pennies you would find in a roll or in your pocket change will generally grade still pretty well if they're really clean. They could even grade in the low MS grades. At those levels, like MS61 through 63, they are worth between 10 cents and about $5 or $10. Once you get over the MS65 mark, you'll see these jump up to about $30 to $50, with MS67s and higher, of course, reaching higher values. So although there is a cost to grading, some of these still found in pocket change are worth holding on to and getting graded down the road maybe. Now let's look at the Denver Mint though. This is a Denver gem. This coin is a 1990D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red by NGC. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $360. Last time we saw a 1989D in MS69 sell for over $8,000. So why did this 1990D sell for, well, only $360? It comes down to the population. In 1990, the Denver Mint had been pretty quality controlled. There are more 1969s known for 1990 than 89. So, simply put, there's less of them out there for 89. They have more value. If you have a 1990D that looks really great, but isn't going to fetch that 69 you think, here's a better breakdown. An MS64 is still worth a couple bucks. Even in raw form, if it was really clean, it will be worth more than the 1 cent face value, but not enough to talk about. If you can send it off to grade and get MS67 or higher, you'd be looking at a $25 or $30 coin or more. But until they get to MS68 or higher is when they're going to breach $100. But what about the San Francisco Mint? We have to talk about the proofs from 1990. This is a 1990 S proof graded PR70 Deep Cameo. It sold in the middle of 2024 for $252. This is a perfect 70. Under a microscope, this coin has no flaws basically. Even though millions were made, only a fraction of them will earn the PR70 grade. At $250, this is a staple for high-end collectors. For the standard 90S proof though, most will grade at PR68 or 69 Deep Cameo at best. Because they are so common, so to speak, a PR69 is only worth about $20. If your proof has some minor spots or hairlines and grades PR67, 68, the value drops exponentially. But now let's get to the main event, the 1990 No S. This is a 1990 No S proof graded PR69 Deep Cameo. It sold during the latter end of 2025 for $7,200. This is going to be one of those true treasure finds. A mint worker accidentally used a Philadelphia die to strike proof cents in San Francisco. Only about 200 to 250 of these are expected to be in existence. This specific coin is a PR69, just 1 point away from perfection. At $7,200, this single Lincoln cent is worth more than 600 entire proof sets. Even in lower proof grades, this coin is still a monster. There's been evidence of one selling at PR67 for over $3,000, and a PR68 selling for $4,500. So even lower graded ones are still commanding a huge value. Finally, something for the art lovers, something a little bit different and really valuable. This coin is a 1990S proof, graded PR68 red-brown toned. It sold at the end of 2025 for $925. Wait a minute. A PR68 sold for nearly $1,000? That's more than the PR70. Why? Because of toning. This comes from the Terry's Toners collection. Over 30 years, the chemicals in the packaging created a rainbow effect. It made this coin absolutely beautiful. I love toning, maybe you do too. Tone coins are really subjective though. A normal brown or spotted PR69 is typically worth like $8, but when you add monster toning, the grade almost doesn't matter. PR65 with spectacular neon colors to it can easily outsell some boring PR69 all day. This is niche, but eye appeal is the ultimate currency sometimes. As you can see, 1990 is a year of extremes. So what's my strategy for hunting them? Get a hold of proof sets. They never hurt to be in your collection. They don't necessarily gain a ton of value over time, but for 1990, grabbing a couple of them up for $20-$30 and having some fun looking at the coins with your loupe or magnification to see if you have something, so they're great to look through. Also, never clean a tone coin. Just because it has toning doesn't mean it needs to be cleaned. Collectors truly love the toning, as you can see with the sale of that $1,000 PR68. 1991 is a prime year for what we call plating blisters. Because the zinc core reacts so easily with the copper plating, you'll often see tiny bubbles. If you find a 91 Lincoln cent with 0 bubbles and a very clean surface, a sharp strike on Lincoln's hair, and no carbon spots, which are those nasty little tiny black dots, you found a candidate for grading. But remember, in the early 90s, the mint was pumping these out by the billions, so you really need to be looking for perfection. First up, a beautiful example from the Philadelphia Mint. This is a 1991 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS68 red. It sold right at the end of 2025 for $260. This coin came from the Terry's Toners collection. You've probably heard about this before, or in a few other videos I've made. It tells you right away it had a spectacular eye appeal. That whole collection is incredible. It is a top population coin for Philly from that year. For a zinc penny to reach MS68 without developing a single spot or bubble over 30 years is a feat by itself. At $260, this is a serious win for a penny you can still find. So what if yours isn't that MS68 though? Now when you get lower in grade, obviously it's lower in value, but even the mid-MS grades are still going to sell for an upwards of $40 or $50. In some instances, even more. If you can get to the higher MS grades though, that's when you'll break into triple digits. But now we cross over to the Denver Mint, where the real money is hiding. This is a 1991 D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red with a green label. It sold in April of 2025 for $2,880. This coin is really special for 2 reasons. First, it's an MS69. There are only 10 of these known to exist at PCGS. Second, it's in an old green holder. In the coin world, green label holders often suggest that the grade is conservative and the coin might actually grade higher if it were to be resent out. At nearly $3,000, this is a registry set powerhouse already. It shows that satiny surfaces and a lack of any abrasions are really the key to a jackpot. It's also a little bit of wishful thinking. Possibly they could bust it out, send it in for grading, and increase the value exponentially. If your 1991D is not that shiny MS69 though, don't panic. Even lower grade ones that are MS66 or higher can sell in upwards of $150, but as you can see, a jump from MS68 to 69 can be the difference of thousands. This is the condition rarity game in a nutshell in one Lincoln cent. But let's get to a heavyweight for that year, even bigger than that previous price. This is a 1991 D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red. It sold for $3,722. So you can see that massive price jump in two coins that sold at similar times. This coin came from the Lincoln collection of Lincoln cents, a world-class pedigree. This sale actually outperformed that green label coin we just saw. Why? Because the market for tied for finest known coins is always aggressive. When a collector is building that #1 set in the world, they're willing to pay a massive premium for a coin with a documented history and perfect copper-orange luster. This is the ultimate goal for really any hunter of Lincoln cents. Again, for the Denver Mint, don't be discouraged if yours isn't that top of population coin. You can still get really, really good value out of many 91 Denver cents if they are in high condition in general. But any tiny little scratch is going to drop the grade and, of course, drop the value. So really take note of the fields, the strike, and look at Lincoln's cheek. You want it to be really defined, but mainly, due to the production of pennies and the way they're transported, there can be tiny, tiny scratches on Lincoln's face, so you'll want to use a loupe. Now let's look at the San Francisco Mint, though, a coin there that breaks the rules. This is a 1991 S proof, graded PR66, red and brown, that sold in November of 2025 for $79. Now let's wait a minute. When you normally see a PR66, which is quite low and usually considered damaged for proof coins, they sell for really nothing. So $79 is actually a great price for this coin, but let's talk about why. If you look at the color, red and brown, you'll notice that this coin has developed unique, natural toning. And that eye appeal is really what's going to garner this value. Someone bought this for the look, not the technical grade. It proves to us all that even imperfect coins can have their own market if they have a little bit of character. A standard spotted PR66 is usually going to be considered a coal coin worth maybe a few dollars. Most collectors are really only going to want PR69 deep cameos or better. These sell for still around $20 to $40. So this $79 sale for this coin is absolutely phenomenal. Finally, we're going to get to the benchmark for the San Francisco Mint. This is the perfect proof. We mentioned PR70, it's time to show one. This is a 1990 S Lincoln cent proof, graded PR70 deep cameo. It sold a little while back for $160 in 2023, but I wanted to show you pure perfection, what you're looking for on really any coin, but in this case, proofs. There are 704 of these graded by PCGS. This makes them much more common than the business strikes we discussed earlier, actually. At $159, this is a must-have for a complete 91 set. It features deep, mirrored fields, that heavy frost on Lincoln, and that beautiful deep cameo look. If you have a 91S proof that looks perfect, but only grades PR69, don't be let down. It can still sell for well upwards of $50 to $100. Unfortunately, since so many of them are in that population, the value has not risen too much over the years, but that wax and wane is still on your side as values are slowly but steadily going up. 1991 is a year where Denver's really the king. So my 91 hunting strategy is pretty straightforward. It's all about the Denver hunt. If you are buying original bankrolls, you come across an old collection, if you have a really clean one out of pocket change, the potential for a $3,000 MS69 is actually much higher there than in Philly, but you're probably going to find one of those in uncirculated bankrolls. You're going to want to watch the plating though. If you see bubbles, keep moving. Only the smoothest, satiny surfaces are going to have a shot at real value. But again, look at those gambles of the proofs, as well as any other coins. Sometimes crazy toning can supersede a lower grade. A really good eye appeal can always be seen selling high on the market in a lot of cases, especially for Lincoln cents. Before you get any big money, you have to know what you're looking at. Let's talk about close AM versus wide AM real quick. On the reverse of a standard 1992 penny, the A and the M in the word America should be clearly separated. This is known as the wide AM design. On the rare variety, the feet of the A and the M are practically touching one another. That is the close AM, or FS901. Also look at the initials FG for the designer Frank Gasparo near the bottom right of the Lincoln Memorial on the reverse. On the rare close AM, the initials are further away from the building and lack the serif on the G. If you find a 92 with these features, you're not just looking at a Lincoln cent, you're looking at a possible down payment on a house depending on your condition. So let's get into the first one, the major win, a $22,000 Philly coin. The coin that keeps every hunter awake at night in this year is this 1992 Philadelphia Lincoln cent close AM graded MS63 red brown. It sold in February of 2025 for $22,500. Now let's look at that price tag. This isn't even a perfect grade. It's an MS63 red brown. This coin spent some time being handled before it was identified. It shows that even a circulated looking 1992 can be a massive winner if it has that close AM. At $22,500, this is the missing link that every roll hunter would dream of finding. But let's do a reality check for the lower grades. What if you find one that is even more worn? Because this is a major variety, even in about uncirculated or AU example of a Philadelphia close AM can sell for over $2,000 or $3,000. Even in VF or very fine condition, where the coin is basically heavily worn, it's still a $1,000 plus coin. That's how rare these 1992 Philly close AMs are. Now let's talk about a normal version though. This is the regular 1992 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS68 red. It sold in January of 2025 for $74. Now this is a graded version of the Philly workhorse. This is a standard wide AM coin in near perfect condition. Even though billions were made, hitting an MS68 is actually really tough. At $74, it's a great example of why condition will matter in pretty much any coin you find when you're going to send it off to grade. But it also shows the massive gap between a perfect normal coin and a rare variety error. For standard 1992 pennies, anything below MS65 is worth exactly a penny pretty much. An MS66 might get you $5 to maybe $20, but MS67 and higher is where you're going to see any profit, really in the MS68 range or higher, as you can see here. But don't fret, because you can find great errors and mistakes in Denver as well. So let's get over to the Denver Mint. This is a Denver brown-toned treasure, and it's just as elusive, really. This is a 1992D Lincoln cent with a close AM graded MS64 brown. This one sold in 2025, right at the end of the year, for $2,640. Now this coin has a lot of toning to it. It's brown designated, meaning it has lost its original red luster. Despite the lack of color, the rarity of that close AM variety, especially in the Denver Mint, drives the price into the thousands. There are only a handful of these known to exist, so it shares a lot of the same things as the Philadelphia coin. Even in lower than MS grades, these Denver 1992 coins with that close AM can sell for hundreds of dollars. A Denver close AM in lower uncirculated grades like MS60 to 62 still sells for like $500 to $1,000. If you find one that is truly circulated, like EF or AU, you're still looking at like $300 and upwards of a $600 payday. The Denver version is slightly more common than the Philly, but it's still an elite find. Let's see another Denver close AM for comparison. This is the Annex Denver Discovery, a 1992 D Lincoln cent with a close AM graded MS60 red brown. It sold on May 5th, 2024 for $928. This coin was graded by Annex as an MS60. It's the baseline for the uncirculated coin. At nearly $1,000, it proves that you don't need a registry crusher to make big money. If the diagnostics are there, the variety is there, the money's going to follow. Even a raw, ungraded 1992 D close AM that you find in a bankroll can sell for well over $100, if not more. Let's get back to the standard strikes though. You need to see a regular Denver minted coin so you can compare the values. This is a 1992 D Lincoln cent graded MS68 red. It sold in January of 2026 for $54. Now this coin is a technical beauty. It has vibrant copper red luster, a great strike, it's really clean, and like the Philly version, it's a top population coin for standard collectors. At $54, it's an affordable way to add a perfect Denver 1992 Lincoln cent to your collection, so I love it. Standard 92 D pennies are everywhere basically. In MS65, they are worth about $2 or $3. In MS67, they jump up to like $20. As you can see, unless you're in MS68 or is close to perfect, or it has that close AM, it's generally not going to be worth the grading fees. So I just want you to know that so you save the money. Finally, we talk about the proof for the year, the San Francisco Perfection. This one is a 1992 S Lincoln cent graded proof 70 deep cameo. Sold on December 14th, 2025 for $51. This is a perfect 70. While it's a stunning coin with frosted details, a great strike, and mirrored fields, they're relatively common actually. At $51, it's the ultimate version of the 1992 S for any collector. Most 1992 S proofs will actually grade lower than this, of course. Usually at PR 68 or 69, these are very common and usually sell for actually around $20. If yours has spots, it has scratches, it was banged around in a little protective case, or somehow is loose, it's probably not going to grade PR 70 ever. But it doesn't mean that it's worthless. You can still get pretty good value for these even raw. I think 1992 is a year of the close AM. It is the year for this variety. It's the ultimate hunt for anybody looking through bankrolls, the modern coin collector, I think. My 1992 strategy is pretty straightforward. Of course, the AM test. Every 1992 cent gets flipped over. If the letters touch, you might have hit yourself a big payday. Always check the initials. Check the FG initials. If they are far from the building, you probably have that rare variety. Also consider condition versus variety. I'd rather find a beat to heck close AM than a perfect wide AM for this year. Let's see why these modern cents are fetching such high prices. We start with the top of the mountain for the Philly Mint, the Philadelphia Super Gem. This 1993 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS69 red. This one sold in the middle of 2025 for $2,050. This coin comes from a really prestigious collection, the Lincoln Collection of Lincoln cents. Out of nearly 6 billion struck in Philly, only a tiny handful have ever been certified at this level. To reach MS69, the strike has to be booming. It has to be really clean, so really take notice here of the lack of zinc rot bubbles on the surface, because that's what makes this a $2,000 Lincoln cent. But let's talk about if yours is not quite a 69. An MS68 still can sell in upwards of $100 or more. An MS67 is going to fall sharply though, down to around the $30 to $50 mark. So you can see here for these Philly coins that top tier condition is where the value is. But let's talk about the art of the toner. We have something for the specialists here. This is a 1993 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent, also graded MS66 red brown by PCGS. It's beautifully toned, and it's sold right at the end of 2025 for $215. This coin is out of the Terry Toners collection. An MS66 normally would be worth around $5 to $10, but because this one developed this unique, attractive toning, that red-brown RB designation, a specialized collector paid a great premium for it. It's a great reminder that eye appeal can sometimes override those technical grades. But let's move over to the Denver Mint and talk about the Denver Champion. Denver produced even more pennies than Philadelphia in 1993, but the quality was just as elusive, really. This is a 1993D, graded MS69 red through PCGS. It sold for an incredible $1,140 in the beginning of 2025. The PCGS population on this is incredibly low, with over 6.4 billion struck. Finding one that qualifies as an MS69 is nearly impossible. This coin sits in a registry set, where the world's top collectors compete to have the finest known examples. That competition is what's going to drive this price to that over $1,000 mark. For the 1993 Ds that aren't quite this supreme, a standard MS68 is much more common than the Philadelphia version still, usually selling for around the $50 or $60 mark. An MS67 is common though, so same deal here as the Philly coins. Denver minted 1993 Lincoln Cents really need to be super clean, have no spotting, no blisters, and no blemishes to really garner the high values and the high grades. Now let's look at the San Francisco proofs though. This is a 1993 S Lincoln Cent, proof 67 red brown. Another really beautiful coin with toning. This one sold in December of 2025 for $33. Now I know what you're thinking, $33, that's not a crazy number, but keep in mind the face value is 1 cent, and this came out of a proof set which probably only cost around $7 to $15 at the time. So a $33 value for just one of the coins out of there is actually pretty solid, and of course it depends on when it was graded as far as cost for that. Proof coins are supposed to be perfect, but over time, some develop natural toning, even in the cases they come in. This Terry's Toners piece shows that even a proof 67, which is really a relatively low grade for a proof, can still find a buyer if it has unique looks. At $33, I think it's still a cool piece of numismatic art. Finally, though, let's finish up with the perfect proof, the standard for excellence out of San Francisco. This is a 1993 S Lincoln Cent, graded PR70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. This one sold a few years back, but I wanted to show you an absolutely beautiful example of these proof coins. It sold in November of 2023 for $84. This one is a perfect 70. It is flawless under 5 times magnification, and while there are hundreds of these known, they are still the must-have for any serious Lincoln Cent set. For under $100, you can still own the absolute finest 1993 ever produced by the San Francisco Mint. A PR69 Deep Cameo drops in value incredibly because there are a ton of them out there. They're incredibly common, and you can usually pick those up for around $25, $30. Unless it's top tier, a 70, that's really where you're going to see the value. 1993 is a year where the ordinary, I think, becomes the extraordinary, and it's going to be through condition. My 1993 strategy for hunting these coins is pretty straightforward. First, the zinc check. I look for pennies with 0 blemishes on them. No bubbles, no dots, no black marks. Nothing like that. If the field is as smooth as glass, the strike is really, really detailed, it's a grading candidate.
If you have old rolls or a jar of change and you can find yourself some mid-90s Lincoln cents, you might be sitting on a coin worth more than a used car. We're talking about the 1994 Double Die Reverse. We're breaking down 6 different auction sales, all certified, that include a massive $7,000 error and a Denver strike that proves that even common penny years can have elite gems. Let's start off with a standard business strike from Philadelphia. This is a 1994 Philly Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red. This one sold right in the middle of 2024 for $124. It's important to understand the Philadelphia standard. With nearly 6.5 billion of them minted, a standard 1994 has to be nearly perfect to have more than face value. This MS68 is a technical beauty. At $124, it's a strong price for a regular business strike, I think. It shows that registry set collectors are still hungry for those top population zinc pennies without those ugly plating blisters or any marks. But what happens if yours is not this perfect of a grade? Well, in MS65, a standard 1994 cent can still be worth a few dollars, but not worth the grading really. When you hike up to MS66 or 67, you'll see them jump up to $15 to $25 and then upwards from there. But you're pretty much going to have to be in the MS67, 68 or higher margin to break the $100 barrier. But let's move over to the Denver gems. Next is a standout from the Denver Mint. This is a 1994 D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red. This one sold right at the end of 2025 for $525. Now, finding an MS69 in the 90s is really an ultimate challenge. Denver's mintage was over 7 billion, but almost all of them were damaged in those big, ugly mint bags. This coin is essentially perfect. At $525, it's a monster price for a Denver business strike. This is going to be driven by collectors who want that absolute finest known example. Now for lower grades from 1994 Ds, an MS67 is still worth an upwards of $20 to $30, with MS68s jumping up to the $50 to $100 region. But really, MS68-69 perfection is where you can see prices jump to $300 to $500. We can't forget about the San Francisco proofs, though. Let's look at the proof quality from the San Francisco Mint. This is a 1994 S, graded PR70 Deep Cameo. It sold in the middle of 2025 for only $41. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, $41, why is it even on the list? Well, one, we like to cover every mint and version of each coin in each video. But also, if you think about it, if you would have bought it in a regular mint set, you actually made some value over the cost of this penny. This is from the Lincoln collection. Even with a famous pedigree and a perfect grade, though, the mintage of over 3 million keeps this really low in value at that $41 mark. This is the perfect entry level, though, for anyone trying to get a truly beautiful copy of one of these San Francisco proof coins. Standard PR69s only are worth about $5 to $10, and anything lower that shows any sort of spots or haze is probably worth a few bucks. So always aim for the most perfect, most beautiful looking version of these coins. Now the moment you've been waiting for, let's talk about that $7,000 heavyweight. This one defines the year for 1994, I think. This is a 1994 Lincoln cent with a double die reverse FS801 graded MS68 red. It sold in April of 2025 for $7,066. This makes it the king of 94. An MS68 grade on a major variety like the double die reverse is almost unheard of. The doubling is really crisp, visible as extra pillars in the base of the memorial.
At $7,000, this single penny is worth more than most people's entire collections when first starting out, or even for a while. It's an absolutely beautiful specimen of a Lincoln cent with this variety. Even a circulated, brown version of this error can sell for an upwards of about $50 to $100 all day, with anything in MS63 or higher breaking the $100 mark. Now, not every error, though, stays bright red. Let's look at this 1994 Lincoln cent with a double die reverse FS801 also, but graded MS64 red-brown. This one sold a while ago, but I wanted to show you the sheer drop-off in value for a toned coin. It sold in 2018 for $57. This coin shows that even with some oxidation, though, the rarity of the extra pillars keeps the value pretty high. At $57, you can see a significant premium for a coin that might look like an average penny to the untrained eye. In brown condition, an MS62 or 63 still sells for like $30, so you can see that these varieties are worth looking for all day long. Finally, we have a mint state uncirculated red example. This one is the Red Discovery, a 1994 Lincoln cent double die reverse graded MS64 red. This one sold in June of 2025 for $182. Because this coin retained that full red luster, it brought triple the price tag of that previous red-brown one we just saw. It proves that when it comes to modern errors, and really most coins, color is a massive factor in the final auction price. Lower grade ones, though, can still fetch really good money, over $100 in a lot of cases, if you can find any uncirculated rolls of 1994 coins. These are the ones you're going to want to look for because they're worth the good money. 95 is a legendary year for us collectors. This is because it produced one of the most famous and visible double dies in history. And I'm not talking about the 1955 either. We're going to break down what you need to look for so you can find that famous error. We're exploring 6 incredible certified coin sales from the big auction houses. These include condition rarities worth over $2,000 and a Denver error that most people might not even know exists. Let's dive into 1995 Lincoln cents. We'll start off with a technical masterpiece out of Philly, the Philadelphia Super Gem. This 1995 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS69 red by NGC. This one sold for $785 in the end of 2025. Now, with over 6 billion pennies struck in Philadelphia that year, finding an MS69 is actually a massive challenge. Most zinc pennies from the 90s, as many of you know, are plagued by spots. They're plagued by plating blisters and beat up from the massive canvas bags they were transported in. This coin managed to survive in nearly perfect condition, making it a mandatory piece for any top-tier set. It represents the absolute peak of what you're looking for as far as condition out of the Philly Mint in 1995. But let's do a lower grade value check. In MS66, this coin is only worth $5 or $10 maybe. In MS67, MS68, you can get up towards the $100 region. That jump to MS69, though, is where the crazy money is going to happen, and you'll start to see the multi-$100 bids happening at auction for these 1995 Philly cents. Next, we have a really cool one out of Philadelphia, so I wanted to make sure to show you this one. It's a specialized error that adds that extra spark to any 1995 collection, or heck, any Lincoln cent collection. We're looking at this 1995 Philly Lincoln cent EIR variety from Annex, graded MS66 red in an old style holder. This one sold for only $28, and I know that's not a ton of money, but this is such a cool and fun error
that you can look for, this variety is a really great addition to any collection. This is the EIR variety, which is actually a die break error. Part of the BE in the word Liberty on the front or obverse gets chipped or broken, making it look like EIR in the word. This specific coin is graded MS66 red by Annex, meaning it has that full original mint luster and no real wear. It's also in an old holder, or OH on the label, which refers to an earlier style slab that many collectors prefer for their more vintage appeal. This is just a really fun, affordable error that proves even common years have those cool, quirky little hidden treasures. Because these die breaks are relatively accessible too, you can find them in your pocket change. Now let's head over to the Denver Mint for a coin that commanded a huge premium. It's a real Denver powerhouse. This is a 1995 D Lincoln Cent, graded MS69 red through PCGS. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $2,160. Let's look at that price tag. Denver struck over 7 billion Lincoln cents in 95, yet only 7 coins have ever been graded at MS69 red by PCGS. This is the definition of a condition rarity. Collectors compete fiercely for these because it's basically like the end boss for Denver in this series. It is perfectly clean, perfectly red, and perfectly struck. A very beautiful 1995 D. When you talk about other grades, though, there is a cliff. It drops off suddenly, and usually you see even ones in MS67 selling for only around $35 to $75 depending on the auction. Let's check in on the proof production from San Francisco, though. This is a 1995 S Lincoln Cent, proof 70, red ultra cameo from NGC. This one sold for $58, actually a really great price for a proof coin. San Francisco proofs are really like the supermodels of the hobby. This coin features that Lincoln label and hits the highest grade possible, a perfect 70. This means it is flawless, under 5 times magnification. While these are beautiful, the population's pretty high for 70s actually, for 1995. At basically $60, it's a perfect specimen for any collector wanting to represent the highest possible grade from the San Francisco Mint for this year. When looking at lower graded proofs, PR69, 68s are still absolutely stunning and sell for around $15 to $30. So there's still some value there, but it's really the perfect 70 that's going to garner the most value and be the most sought after. Now let's get to the superstar of 1995, the FS101 double die. This is a 1995 Lincoln Cent double die obverse, FS101, graded MS66 red. It sold in June of 2025 for $192. This is really the big one everyone looks for. This coin is housed in one of those older Generation 3.1 green label holders from PCGS. This adds a bit of a pedigree to the coin. The doubling on the word Liberty and the phrase "In God We Trust" is incredible. It can often be seen with the naked eye, and while thousands of these have been certified, finding one in a high red uncirculated grade like MS66 is going to be a major win for pretty much any coin hunter. The great thing is that you can actually find these right in your pocket change. A circulated brown version of a 1995 DDO is still worth in upwards of $40 to $80. An MS63 sells for around $60 to $80 all day. Finally, we see the Denver discovery. We have a rare Denver variety from a famous collection to close out the video. This is a 1995 D Lincoln Cent double die obverse or DDO FS103 graded MS66 red. This one sold for $1,550, while the Philly DDO is of course more famous.
The Denver FS103 is way more rare. This coin comes from also a prestigious collection, the Marigold collection. The doubling is more subtle than the Philly version, but the scarcity drives the price into the thousands, as you can see. It features vibrant luster, a beautiful strike, and it makes this coin really a trophy for variety specialists. Now in lower grades, these are still extremely rare. Even low MS grades can sell for hundreds of dollars, $300 to $500 in a lot of cases, and even more beat-up specimens can still break the $100 mark. If you're just starting out, 1995 is the perfect year to learn how to hunt for varieties. While most Lincoln cents are just worth 1 cent, the 1995 Double Die Obverse, or DDO, is the poster child for modern errors. To identify a real double die versus machine doubling, you can check out my extensive video on that right under my courses tab on my channel. But you want to look for clear, notched separation in the letters. On the 1995 Philly DDO, you can see this clearly in the word Liberty and the phrase "In God We Trust." But the real money, that comes down to condition. You need to look for coins that are full red and free of any spots or plating blisters. Those tiny bubbles caused by gas trapped under the copper wash are killers for value. Once you can spot the difference between a common spender, machine doubling and real doubling, and a technical gem, you're ahead of 90% of people that are just looking through their pocket change. We are looking at a year where a single cent recently sold for over $20,000. We're breaking down 6 certified auction sales of 1996 Lincoln cents that prove you should never overlook this common year. From an ultra-high grade Philly to elite Denver strikes and a flawless proof, this is the 1996 mini deep dive you were looking for. We start with a coin that shows you that the entry point for high-grade 90s pennies is achievable and at a relatively affordable price. This is a 1996 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red through PCGS. It sold through Heritage in January of 2026 for $94. For most 90s years, MS68 is really the sweet spot. It's a grade that is difficult to find and change, but common enough that you can buy one for around $90 to $100. This coin has a technical registry value of P1, meaning it's highly sought after by collectors trying to build those high-ranked sets. If yours is a lower grade, lower condition, you still can make some money off of it. If your 1996 Philly cent is like an MS65 or 66, it still can sell for around $5 to $20. Now you move up to MS67 or higher, this is where the value will peak at the $75 or more mark. But now you have to hold on to your seats for the biggest sale of the year. This next one is a $20,000 legend. This is a 1996 Philadelphia Lincoln cent as well, but graded MS69 red through PCGS. This one sold through GreatCollections for $20,250. This is the coin that shocked the numismatic world. This is one of those technical masterpieces. There are essentially no scratches, no spots, and no plating bubbles on a coin that was never intended to be preserved that way. When a coin this perfect hits the auction block, those top registry set collectors are going to jump and go into a bidding war. At over 20 grand, this is one of the most valuable modern pennies ever sold. Now, of course, yours might not be that $20,000 piece. The gap between this coin and the one we just saw is obviously massive. While an MS68 is around $100, this MS69 is $20,000. And other versions in the same grade have still hit prices in the $3,000 to $6,000 mark in the last few years. So you can see that top-end condition is really where it's at. But let's move over to the Mile High City Strikes. This is the Denver silver medal for the year. This is a 1996 D Lincoln cent, MS68 Red through PCGS. It sold in 2025 for $433. Denver strikes from 96 are generally considered a bit tougher than Philadelphia in these high grades. It's quite hard to find really high condition Denver strikes, not only from the minting process, but how they were transported. This MS68 brought over 4 times the price of the Philly version we started off with. It features a razor sharp strike, a beautiful vibrant color, and that fresh from the mint red luster. It really hasn't faded over these last 30 years. A 1996D in lower grades can still fetch around $15 to $100 depending on condition. So you'll really want to look for clean examples, and you can still pick up uncirculated rolls on the internet that you can search through. Let's look at the Denver Elite though. Even that $400 price tag is small compared to this Denver gem. This is a 1996D Lincoln Cent graded MS69 Red by PCGS. This one sold in July of 2025 for $4,162. From the Lincoln collection of Lincoln Cents, this coin is one of the finest known survivors for the Denver Mint. At over $4,000, it really shows that the demand for MS69 1990s Lincoln Cents isn't just limited to Philadelphia. If you find one of those 1996 D pennies that's absolutely flawless, you might want to consider getting it graded. And now for the coins that were made specifically for us collectors, the San Francisco Proofs. This is a 1996 S Lincoln Cent graded PR70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. This one sold in October of 2024 for $71. I know that sale was a little while ago, but I wanted to show you the San Francisco perfection. San Francisco proofs are struck twice. This is done using polished dies and planchets. This coin achieved the perfect grade of 70. While it's beautiful, so many of these were kept in their original mint packaging that they aren't nearly as rare as the business strikes that we just went over. At $71 though, it's a great deal for a really perfect coin. Normally you see these at PR69, maybe PR69 Deep Cameo, which looks almost identical to this one with the naked eye. Those are only worth around $15 to $25. Let's round things out with the high-end proof though. Sometimes the price of perfection fluctuates. This is a 1996 S Lincoln Cent graded PR70 Deep Cameo Red through PCGS. It sold for $154. This is the oldest sale in the video, but it really shows a beautiful, beautiful coin. This is the exact same grade as the previous coin, but it sold for double the price a year earlier. This shows how market timing and the specific eye appeal of a slab coin can change the final results. With a population of only about 800 of these, it's still a relatively low mintage trophy for any collector. If you're new to the hobby, you might wonder, how can a penny from 1996 be worth 20 grand? It comes down to 2 words: condition rarity. In 1996, the mint used copper-plated zinc planchets that were extremely prone to plating blisters, and also prone to tiny contact marks from being tossed into heavy mint bags and transported. So when we talk about a grade like MS69, we're literally talking about a coin that is virtually perfect. And out of 13 billion Lincoln Cents struck for 96, only a handful have ever achieved perfect grades. We're breaking down 6 incredible Lincoln Cent sales, all from certified auction houses. But before we get into that, let's talk about how the heck do you spot the doubled ear Lincoln in the first place? 1997 is one of the most rewarding years to search your pocket change for. Why? Because of the FS101 doubled ear Lincoln. Unlike some varieties that require a microscope, you can see this one with the naked eye. It's pretty straightforward. You just want to look directly at the bottom of Lincoln's ear. Check out his earlobe. On a normal coin, it's a single smooth curve. On this variety, you'll see a clear secondary earlobe hanging right below the first one. It looks like he has a doubled lobe,
But don't forget the basics though, even if it's not a variety. A 1997 Lincoln Cent in really perfect, high condition, with that nice full red color, can still be a trophy by itself and worth good money. We start off with the high-grade beauty out of Philly. This is a 1997 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent, graded MS68 red through NGC. This one sold for $372. For a 1997 Philly Cent, hitting MS68 is a major hurdle and accomplishment. Out of billions of them struck, only about 50 have ever been graded this high. It carries a registry value of N69, which basically means it is a critical piece for completing a top-ranked set. It's brilliant, it's red, and it's nearly flawless. Now, what if yours falls a bit short? Even the lower MS grades can sell in upwards of $25 to around $35. So that's not too shabby, but you'll have to keep in mind the cost of getting it graded will probably exceed that. But they are a great piece to get graded and hold on to for a long-term collection. Now let's look at the best of the best though. This is a registry king. A 1997 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent, graded MS69 red through PCGS. This one sold right in the middle of 2025 for $4,440. This is one of only 4 coins ever graded MS69 red by PCGS. So think about that. Out of 4.6 billion Lincoln Cents, only 4 are this perfect. Well, so far. The auction description calls this one remarkable, and it really is. It has a beautiful glisten and shimmer to it. It's an absolutely flawless strike. It really just looks like a piece of numismatic art that's well worth that $4,000 price tag. Now, sorry to say though, the price gap here is legendary. You can buy an MS68 for around $300, but to get that one extra point of perfection, you have to pay over $4,000. Lower grade ones in the low MS grades, AU, are really not worth the grading fees, so that would be kinda up to you. Oddly enough, 1997 Philly Cents with really cool toning and eye appeal can actually garner more value than the regular strikes in the same grades. But we have to head over to the Mile High Mint, the Denver proof-like discoveries and the value there. This is a 1997 D Lincoln Cent, graded MS68 red PL through PCGS. This one sold for $704. Now notice the PL at the end of the grade. That stands for proof-like. This is a business strike that was intended for circulation, but because it was struck with a basically fresh, polished die, it has mirror-like finish like a proof coin. Proof-like designations on Lincoln Cents from the 90s are really, really rare. Also, finding one in MS68 grade is like finding that needle in a haystack, which collectors will pay easily this $700 price for. Now, let's do a lower grade check though. A standard 96D in MS68 without that PL is worth a lot less, but still well over $200. The PL designation is what really adds that massive several $100 premium here. For comparison, let's look at a standard high-grade Denver strike. This is a 1997 D Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red through PCGS. It sold at the end of 2023, which was a little bit ago, but is a great comparison piece. It sold for $59. While still an absolutely beautiful MS68, this coin doesn't have that proof-like mirror finish. It doesn't have that extreme rarity of the Philadelphia version with those qualities. However, it still is a registry quality coin. At basically $60, it's an affordable way to add a high-grade 90s Denver Cent to your collection without breaking the bank. The drop-off in value, though, is really steep here. Anything below the MS67 range is gonna be worth about $10. You can buy them for $10 to $25 at most, pretty much all day, for grades under MS67. Now let's head west to the San Francisco Mint. We'll talk a little bit about the San Francisco Perfection. This is a 1997 S Lincoln Cent PR70 Deep Cameo Red. This one sold
at the end of 2023 as well, but is an absolutely phenomenal example of a beautiful S-Mint proof for 1997. This one sold for $61. The 1997 S proof is stunning, of course, featuring the deep contrast between those frosted devices and the beautiful mirrored fields. While there are hundreds of these in PR70, they still maintain a steady value, so picking these up is actually an okay investment. It's the perfect representation, I think, of the year's proof production. Lower grades like PR69 and anything lower are only going to be worth about the $10 to $20 region, not worth the fee to get them graded, so that's really up to you. It's really this high-end 70 that's going to garner any sort of value. Now, probably what you've been waiting for, let's get to the famous doubled ear Lincoln cent for 1997. This is a 1997 Philadelphia doubled ear FS101, graded MS65 red through PCGS. This one sold at the end of 2025 for $169. This is a superstar variety. Over the years, there's other versions of this same error that have sold for tons of money. But this is a recent sale and a really great example for one found in pocket change. You can clearly see the secondary earlobe dangling below Lincoln's real ear. This coin is graded MS65 red, which is a solid gem grade, I think. While prices for these can reach well over $1,000, this MS65 example is a great mid-range target for any of you collectors. The great thing is, like I said, you can find these in circulated condition in pocket change. And even brown circulated doubled ear 1997 Lincoln cents sell for $50 or more. So they're a great treasure hunt coin and one of my favorites. 1998 is one of the most important years in modern numismatics. It's one of my favorite years to look for in pocket change. And if you enjoy finding those little treasures hidden in the coins that you would normally just throw in a jar, then this video's for you. In 98, the Mint accidentally swapped proof dies with business dies, creating some of the most famous transitional varieties in history, not to mention some of the most valuable. We're looking at 6 certified coin sales, including the famous wide AM and rare proof-like Denver strikes. This is going to be a great one for all the money lovers out there, so let's jump right into it. We start off with a standard but stunning Philadelphia coin. This is a 1998 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, rated MS68 red by PCGS. This one sold in the latter end of 2024 for $84. Even without a variety, a 1998 penny in MS68 is a survivor. Most zinc pennies from this era are covered in what's known as zinc rot, or tiny little black spots all over the coins. Finding one this clean is a real rarity, which is why it carries that registry value of N69. It's the perfect coin for someone building a top-tier set. Now, what if yours is a lower condition, though? You can still sell these really well, even ungraded, but in lower graded conditions, they can still garner in upwards of $15 to $35. You'll have to consider the cost of grading, though, but many of these are graded and then held on to long-term. But let's look over to the Denver Mint for its version of perfection. This is a 1998D Lincoln cent graded MS68 red through NGC. This one sold for $139. Now, Denver produced over 5 billion Lincoln cents in 98, but finding one in this perfect of a grade is surprisingly difficult. This example brought almost $140 because only 53 or so have hit this grade at NGC. It features a booming luster, a razor-sharp strike, and it's just an overall beautiful Lincoln Memorial pop off the reverse. It's a great looking coin. Now 1998 Ds that aren't quite this condition are still really valuable. You can get an upwards of 10 to 12 bucks for one that looks really clean and still has that really nice red luster to it. But let's talk about an oddball, a specialist's dream, the proof-like surprise from Denver. This is a 1998 D Lincoln Cent graded MS67 red PL. This one sold for $87. Check out that PL on the label. That stands for proof-like. Even though this was a business strike meant for a vending machine, the dies were so fresh, so polished, that the fields have a mirror-like reflection just like a proof coin. While the grade is technically lower than the one we just saw, proof-like designation makes it a rare find for any Denver cent from the late 90s. Of course, without the PL designation, these are not worth too much. The PL label literally adds 600 to 800% premium to the price of a normal 1998 D graded the same way, which generally sells for around $10 to $25. Let's head over west though, and let's look at the intended wide AM, the San Francisco Proof. This is a 1998 S Lincoln Cent Proof 70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It only sold for $38 though. This is what a normal 98 proof should look like. It has the wide AM spacing and hits the perfect grade of 70. Because millions of these were saved in mint sets, the price remains very affordable for 1998 proof Lincoln Cents. They are gorgeous, they have that great deep mirrored-like finish that every collector should have, but they're simply just not crazy valuable. Ones in PR69 usually sell for around $15 or $20. Now let's get to an error version of that proof though. The rare proof close AM. I have an extensive video talking about how to tell the difference between a wide AM and a close AM on Lincoln Cents. I'll link that video in a pinned comment on this video. This is a 1998 S Close AM FS901 graded PR69 Deep Cameo through PCGS. This one sold right at the end of 2025 for $288. Remember how a normal proof has a wide AM. This coin was accidentally struck with a business strike die, giving it a close AM on the reverse. This is a major variety that is much rarer than the Philly wide AM. At $288 for a grade 69, this shows the high demand for any of these transitional errors. Because this is a rare error, even AU examples can sell in upwards of $100 or more. So this is one of those great coins to look for out of the proof sets. But what about the Philadelphia one? The one that's made as a business strike. We're talking about the one you can find in your pocket change, the famous Philly wide AM. This is a 1998 Philadelphia wide AM reverse FS901 graded MS65 red. This one sold for $71. Now I know what you might be thinking. I've seen a ton of videos, Kyle. A bunch of people across YouTube say these are worth thousands of dollars. Well, I'll let them believe that. Of course, if we're talking perfect grades like MS68s, 69s, yes, they get way up there, well over the $1,000 or $2,000 mark. But we're talking about recent sales. This is a realistic coin that someone came across, saw the wide AM, and really turned a profit. This is the reverse of the previous error, a business strike Philly penny with a wide AM proof reverse. This MS65 example is absolutely beautiful. It proves you can find actual auction-worthy treasures in those uncirculated rolls you can buy right offline. It's a must-have for any Lincoln Cent variety collector. The great thing is, you can find these in circulation. Even ones that are browned, circulated, sell for 10 to 25 bucks all day. You don't have to get them graded either. You can sell these for over face value really easily, a few bucks over face value in raw form. 1998 is a really awesome year of Lincoln Cents to search for. So my strategy is really easy. First, check the Philly Lincoln Cents for wide AMs,
and any proof coins that you might come across for close AMs. It's one of those double-sided hunts. If the AM spacing is hard to see, look at the initials FG next to the memorial. On a wide AM, the initials are closer to the building. On a close AM, they're farther away. Also look for those proof-like Denver coins. They're really rare, they are sleepers, but they are worth great value. As we close out the 90s, we aren't just looking at the end of a decade. We are looking at the peak of the transitional die era. So we're going to break down 7 certified auction sales that define this year. From a standard but beautiful gem to a legendary 1999 wide AM. This one is significantly rarer than the 98 or 2000 versions. So grab your loupes, plug in your USB microscopes, dump out those old jars of pennies, find those 99s, because this is a year that can turn your pocket change into real profit. Let's start off with a Philly perfection. This is a 1999 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent, graded MS68 red through PCGS. This one sold right at the end of 2025 for $108. This is a definitive condition rarity. With over 5 billion struck in 99, a 1999 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent is actually pretty common. But 1999 was really bad for zinc planchet quality. Most are covered in tiny bubbles, a bunch of marks, and zinc rot. This MS68 is essentially a flawless survivor. But let's talk raw and lower grade values, the pocket change. Most are worth exactly 1 cent, as you probably know. If you find one in a mint set that looks perfect but is ungraded, you can still sell those for quite a bit above face value, but it's really the certified examples that can hit the $100 mark or higher. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about a Denver Giant. This is a 1999 D Lincoln Cent, graded MS69 red through PCGS. It sold in July of 2025 for $605. From the famous Lincoln collection, this coin is a monster. An MS69 is 1 point away from the coveted perfect 70. In the world of modern cents, an MS69 is considered the terminal grade for Denver strikes of this year. But what if yours is not so pristine? Now generally they are worth just 1 cent. Even uncirculated raw Denver cents from rolls are worth about 50 cents at most. When they're graded though, the value can jump up exponentially, with ones in mid-MS grades or higher peaking $40-50 or more. We have to talk about the flawless S proof coins though. This is a 1999 S Lincoln Cent Proof 70 Deep Cameo through PCGS. It sold on January 25th of 2026 for $43. Now I know what you're thinking, only $43, but $43 is more than the whole set cost. This is a perfect coin from the Terry's Toners collection. It's beautiful, and it's a standard proof strike with the wide AM spacing, which is correct for proofs of that year. Because 3.3 million were made though, even a perfect 70 stays affordable, and I think it is a great pickup for any collector. In raw form, you can pick up proof sets from 99 for around $20 including shipping, making the individual raw penny worth about $2 or $3. Now when it's graded, even if it's not 70, a PR69 can sell in upwards of $20 or $30, which doesn't beat the cost of grading, but preserves the condition and is a great addition to any set. Now let's get to what many of you came to this video for, the rare 1999 S Close AM. This is a 1999 S Close AM FS901, graded PR69 Red Deep Cameo from PCGS. This sold in March of 2025 for $192. Now we're getting into the errors, and I love varieties and errors. Heck, it's the name of the channel.
This is a proof coin struck with a business die. There are only 32 or so of these graded by PCGS in this grade. It's the opposite of the wide AM error we talk about in other videos. Now, if you discover one of these in a set ungraded, it is immediately worth $60 or more. Hunters love buying these raw and trying for that PR70 grade. Even PR68s can sell greatly for $100 or more all day. But what about that NGC Close AM? This is the counterpart, a 1999 S Close AM rated Proof 67 Red Ultra Cameo from NGC. It sold at the end of 2025 for $90. This proves that even low-grade proofs of this variety are trophies. A Proof 67 is really actually quite low for a modern S Mint coin, but because of the variety and its scarcity, it still commanded nearly $100. Now, if these coins have fingerprints, haze, they're problem coins, so to speak, but they show that Close AM, they can still be worth $30 or $40 or more. When you get into certified examples, even lower proof grades can sell for $50 or more. Let's talk about one of my favorites from this year, though, the Wide AM Philly King. This is a 1999 Philadelphia Wide AM FS901 graded MS66 Red from PCGS. It sold in the beginning of 2025 for $432. Here it is. This one I think everyone's heard of and wants. An MS66 Red Wide AM is a beautiful coin with full copper luster. Finding this variety in red is really difficult because most were circulated before being found and are quite beat up. Now, even ungraded, these coins with a wide AM and original red mint luster can be worth $150 or more dollars. But what about the counterpart from Annex? The Annex Wide AM. This is a 99 Philly cent as well, with a Wide AM FS901 variety. It's graded MS64 RB from Annex. This one sold in November of 2025 for $139. This coin has a red-brown toning, even though it's an MS64 and not from PCGS or NGC as you commonly see. It brought nearly $140. This is the working man's variety, I think. It doesn't have to be perfect to be worth good money. Even ungraded, I think these are the ultimate jar find. A brown, kind of beat up, circulated 99, but with that wide AM, can sell for $25 to $50 to another collector or to a shop. Now, a key tip for hunters, though, look for the initials FG. On a wide AM, the FG is closer to the memorial building than on the standard cent. If you're new to the hobby, then you do need to understand why the 1999 is a special coin to look for. For years, the mint used wide AM reverses for everything. In '93, they switched to the close AM for business strikes. But in 1999, someone at the Philadelphia Mint grabbed a proof die, the wide AM reverse, and threw it on a regular production press. Here's the secret, though. While the 98 and 2000 wide AMs are relatively easier to find, the 99 wide AM is the rarest of the three. If you see a gap between the A and the M in America on the reverse of a 99, you aren't just looking at a variety. You're looking at a possible three-figure find, even in ugly condition. These are awesome coins to look for. The whole year has gems in it, and I think they're great to add to any collection. Let's start off with the Philadelphia Standard. This is a 2000 Lincoln Cent graded MS68 Red from PCGS. It sold for $201, so a great premium over that 1 cent face value. We start here because it's the standard business strike out of Philadelphia, one that you'll see in your pocket change. In 2000, they had a massive mintage. 5.5 billion of them would be produced. But finding one in this perfect of condition is really tough. This MS-68 brought over $200. It managed to escape the bag marks and zinc spots common to this year. But what if yours is more like pocket change? Even a shiny 2000 Lincoln cent from your pocket change is worth normally 1 cent. But if you pick up uncirculated rolls, those can be worth a few dollars even ungraded to your local shop or another collector. Now when you get into MS grades, you'll start to see values around $20 to $30, and they'll keep going up as you get closer to MS-66 or higher. This is where you'll see the real value for 2000's Philadelphia Lincoln cents. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint for a Denver bargain. This is a 2000D Lincoln cent graded MS-68 red also, but it sold for only $43. Here we have a Denver counterpart. Denver was the workhorse for this year. They minted 8.7 billion Lincoln cents out of Denver for 2000. Because the mintage was so high, and the quality was actually pretty decent, an MS-68 is not as rare as that Philadelphia version we just saw. This sold for just $43, but it makes it an affordable addition to anybody's set. What a great price for an absolutely beautiful coin. Now, raw and ungraded, billions exist. So unless it has a major error or it's in incredible shape, your 2000D is probably face value. But what about the proof coins out of San Francisco? Let's talk about a mysterious red-brown proof. This is a 2000S Proof 66 red and brown that sold right at the end of 2025 for $89. This is also a really weird one. Modern proofs are almost always deep cameo and really perfect looking. This coin is graded PR66 red and brown. This implies it likely had some toning or environmental reaction that turned the copper brown. Usually, impaired proofs like this are going to be considered worthless almost, but this one brought nearly $90. It shows that some collectors will pay a premium for that unique, attractive toning, that rainbow coloring that really makes these coins pop. Normally speaking, if you find a proof in circulation, which means it was cracked out of the case and spent on something, it's usually worth $1 or $2 as a novelty. When you get up towards PR69 decams and stuff, these normally sell for around $15 to $25, so this unique look is really what got the value here. Let's move on to the wide AM for 2000 though. This is a 2000 wide AM FS901 graded MS67 red from PCGS. It sold for $298. Now this is the main variety for the year. This is the wide AM in a stunning grade. While the 2000 wide AM is easier to find than the 99, finding it in MS67 is difficult. That grade is a great achievement. Most found in circulation are going to be brown. This coin has full luster and a beautiful red coloring to it, like it just came from the mint. This is why it sold for nearly $300. Now, even ungraded, these can sell for around $10 to $15. If you are able to find a shiny red one in, say, a roll, it's worth an upwards of $50 or $60, even ungraded sometimes. Let's talk about the Annex Type 2 Discovery, though. This is a 2000 wide AM Type 2 reverse, graded MS67 red from Annex. This one sold for $116. I wanted to include this to teach you about labeling. Annex often labels their wide AMs as Type 2 reverses, since it uses the proof hub. This is the exact same variety as the FS901. However, notice the price difference though. The PCGS coin brought $298, while the Annex coin in the same exact grade brought $116. I think this is a classic example of the holder premium. A buying tip here is if you see an Annex wide AM selling for much cheaper, then it might be a great way to get the variety for your collection at a discount compared to PCGS and sometimes NGC. Let's get over to those Cheerios scents though, those wonderful promotional scents I mentioned earlier. This is a 2000 Cheerios scent graded MS68 Red. It sold for $1,561. It is definitely the big winner. This penny came from one of those cereal boxes. Because it was sealed in plastic from day one, it was preserved perfectly. An MS68 grade on a Cheerios scent is extremely desirable because it combines the nostalgia of the promotion with top-tier condition. Selling for over $1,500, this makes it one of those treasures for 2000s collectors. If you still have the penny sealed in the original Cheerios plastic, do not open it. In the original wrapper, it sells for $10 to an upwards of $30 all day. Now, once it's open, though, it's just a regular 2000s penny unless you get it graded with the Cheerios label. This requires sending in the package to the grader, but it typically does have to be sealed to get that annotation. So what about a reality check? A slightly lower graded Cheerios scent. We'll round out the video with this 2000 Cheerios scent graded MS66 Red from PCGS. It sold for only $30. Here is the reality check. This is also a certified Cheerios scent, but it graded MS66. The price plummeted from $1,500 down to $30. This shows that the Cheerios label alone is not enough. You need the high grade to make the real money. If your Cheerios Lincoln scent has any spots or scratches on it, it's just a cool keepsake and something to hold on to, but not anything to go towards the retirement fund. You really only want to submit sealed Cheerios scents if you are confident that they look flawless. Otherwise, keep them in the wrapper. They're a cool historical piece that's one of those weird odd promotions that everyone should get a hold of one. I think the year 2000 is about checking the reverse and checking the packaging. So my strategy is pretty straightforward. Always hunt for the wide AMs. Check every 2000 Lincoln scent that you find. It is the most likely variety you will find in pocket change. That's why the late 90s and the 2000s are awesome. So check for that gap between the A&M in America. If you come across, you already have, whatever, you find one at the flea market, a Cheerios scent in the plastic, buy it. I don't even care if it's beat up. Even if the coin's not perfect, unopened packaging has value and they are just a cool piece. We're looking at 7 certified coins that prove a single point on the grading scale can be the difference between a few bucks and a $700 payday. From the Lincoln Collection gems to a mere $45 perfect proof, let's see why 2001 is a sleeper year for us collectors. Let's start off with a Philly powerhouse. This is a 2001 Philadelphia Lincoln scent graded MS69 Red from PCGS. This one sold for $703. I wanted to start off with a heavy hitter. This one has some pedigree too, because it comes from the prestigious Lincoln Collection. To get an MS69, a coin has to be virtually perfect. Out of nearly 5 billion of them that would be minted for Philly that year, only a tiny fraction survived in really good grades though. This year is the definition of a top population coin. The highest possible grade for a business strike of this year. Now, what if yours isn't so pretty? Let's talk pocket change. Normally, they're going to be worth 1 cent. Even shiny ones from a bankroll are usually worth about 10 to 20 cents. Don't let that discourage you though, because any grades that come back, even in MS grades from those uncirculated bankrolls, can really hike the value up from those low raw values. There is a cliff. An MS67 is worth like $15 to $30, but an MS-68 jumps up into the $100 or more region. So let's talk about one of those MS-68s, but one that sold for only $44. This is a 2001 Philadelphia cent, graded MS-68 red through PCGS as well. It sold for $44. Compare this to the coin we just saw. This is the same year, same mint, and it's still a beautiful coin. But because it isn't that elusive MS-69, price stays under $50 due to the amount of them that are out there. This is one of those great reminders, I think. If you're grading 2001 Lincoln cents, it's perfection or bust. But what about the Mile High Mint? We have to talk about the Denver coins. This is a 2001 D Lincoln cent, graded MS-68 red through PCGS. It sold for a whopping $35.92. Denver minted fewer Lincoln cents than Philly in 2001, whereas in previous years, Denver would be the workhorse mint. But they did a better job of it in all cases. High-grade Denver cents are slightly more common. This is why the values are pretty much equal to the cost of grade right now. It's a flawless-looking coin for the price of a couple of pizzas. So I think they're a great buy, and even though you might be thinking, $36, Kyle, thought you were an authority on coins, why would I buy that? Well, think about it. $36 for a graded coin in MS-68? I'll take that all day. But let's move over to the perfection from San Francisco, the proof coins. This is a 2001 S Lincoln cent, proof 70, deep cameo from PCGS. It sold for $45. Now we move to San Francisco. In 2001, they made 3.1 million proof sets. A PR70 is a perfect coin, as you know. No flaws, even under 5 times magnification. $45 though, you are getting the absolute best version of the 2001 cent that exists. It's a registry coin meant for people trying to build that #1 set and at a great value. A 2001 proof set costs only around $10 to $20, making the raw penny worth only $2. But if yours comes back graded even decently, PR68 or higher, those can sell for really good money. Speaking of really good money, the 2001 D Perfection. This is a 2001 D Lincoln cent, graded MS-69 red. This one sold for $264. I'm showing you this to highlight the condition rarity ceiling for Denver. While the Philly MS-69 we saw in the beginning hit that $700 value, this Denver MS-69 brought 1/3 of that. At the time of this sale, though, there were only 21 known in this grade. This is what elite hunting looks like. Searching through thousands of coins to find the one that the machines didn't touch. But that's the love of this hobby, right? You can find a treasure hidden amongst the mounds of regular pocket change. If you are roll hunting 2001 D cents, look for a satin finish, 0 marks on Lincoln's lapel, and across the strike. These are the ones that can grade really high, making that one coin that could be worth $30 into a coin that could be worth $200 or more. 2001 is that year of the ultra grade. By 2001, the Philadelphia and Denver mints were pumping out nearly 9 billion pennies combined. With that kind of volume, the dies get tired, the planchets get messy, and the coins get beat up in the hopper. Because there are no major widespread varieties like the 1999 wide AM, collectors focus really on the strike quality and the surfaces. So it makes my strategy for hunting 2001 Lincoln cents really straightforward. Don't settle. If you're going to pay to grade a 2001 penny, it better be flawless. MS-67s and 68s aren't going to pay the bills for the fees of getting the coin graded for this year. Lastly, buy up proof sets if you can. Even if you don't think you'll get it graded soon, they're great to hold on to, they're beautiful coins, and you can get them graded later and maybe turn a really good profit. 2002 is the ultimate set builder year, I think. These coins are sleepers, their values move slow and steady, but historically,
they have shown a consistent upward climb. So today we're going to break down 4 certified sales from Heritage Auctions and GreatCollections that prove why holding on to a perfect 2002 cent might be one of your best long-term moves. Let's start off with the Philly Standard. This is a 2002 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS68 red from PCGS. It sold for $69. This is a foundation coin. An MS68 represents a coin that is nearly perfect. 10 years ago, these were worth about $20. Today we're hitting nearly 70. So it's not a lottery win, but you can see that consistent growth in value. It's the kind of Lincoln cent you put away in a long-term box and you just forget about it and let it gain value over time. Sadly though, ungraded, pocket change, raw versions of these coins are generally worth face value. Even shiny, really clean ones are going to be worth less than $1. Grading is pretty much necessary to get any value, and right now, even top end, they might be worth just the cost to grade. Let's look at a gem version of this coin to compare. This is a 2002 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS69 red by PCGS. It sold for $253. This coin comes from the famous Lincoln collection. This is where the patience pays off. An MS69 is the terminal grade for this year. Only a tiny handful are this clean. This coin sold for over $250 because registry set collectors are competing for the top spot. If you find a 2002 that looks truly flawless, then I think it's worth the grading fee. Another thing you can look for is double dies. They are rare, but with a massive return on investment, errors in general are always worth looking for when going through your Lincoln cents. Let's jump over to the mile-high mint though, the Denver Mint. This is a 2002 D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red by PCGS. It sold for $191. Historically, Denver strikes a bit cleaner than Philly, which is why the MS69 price here is going to be lower than the 69 price for the Philly coin we just saw. However, this is still a high-value condition rarity cent. It shows a steady demand from collectors who would want a perfect Denver mint mark to complete that 21st century set. Now, raw and ungraded, these are generally worth just face value in circulation. When you get into MS grades like MS65 or higher, though, you can get a value of about $20 and upward. It's not until you get to MS67 or higher that you break the $45, $50 threshold. But we can't talk about 2002 without talking about the proof cents out of San Francisco. This is a 2002 S Lincoln cent proof 70 deep cameo from PCGS. It sold for $67. 2002 S proof is a beautiful, beautiful coin. For under $70, you get a perfect coin basically. Proofs from the early 2000s are very affordable right now. I think everyone should look into those if they're into proofs. But as we see older proof generations rise in price, these modern proofs from 20 plus years ago are really starting to follow suit. It's a low-risk, steady reward coin for any collector, I think. Sadly, with proof coins, since they are minted for perfection for collectors, it's really proof 69 or 70 or bust. Anything below this is really only worth about $10 or so. When we look at the historical data for 2002, we see a really clear pattern. Unlike the flash in the pan errors that spike and drop, high-grade 2002 Lincoln cents gain value over the years regularly. Hunters, listen up. Your goal for 2002 is condition rarity, because the strike quality at the Philadelphia and Denver mints was actually quite good this year. Average circulated coins are everywhere. To see real growth, you have to find the coins that avoided the zinc rot, bubbles, and the counting machine scratches. We are also going to look at the 2002 double dies that you can see, because those are something to look for. It's a subtle cherry pick that has slowly doubled in price over the last decade as more variety hunters realize it exists. But double dies are really small on the 2002 cents. You're really looking for high condition coins. 2002 isn't about that quick flip, I think. It's about the long game. So my strategy for hunting them is pretty easy. Use 2002 to practice your grading eye, your conditioning eye. There's tons of them out there, but the high condition ones are where it's at. If you find high grade 2002s, I think you should keep them. I'm not saying go and spend hundreds of dollars grading every 2002 coin. Just throw them in a nice flip and a nice plastic protector, hold on to them, and especially if they have no marks, no scratches, no zinc bubbles, then they are keepers. There's something to hold on to, and maybe down the line, get graded then for some real value. There is a secret to 2003. It is one of the best years to hunt for the elusive proof-like designation. We're going to look at 6 coins that show you why you don't need a massive budget to build a world-class 2003 collection. You just need a sharp eye for condition. Let's start in Philadelphia. This is a 2003 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red through PCGS. This one sold for a whopping $24. Now you're probably wondering, why is it even on the list? Why is it in this video? Again, this is why we call it a set builder year. But don't fret, there will be higher value to come. For less than the cost of grading it basically, you can own a nearly perfect PCGS graded MS68. These are incredibly affordable right now. I think you should snatch them up in any grade. If you are building a registry set, this is going to be your entry point though. Now for ungraded or raw versions of this coin, 2003 Lincoln Cents are generally worth their face value of 1 cent. You can find these in mint condition all day long. Now if you're talking about perfection, that's where the value comes. Anything in MS67 or higher will get, well, over the $10 mark. So you're not talking the cost of grade, but it's worth holding on to any good condition 2003 Philly Cent. But let's talk about that proof-like premium that I mentioned in the beginning of the video. This is a 2003 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS68 PL. This one sold for $88.41. Now let's compare this to the previous coin. Same year, same mint, same grade, but this one has the PL or proof-like designation. That mirror-like finish pushed the price from $20 to nearly $100. This is really where it's an expert's hunt. If you find a penny that reflects light like a mirror, you might have just found a real profit in a real proof-like coin. Proof-likes are essentially where the actual strike of the coin lines up perfectly and appears proof-like the coins coming out of San Francisco for 2003. You'll want to look for deep reflections in the fields. A raw, brilliant red PL can sell for an upwards of $40-50. But let's talk about pure perfection out of Philadelphia. This is the Philly King, a 2003 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS69 red. It sold for $114. This is one of the highest grades you can get. While 2001 and 2002 saw MS69s hitting in upwards of $600 to $700, the 2003 Lincoln Cents have stayed relatively low at around $100. This is what I mean by low value for high grade. It is an absolute steal for this coin. Ungraded versions can be around $1 to $3 if they're really clean. Like the aforementioned Philly Cents in general, there's so many of them out there that even really clean versions that aren't perfect, so to speak, are really not going to garner too much premium. Now let's get over to the Denver Mint. This is a 2003 D Lincoln Cent graded MS69 red from NGC. This one sold for $118. When we move over to the Mile High Mint, just like Philadelphia,
The MS69s are really the ultimate goal, but it remains affordable at just a little over $100. This coin represents really the pinnacle of what the Denver Mint produced in 2003. If you want the best for your collection, this is it. But let's talk about one grade point lower. Right behind it is this 2003 D Lincoln Cent, rated MS68 Red from NGC. It sold for only $31. Denver quality was very high for 2003, making perfection really accessible actually. For $31, you get a beautiful, lustrous coin that looks nearly identical to that MS69, but at a fraction of the cost. That MS69, however, is cleaner under more magnification than this coin. Now, when you're talking about raw coins, the value is going to be usually just the face value. Even coins that are like MS66 or 67 only sell for around $8 to $10, making them not even worth the cost of grading. But they are a great coin to hold on to, maybe way down the road, get it graded, and maybe turn a profit. Let's close out with the perfection from San Francisco, the proof coins. This is a 2003 S Lincoln Cent Proof 70 Deep Cameo. It sold for $39. I wanted to close out this video with an absolutely beautiful proof coin, and that way we can also talk about each mint for 2003. A perfect PR70 for under $40, I'll take that all day. That is incredible value. This coin features the heavy frosted look on Lincoln against that deep, watery, mirror-like field. It is a work of art that shows why Proof 70s are the backbone of any serious modern collection. You can also pick up just proof sets in general for this year for really cheap, like $15 or $20. So what makes 2003 special? While varieties are scarce, the business strikes from Philly were sometimes struck with freshly polished dies. This resulted in that mirror-like finish that we looked at in the beginning, or proof-like finish. These are rare and highly coveted. In today's market, a standard MS68 might only bring around $20, but one that's proof-like can quadruple the value, and that's just going to keep going up over time. I think 2003 is the year to buy the grade really, not the hype, and to hunt for those proof-like coins. Don't just look for red, look for mirror-like finishes. Also, if you can snatch up MS68s, 69s, they're roughly $100 to $150, and I think that's a wonderful value to get in on a coin that's absolutely flawless. Also, you're at a low-risk, high-quality situation. Use 2003 to fill those holes in your set. It's an affordable year that looks really stunning in a slab. We are breaking down 6 certified sales that prove 2004 is not a flyover year. It's not a set builder year, it's a destination. If you want to see valuable coins from the $15 budget error type to an over $1,200 Denver monster, then this video's for you. Let's start off with the Philly Mint. This is a 2004 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent rated MS68 Red through PCGS. It sold for $175 in 2025. So we're starting off strong. In 2003, an MS68 was like $20. In 2004, it jumps to $175. This tells us immediately that finding clean, mark-free surfaces for this year is going to be much harder. If you are submitting bulk submissions of 2004 cents, MS68 is the target. Anything less than an MS68 is likely a break-even or loss proposition. You need that gem luster to justify the fees for grading alone. Speaking of a gem, let's talk about the absolute perfection out of Philadelphia. This 2004 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent rated MS69 Red through PCGS. It sold for $525 in June of 2025. This coin comes from the famous Lincoln collection.
It represents one of those top population coins for Philadelphia. At $525, it's a serious coin. But notice the price gap as we are about to get into the next mint. This coin proves the value of pedigree, though. It's out of the Lincoln collection, which is going to add a high-profile value from a high-profile collection. If you see the words Lincoln Collection on a label, usually there's a bidding war. Now let's get over to the Mile High Mint, but start out with the Budget Hunter's Error. This is a 2004 D Lincoln Cent Double Die Reverse from Annex, graded MS60. This one sold for only $15. Now for the real world. This is a double die reverse found on a Denver minted Lincoln Cent. It's graded MS60 Details, which means it probably has some ugly toning, a little bit of scratches, or environmental damage that caused the blemishes on this coin. It sold for only $15, the price of a fast food meal these days. This is going to come back to condition. It's a value that's less than the cost of grading, but a steal for whoever bought it. Don't ignore the Details coins. This is the perfect entry point for a new collector who wants to own a verified variety without spending hundreds. Sure, it's not a beautiful 69 or 70 coin. It proves that even damaged coins with errors have a market for them, even if it's small. But let's talk about the Mile High Monster. This is a 2004 D Lincoln Cent rated MS69 Red through NGC. It sold for $1,260. Here is the star of the video, a 2004 D in MS69. Look at that price jump. The Philly MS69 was $525, but this Denver MS69 is $1,260. So why the price difference? Population. The Denver Mint dies in 2004 were very overused. This led to mushy strikes and a lot of bag marks. Finding a 2004 D that is sharp, fully red, and mark-free is a needle in a haystack. If you have 2004 mint sets, all the coins in mint sets are worth taking a look at, as you'll see in this next coin. Let's talk about the Proof Standard, out of San Francisco. This 2004 S Lincoln Cent Proof 70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold for a whopping $34. Now we come back down to earth with the San Francisco Proof. As usual, the quality control at San Francisco was excellent. Proof coins, of course, are made for us collectors. With a mintage of nearly 3 million and high survival rates, unbroken from the sets, this is going to be one of those set fillers. You buy this coin to complete your album, not to retire on. Don't overpay for raw proofs thinking they will grade 70. It's cheaper just to buy the overall set and take the gamble yourself rather than buying individual coins. Let's round out the video though with a really great variety to look for. The FS801. This is a 2004 Lincoln Cent Double Die Reverse FS801 graded MS64 Red through PCGS. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $227. Finally, a big variety. This is the FS801. Even in a relatively modest grade like 64, a coin you could easily find in a bankroll sold for over $200. I'll take that all day long. This is a cherry picker's dream. You don't need an MS69 to make real money with these. You just need the error. Look at the central bays of the Lincoln Memorial. If you see those doubled ghost-like columns between the normal columns, you have yourself a $200 plus coin possibly, even if it does have a few scratches. These varieties are really great to hunt for so much, and I love them so much, I'll have another video coming out soon that covers them more deeply and shows you some more valuable ones as some less valuable ones, so you'll get a real good understanding of the 2004 DDR varieties. I think 2004 teaches us that not all mint marks are created equal. I really think you should prioritize Denver. If you're hunting for high grades, then the money's really in Denver. But then again, flawless Philly coins can also pull in good bucks. Hunt for that FS801. It is a legitimate, visible variety that's still hiding in those rolls. You can still find it in pocket change, and even beat up, it can be worth some good money. So keep your eyes out for those doubled columns on the reverse of the 2004 Lincoln cent. Let's dive in. Our first coin is the Business Strike Beauty. This is a 2005 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red through PCGS. It sold for $408 right at the end of 2023. This is a regular strike coin, but look at the luster. It's flashy and it has that metallic shine to it. Finding a 2005 Philly without major scratches is a miracle because they weren't being saved in sets anymore. With a PCGS population of only around 7 in this grade and none higher, this is a true condition rarity. If you are roll hunting, don't ignore the shiny 2005s. A single MS67 could pay for your entire year of hunting those rolls. Next, let's take a look at the perfect specimen out of Philly. This is a 2005 Philadelphia satin finish, MS70 red through PCGS. It sold for $1,220 in January of 2026. This is from the famous Monomoy collection. Now a quick fact check here, while the label says MS70, this is technically the satin finish special strike. In the world of modern coins, 70 is the top of the line. It means the coin is flawless, even under 5 times magnification. A collector's note is that at $1,200, you're paying for that perfection. These coins didn't circulate. They went from the mint to a plastic set to a grading slab. If you see satin finish or SP on a label, it must be a 70 to command this kind of 4-figure price. But what about the Mile High Mint? Let's head over to Denver and talk about the satin floor. This is a 2005 D Lincoln cent satin finish SP69 red through PCGS. It sold for a whopping $24. This happened just in the beginning of 2026. Now contrast this with the last coin. This is a Denver satin finish. It's a 69, just 1 point away from perfection. And yet, it's a $24 coin, not even the cost to get it graded. This illustrates the 70 or bust rule for the satin finish coins. Although they're really neat, on the market, it's either perfection or really no value at all. Because millions were made for sets, a grade of 68, 69 is really common. It's a beautiful coin for a folder, but it's not an investment piece. But on the buying side, that is a steal, right? $24 for a perfect looking coin. But what about the Denver Business Strikes? This is a 2005 D Lincoln cent graded MS69 red through NGC. This one sold for $112.50 in 2024. So now we jump back to the Denver Business Strike. An MS69 from NGC is one of those massive grades for a circulation issue coin. Now to touch on regular coins, ones of lower grade that aren't going to be in gem quality condition are not going to be even worth the cost of grading. So it's once again perfection or really bust here. Notice how the Business Strike MS69 is worth nearly 5 times as much as the satin finish SP69. Always check the strike type on your slabs if you're going to buy them that way. The money follows the coins that were actually meant for the street, in most cases out of Denver. The San Francisco Proofs. This is a 2005 S Lincoln cent, Proof 70, deep cameo through PCGS. It sold for $39 in the beginning of 2026. The San Francisco Mint would produce a little over 3 million of these. They are striking with mirrored fields and frosted portraits, but they were made for collectors. Even at that perfect 70, these remain really affordable. Something I would suggest picking up if you're into proofs or just want a really beautiful coin for your collection. If you want a 2005 penny that looks like a piece of jewelry basically, for under $40, Proof 70 is your best bet. Let's also talk about a really great double die reverse that you can also look for. A 2005 Philadelphia cent DDR015 graded MS66 red from Annex. This sold for $40 in November of 2025. To find this, look at the 6th, 7th, and 8th columns on the Lincoln Memorial. You will see clear vertical lines, or extra columns, inside the bays. At $40 for an MS66, this is a variety that is still discoverable in pocket change. You can find these in high-grade bankrolls that you can purchase offline and search them today. Just get yourself a good magnifying glass or a USB microscope to really see the ghost-like columns on the reverse. Ones in even higher condition are out there and can be worth tons of money. 2005 is a weird year of nuances, so my strategy for hunting them is that you want to differentiate the finish. Learn to spot the matte look from the satin look because the business strike is where the rarity lies. Also, in pretty much any mint for 2005, it's perfection or bust. If you're really purchasing any of these, 69s are really affordable oddly, 70s are where the real value is at. Also on the back of 2005 Philly cents, there is a legitimate variety that adds a nice little premium to the coin, so keep an eye out on the bays, on the columns of the Lincoln Memorial, on the reverse of these coins, for that double die. We're going to break down 8 certified auction results, including a $3,000 business strike, and the 2 most famous double dies of the modern era. This is a mini masterclass for 2006 Lincoln cents, so let's dive in. First up, let's talk a $3,300 business strike out of Philadelphia. This is a 2006 Philly Lincoln cent graded MS68 red through PCGS. It sold for $3,319 in 2023. This is one of those white whale sales for 2006. Out of over 4 billion pennies struck in Philadelphia, only a tiny fraction survived the high-speed bin tossing process to reach this MS68 grade. At over $3,000, this coin is worth more than many gold coins. This is one of those condition rarities at its peak. When you're searching in 2006 rolls, you aren't just looking for errors, you are looking for the one coin that looks like it was struck by a laser. Perfect, flawless, and brilliantly red. Next, let's talk about the satin finish out of Philadelphia, a satin 70 monomoy standard. This is a 2006 Philadelphia satin finish cent graded SP70 red. It sold for $1,170. Now this was back in 2021, but really highlights the beauty of these coins and the sheer value. This is the perfect coin, so to speak, from a mint set. There are only about 26 known in this grade with 0 finer. Unlike the business strike, this coin was meant to be perfect. However, even with the special handling, hitting a 70 is really difficult. If you have a 2006 mint set, look at them under 10 times magnification. Any tiny copper spot or hairline scratch is going to drop one of those $1,100 coins down to around $50. But hey, that's still a pretty good value. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint though and talk about the Denver lead. This is a 2006 D Lincoln cent graded MS68 red through NGC. It sold for a whopping $281.25 in 2024. Denver Lincoln cents in 2006 were generally better struck than the Philly coins, which is why the price for an MS68 is a lot lower here at $281. This is the sweet spot for registry set collectors.
It's a beautiful, top-tier coin that is still accessible. Even if you're building a 21st century penny collection, the 2006D in something like MS68 is a real trophy. But let's get to the high-grade baseline out of Denver. This is a 2006D Lincoln Cent graded MS67 red through PCGS. It sold for only $36 in the beginning of 2026. I wanted to show you this coin to illustrate the sheer grade cliff. The jump from an MS67 to an MS68 is nearly 8 times the price. If you are submitting coins for grading, you have to be really brutal with your self-assessment. An MS67 will barely cover the fees, if that, when an MS68 or higher is really going to hit the bank in a positive way. But what about the satin finish ones out of Denver? This is a 2006D Lincoln Cent satin finish SP69 red from PCGS. It sold in May of 2025 for $130.50. Interestingly, the Denver satin finish in SP69 carries a much higher premium than the Philadelphia version in the same grade. For whatever reason, the Denver satin dies in 2006 tended to show more chatter. Finding a clean 69 is harder than you think, making this a solid $100 plus winner. But we can't talk about 2006 without also talking about the proof coins out of San Francisco. This is a 2006S proof Lincoln Cent graded PR68 red-brown from PCGS. It sold for $129.38 in September of 2025. This coin is really special. It comes from the Terry's Toners collection. It's absolutely beautiful, and I really personally love toned coins. Usually a proof 68 is like a $5 or $10 coin. But because this coin has developed incredible iridescent toning in a red-brown color, collectors really fought over it. In the proof world, eye appeal can sometimes trump that technical perfection. If your proofs are turning purple, blue, gold, don't clean them. That toning can be worth really good money, believe it or not. Let's talk about 2 really cool double die errors to look for in 2006. This is an FS102 monster, a 2006 Philadelphia double die obverse FS102 graded MS66 red through PCGS. It sold at the end of 2025 for $1,473.75. An odd but really high price. Here is the king of the 2006 varieties, sold not that long ago. The doubling in God We Trust is legendary. At nearly $1,500, this is one of the most valuable modern double dies you can find in circulation. If you find a 2006 with any thickness on the motto, get it checked, look at it under a loupe, under a scope, and really check for that doubling. This is the definition of a cherry picker's dream. This next one is also a really great double die. This is a 2006 Philadelphia double die obverse FS101 graded MS63 red through PCGS. It also sold at the end of 2025 for $97.88. Finally, the FS101. I wanted to show you this one in an even lower uncirculated grade of MS63 to show you that this variety still commands nearly $100 in a quasi-lower grade. The doubling on the 2006 is what defines this variety. It's more common than that FS102, which makes it a more realistic target for roll hunters. $100 for a penny you found in a bankroll, that's like a $10,000 return on investment. So I'll take that all day. If you're a new collector, then let's explain the FS101 and 102 real quick. If you want to make real money in 2006, it's either perfection or you have to be a master of the double die obverse or DDO for this year. There are 2 major versions you need to know. First, the FS101. This is that classic look. You're looking for strong thickness and clear doubling on the date of 2006 and the word Liberty. It's bold, it's beautiful, and even in lower grades, it's a winner on value. The next one is the FS102. This one is really even more dramatic. On the FS102, the doubling on the words God We Trust is so strong you can practically see it with the naked eye. As you'll see in the second to last coin, the price tag for this variety is really high. Beyond the errors, we are dealing with the satin finish versus business strike divide. If your 2006 Lincoln cent looks kind of sandblasted or a matte finish, it's probably from a mint set. If it's flashy and metallic, it's a business strike, and that is where that $3,000 secret is hidden. With over 7 billion coins produced, you'd think finding a perfect 2007 penny would be easy, but you'd be wrong. 2007 is a story of extreme condition rarity, so sadly, it's another one of those set builder years for most of us folks. If you're looking to get the really big value, like one of the coins we'll look at that sold for nearly $3,000, you're going to be looking for pure perfection. So get your jeweler's loops ready, because this is a mini masterclass into 2007 Lincoln cents. Let's start off with this 2007 Philadelphia Satin Finish SP69 Red. This sold for $132 in January of 2026, so pretty recently. I wanted to start here with a special collector finish. At the end of the video, we'll go into satin finish a little more, but this is a beautiful specimen, graded 69. It has a beautiful, sandblasted, matte appearance that is characteristic of the satin strike. A little collecting note is at $132, this is a very healthy price for a modern Lincoln cent. It is a great set coin for an affordable price. Because collectors know these were specially handled, they expect perfection. So SP69 is a great, affordable way to get a nearly flawless example of the 2007 design without breaking the bank, so to speak. Now, speaking of breaking the bank, though, let's talk about a white whale. This 2007 Philadelphia cent, graded MS68 red through PCGS, that sold for $2,982. This sold in the beginning of 2024, and it is a monster. This is a standard business strike meant for circulation that somehow survived the brutal minting process and transportation of coins to achieve a grade like this MS68. Now, this one is the pinnacle of perfection. It's what every hunter is dreaming to find in one of those uncirculated rolls you buy offline. Out of 3.7 billion minted, out of Philadelphia, PCGS has only seen about a handful of these to ever reach this grade. It is the definition of a registry set chase piece and demands a super value. When you are hunting 2007 rolls, you aren't looking for errors as much as you're looking for those blinding, scratch-free, super luster coins. Now, what about the Mile High Mint? Let's talk about the Denver Cliff. This is a 2007 D Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red through PCGS. It sold for $75.43 in 2025. Now let's look at the Denver business strike. This is an MS67, so it's incredibly high for a pocket change coin. If you look at that price difference, a grade of 68 brings nearly $3,000, while a 67 brings about $75. This is what we call a grade cliff. As you can see across all of 2007, and kind of the point of this video to a degree, these Lincoln cents from this year are simply not too valuable unless they're absolutely beautiful. If you are sending any 2007 Lincoln cents
to any grading service. You really want them to be absolutely flawless or have some other characteristic like an error, variety, or something like crazy toning to bring in any real value and be worth the grading fees. Speaking of one of those weird varieties, let's talk about the next one, the Denver Satin Anomaly. This is a 2007 D Lincoln Cent satin finish graded SP69 red from PCGS. This sold for $461.25 in July of 2025. So why is the Denver Satin SP69 worth so much more than that Philly Satin SP69? It comes down to survival and pedigree. This specific coin came out of the renowned Lincoln collection. Pedigree on a coin does matter a bit, but also it is harder to find a Denver satin finish coin in extremely good condition like this. Denver satin strikes in 2007 were notoriously difficult to find without any carbon spotting. Let's round out the video talking about mechanized perfection in the San Francisco proofs. This is a 2007 S Lincoln Cent Proof 70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold for $43 in February of 2026. This really recent sale shows how the San Francisco proofs usually sell. They are very beautiful, they're made for us collectors, with their mirrored fields and those great frosted portraits. This is arguably one of the most beautiful coins in this video, but it didn't sell for very much. Despite being mathematically perfect at a grade of PR 70, it is the cheapest coin here. Why? Because the mint intended for proofs to be perfect. I always suggest snagging up coins like this when you're talking less than $50 for absolute perfection for any Lincoln Cent. I say go for it. There's over 2 million of them that were made explicitly for collectors, and this one is absolutely gorgeous. Just like in 2005 and 2006, the mint was producing special satin finish pennies for uncirculated collector sets. This is why that matters, and why I mentioned earlier in the video we'd go back to it, because all the perfect planchets were being diverted to make these special satin coins. The standard business strike coins, the ones meant for cash registers and for our pocket change, would suffer in quality. They were struck fast, tossed into giant bins, and covered in scratches before they even left the mint and got to the hands of consumers. Finding a flawless business strike from 2007 is really difficult, but when you do, you have a lot of value in the coin you have in your hand. 2007 is purely about knowing what you are looking at and knowing condition. Proof coins from 2007 are everywhere. They're super affordable and you can pick up a whole set for like 15 or 20 bucks. The big money is in business strikes. 2007 Philly rolls are your best friend. This is where you can find one of those lottery wins worth thousands of dollars possibly. But don't sleep on Denver. Really high-end coins, especially if you were lucky enough to come across a satin finish Denver coin that's in really good condition, can also garner a great premium and look absolutely wonderful in any set. 2008 would be the final year of the Lincoln Memorial Reverse Design, a coin you still see a ton of in your pocket change. It was a design that had been the staple since 1959. The US Mint would go out with a bang though. They struck over 5 billion Lincoln cents. But don't let the high number fool you though. Today we're going to break down 8 certified coin sales that will show you why you need to be checking every 2008 Lincoln Cent you come across, and especially picking up those uncirculated rolls on the internet and finding stuff like the Denver Strike that's worth over $3,000. So let's dive into the 2008 Lincoln Cent. We start with a really beautiful Philly coin. This 2008 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red from PCGS. It sold for $956 $2.25, but this was back in 2018. I wanted to start off with a little bit older sale and then get to the really recent ones. Why is that? Because this is a heavy hitter out of Philly and really shows the perfection that you could get from that mint for 2008. This is a standard business strike with multiple billions struck. So finding one that escaped the mint without a single significant scratch is a miracle. At nearly $1,000, this coin proves that common modern Lincoln cents are only common in low grades. In MS68, this becomes a high-end rarity that a registry set collector is going to fight over to complete their memorial collections. What about a high-grade baseline for Philadelphia? This is a 2008 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red from PCGS. It sold in February of 2026 for a whopping $42. I wanted to show you this coin right after that MS68 to illustrate the sheer grade cliff. One single point of difference on the grading scale, moving from 67 to a 68, represents a value jump of $900. This is why professional grading is so high stakes. If your 2008 penny has even one small microscopic mark, it's likely going to be a $30, $40 coin at best, and not a $1,000 winner. But what about an MS69 Paradox? This is a 2008 Philadelphia Lincoln cent as well, but graded MS69 red through NGC. It sold at the latter end of 2023 for $780. Now here's a little bit of a critic moment. This coin is an MS69, which is technically better than the first coin we saw, yet it sold for far less money. This happens because of the PCGS registry. Many top-tier collectors really only use PCGS, so they will pay more for a PCGS MS68 than an NGC MS69. Now, there was a difference of a few years between these sales, though, so who knows what the bidders were thinking and fighting over when it came to these coins. This could be a perfect example of why you must buy the coin, not the holder, unless you're playing the registry game. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint for a second and talk about a beautiful satin specimen. This is a 2008 D satin finish, 69 red from NGC. It sold for $75.38 in January of 2026. Now we're going to move over to the satin finish coins found in the mint sets. Because these were handled with more care than the business strikes, a grade of 69 is much more common actually. At $75, this is a great way to get a nearly perfect example of the final memorial year without the four-figure price tag of a crazy high business strike. Speaking of really high business strikes though, let's look at a Denver monster. This is a 2008 D Lincoln cent rated MS68 red from PCGS. It sold for $3,263.63 in January of 2023. This is the king of these 2008 coins, and it's a 2008 business strike. Denver cents in 2008 were notorious for bad plating and lots of chatter marks. Finding a Denver strike in MS68 is significantly harder than finding a Philly strike in the same grade. That difficulty is why a collector dropped over $3,000 for a single Lincoln cent. This is one of those white whales of 2008. But what about the satin finish Philly cents? We didn't even talk about those. Let's see this 2008 Philadelphia satin finish graded 69 red from PCGS. It sold for $124 in the latter end of 2025. Now, similar to our Denver satin finishes, this Philly version carries a slightly higher premium in the PCGS holder. Notice that matte sandblasted finish. If you find a 2008 Lincoln cent that looks kinda dull, but has 0 scratches, it could be from a mint set that was busted open and made its way into circulation somehow. These are quite beautiful, but always check the strike type before assuming that you found some crazy valuable business strike. Let's round out with the proof coins for 2008. The Perfection out of San Francisco. This is a 2008 S proof Lincoln cent rated PR69 deep cameo from PCGS. It sold for the crazy amount of $14 in December of 2025. Now you might be wondering, why the heck is this even in this list, Kyle? It's because I like to speak reality. You see a lot of videos on the internet, a lot of articles, a lot of just crap. It says every single coin you find, every proof you find, is worth tons and tons of money. This hobby is so wonderful for many reasons other than making money off of these, well, pieces of money. Proof coins are already made for perfection. They're meant to be perfect, and this is the reality of proof coins. Unless they're graded at top end, which we'll talk about in a second, they're really not worth a ton of money in most cases. Since almost all proofs survive in high grades, there is no scarcity there. This is a perfect filler for a high quality album, but it's not an investment piece. Let's talk about one of those perfect proofs for this year. This is a 2008 S proof Lincoln cent rated PR70 deep cameo from PCGS. This one sold in February of 2026, so really recently, for $38. Finally, the perfect 70 for 2008 proofs. Even at that perfect grade, a 2008 S proof is under $40. This really hammers home the theme of this series, I think. Value comes from scarcity, not just a high number on a slab. By 2008, the Mint's high-speed production was at its peak, so we need to talk about the plating problem. This meant overall quality often took a backseat. Because these are copper-plated zinc, they are prone to plating blisters. These look like tiny little bubbles you'll see on the surface. Finding a 2008 Lincoln cent without these blisters, without scratches or bag marks, is the secret to the big money. Just like the years prior to this that we talked about in other videos, or you'll see in my compilation videos, we have business strikes, satin finishes, and proof coins. As you saw throughout this video and throughout my series, the market treats these categories very differently. The harder it was to keep the coin perfect, the more collectors are willing to pay in most cases. 2008 really marks an end of an era for the Lincoln cent. So my strategy is really straightforward for this historic year. Hunt the D-Mint. The 2008 D-Business strikes can be the most valuable targets. Look for flawless strikes and great luster when you're looking through the coins. Also, respect the condition. 2008 is going to be one of those years for Lincoln cent where it's really the flawless coins or the ones with really unique toning that are going to command the most value. Lastly, my favorite part of the hobby. Appreciate the history for 2008. As the last of the memorials, these coins will always have a special place in numismatic history and in the heart of collectors. In 2009, the US Mint did something they hadn't done in 50 years. They changed the design of the Lincoln cent. To celebrate the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, they released 4 special designs. The very first one was the birth and early childhood cent, famously known as the log cabin penny. Collectors went absolutely wild for these, standing in line at banks to get these when they came out. But over a decade later, which of these coins actually held their value?
Today we're going to look at 5 certified auction sales for 2009 birth and early childhood cents, including a business strike that brought nearly $600. We'll also look at a secret copper composition that most people overlook. This is going to be a really great dive into the 2009 cents. Let's start off with the Philadelphia baseline. This 2009 Philadelphia birth and early childhood cent, first day of issue, graded MS67 red by Annex. This one sold for $168.75 in July of 2023. This is a standard zinc business strike. While it has the FDI label, the value here is really driven by that MS67 grade, which is of course really high. For an Annex graded modern cent, almost $170 is a very strong price. It shows that there is still a massive appetite for the first issue of the Bicentennial series, especially when the coin looks virtually flawless. And that's going to be the takeaway for these Philly coins. They need to be essentially flawless, as close to 70 as possible to really garner the big value. Even more recent sales that are seen over $100 are going to be MS66 or higher. Let's talk about the Philly satin finish coins, though, that are 95% copper. This is a 2009 Philadelphia satin finish, graded SP69 red from PCGS. This one sold for $140.50 in June of 2025. Notice the weight on this one, though. It's 3.11 grams. This is the 95% copper version found in the 2009 uncirculated mint sets. Now, a collecting note is that because copper is more reactive than zinc, these special 2009 coins actually develop carbon spots very easily. Finding an SP69 that is still a blazing, spot-free red is getting harder year by year. So if you ever come across one of these for an affordable price, then I would pick it up. At $140, these are becoming a blue chip hold for Lincoln cent specialists and collectors. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about the Denver FDI version. This is a 2009 D Lincoln cent, first day of issue, graded MS65 red by PCGS. It sold for the crazy amount of $9 in September of 2025. Now I know what you're thinking. $9? That's not even close to the cost of grading the coin, and you would be right. I'm including this to prove an earlier point. This coin has a prestigious PCGS holder and the first day of issue label, but it only sold for under $10. In MS65, there are millions of these. The cost of grading this coin was likely $30, $40, maybe even $50 with shipping or more, meaning the seller lost a lot of money. So this proves the point that you should not send in your 2009 Lincoln cents for grading unless you are certain that they are flawless. Now let's talk about a nearly flawless coin, though. This is going to be the condition rarity and the most expensive on this list. This is a 2009 Philadelphia birth and early childhood Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red by NGC. It sold for $591.75. Now here is basically the white whale of the log cabin series. This is a business strike intended for circulation that achieved a near-perfect MS68. Out of hundreds of millions struck in Philly, only a tiny fraction are clean enough to hit a grade like this. And at nearly $600, high-grade 2009 business strikes are the true sleepers of this year. But we can't close out without talking about the proof coins. This is a 2009 S proof birth and early childhood Lincoln cent, rated PR70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold in November of 2025 for $281.25. Now usually modern proofs are cheap, but 2009 is really different.
This coin is also 95% copper and part of the special proof set. $281 for a modern proof is actually a massive price. Because 2009 was a one-year-only celebration, the demand for these extremely high-grade specimens is going to always remain high. So I suggest holding on to yours, getting it graded if it looks truly flawless, or picking them up if you ever come across them at a good price. If you have a 2009 proof set, check the log cabin scent for any tiny spots. If it's really clean, then you might have a winner. Back when these coins were released in 2009, marketing companies pushed the first day of issue or FDI label really hard. You'll see them in slabs from every grading company from Annex to PCGS to NGC. Now here is the factual reality check. The label first day of issue does not inherently make the coin valuable, as you saw in this video. What matters is going to be the grade on these 2009 Lincoln cents. A 2009 penny in MS65 with that FDI label is still just a common coin. But a 2009 penny in MS68, that's where the money is going to be regardless of any fancy label. Also look out for the composition. While the coins in your pocket are copper-plated zinc, the satin finish and proof versions from this year were struck in that original 1909 95% copper composition. So that makes them a little bit extra cool and great to look for. The second design released was, of course, the formative years cent, famously showing young Lincoln taking a break from splitting logs to read a book. Now, while many collectors focused on the extra finger double dies, like the ones we discussed in the last video, the real money might actually be hiding in the standard, non-error strikes. So the ones you can come across in pocket change and in those specialty sets. So today, we're looking at 7 certified auction sales that prove 2009 is a year of 2 different compositions and 1 massive price gap. We have a business strike that sold for over $2,700 and a secret about the metal content you need to know. Let's jump into the 2009 formative year pennies. Let's start off with the Philly Satin Baseline. This is a beautiful 2009 Philadelphia formative years satin finish SP69 red. It sold for $129 in July of 2025. So we're going to start with the special collector finish because I just really love these ones. This is a 95% copper coin, and we'll talk a bit more about that at the end of the video. At basically $130, it shows a strong premium for a modern set coin. A collector's note is that satin finishes have a matte, sandblasted look. Because they were handled with care at the mint, they are common in high grades, but the copper spots keep the population of perfect examples, like red coins, lower than you'd expect. So let's talk about a bit of reality check for the standard coins. This is a 2009 Philly Formative Years Lincoln cent, first day of issue or FDI, graded MS66 red. It sold for a whopping $17. This occurred right in the beginning of 2026. Now, here is the truth about the first day of issue or FDI label. This coin sold for $17. Considering the grading fees and the FDI service charge, the original owner definitely lost money on this one. But I have to include the true values in every one of my videos because that's my way. I'm not going to leave out a coin just because it's not worth a ton of money. In a grade of MS66, the FDI label is essentially worthless. Don't buy the label, buy the grade. Now, labels aside, let's talk about a monster. This is a 2009 Philadelphia Formative Years Business Strike, graded MS68 red. This one sold in July of 2025 for $2,756.25. Now look at that price, over $2,700. This is a standard zinc business strike meant for a cash register. Out of the hundreds of millions struck, Finding one that escaped the high-speed bins without a single microscopic scratch is a 1 in a million event. This is the ultimate registry set chase piece, and the price shows that. It's a beautiful specimen of a 2009 Philly Formative Years business strike. But what about the plus factor? Let's look at this 2009 Philadelphia Formative Years business strike, graded MS67 plus red. It sold for $815.63 in June of 2025. Notice that little plus sign after the 67. That indicates it's at the very top end of the grade, nearly an MS68. In 2009 Lincoln cents, that plus is going to be worth a fortune. A standard MS67 is about $150, maybe $200. But that plus grade pushes it towards $800. It shows just how desperate collectors are for any strike that approaches perfection. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint though, because we can't leave out Denver. This is a 2009 D Denver Formative Years Lincoln cent, first day of issue, graded MS66 red. It sold for $23 in September of 2025. Just like the Philly version, the Denver FDI in MS66 is a budget coin, as you can see. Now, a collecting note, unless it is an MS67 or higher, it's just another shiny Lincoln cent. Don't let the first day hype distract you from the actual condition of the coins when you see these in slabs. Also out of Denver, though, are satin coins as well. Let's take a look at this 2009 D Denver Formative Years satin finish, graded SP69 red. This one sold for $112.26 in June of 2025. The Denver satin finish, again, is 95% copper composition. These satin strikes are really beautiful, but they aren't super rare in the technical sense. They are available for a price though. If you want a 2009 collection that truly shines, these SP69s are the way to go. But don't expect them to hit the $2,000 mark like that business strike. Let's round things out though with the proof perfection out of San Francisco. This is a 2009 S San Francisco proof, graded PR70 red deep cameo. It sold for $194.63 in the end of 2025. Finally, we hit the San Francisco proofs. And this is the perfect 70 in 95% copper. Nearly $200 for a modern proof Lincoln cent is actually really impressive. Most years, a PR70 is around $40 to $60 or so. This high price proves that 2009 sets have a much higher long-term hold value than almost any other modern Lincoln cent series. They are really great to add to your collection if you can. Let's talk a little bit about zinc versus copper. Most collectors assume all Lincoln cents after 1982 are zinc. In 2009 though, that's only half true. The pennies you find in your pocket change are copper-plated zinc, weighing around 2.5 grams. However, for the official collector proof and satin finish sets, the mint reverted to the original 1909 composition of 95% copper and 5% tin and zinc, weighing around 3.1 grams. Why does this matter? The copper coins are much more reactive. They develop carbon spots if you even breathe on them. Finding a copper 2009 Lincoln cent in a really perfect grade is a different challenge than finding a zinc one. And I think that you can see some good examples of that throughout this video. The second release, the Formative Years design showing young Lincoln splitting logs in Indiana, created a literal gold mine for variety hunters. This design is home to some of the most famous modern double dies in existence. So today we are breaking down 6 certified specific error coins, including one extra finger variety that recently sold for over $2,000.
So grab your jeweler's loupe, plug in your USB microscope, bust out your change jar, and separate out those 2009 formative years Lincoln cents, because we're going to break down what to look for. Now, first off, what is a DDR versus the FS801? If you're new to variety hunting, the 2009 formative years Lincoln cent can be a little bit overwhelming. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of minor double die reverses or DDRs to find. Here is a little breakdown though. You'll see codes like FS801, WDDR043. The FS stands for the Cherry Picker's Guide, which lists the major, most valuable varieties. Anything generally with a WDDR or DDO refers to Wechsler's double die files. You'll see this a lot on annex graded coins. For the formative years cent, the doubling almost always occurs on Lincoln's hands or the book he's holding. These are often called extra finger errors. Because the mint was rushing these out, the quality control was abysmal, leading to the variety hunting frenzy we still see active today, making these a really fun one to look for in your pocket change. So let's get into some values. First, let's start with an annex high grade version. This is a 2009 formative years Lincoln cent DDR003 graded by Annex at MS68 red. It sold in July of 2025 for a great amount, $562.50. So we're going to start right off with a massive condition rarity. This isn't just a double die. It's a nearly perfect MS68 strike graded by Annex. In 2009, the business strikes were notorious for spots and scratches. Finding any 2009 Lincoln cent in this good of a grade is a feat by itself. But finding a confirmed DDR in this grade is what drives that price over $500. So what's the takeaway with this first coin? Obviously, adding variety and condition in high quality in both regards will always result in really good value. So you're hunting for not only the errors, but really good condition ones. But let's talk about an entry level. This is a 2009 formative years cent DDR FS803, graded MS66 red by PCGS. It sold for $96.89 in January of 2025. This is what I like to call the gateway variety. It's a really affordable yet awesome coin. The FS803 is a recognized major variety, but in a grade of MS66 stays still affordable. If you're just starting your 2009 variety collection, this coin is a great entry to starting that collection with graded coins. They carry the FS designation on the slab, which guarantees liquidity when you go to sell it if you want to, but they don't have the insane premium of the higher grades. Now let's talk about another really valuable DDR though. This is a 2009 formative years cent with a DDR FS801 graded MS67 red from PCGS. It sold right at the end of 2025 for $772.49, so a huge price. Now you're getting into the heavy hitters with this one. The FS801, also known as the Wechsler's DDR043, shows very clear doubling on the thumb and index finger. This is one of the big three for the formative years set, because it is cross-referenced by Annex, NGC, and PCGS. It has the most eyes on it, I think. At nearly $800 for this one, and in a beautiful grade of MS67, this is a coin that every serious Lincoln cent specialist is going to want to get a hold of. But what about the middle child, the FS806? Let's look at this 2009 formative years Lincoln cent with a DDR FS806, graded MS66 red from PCGS. It sold in February of 2026 for $113.63. This is another PCGS MS66, but this time with an FS806 DDR. Notice that price stability. Whether it's an 803 or an 806,
A PCGS graded MS66 major variety from this year really hovers around that $100 mark. It's a solid blue chip modern era coin that's absolutely stunning in any collection. So it goes to show that these DDRs can be valuable no matter what. Let's talk about another one though, the FS808. This is a 2009 formative year cent with a DDR FS808 graded MS66 red from PCGS. It sold in February 2026 also for $146.25. Now this FS808 brought a bit more than those previous two. The doubling on the FS808 is a little bit more dramatic to the naked eye than some of the other varieties. In the world of errors, of course, visibility is usually value. If you can see the error without needing a 20 times microscope, of course the price is going to go up. And that is the takeaway with this coin. Now let's talk about a $2,000 monster. This is a 2009 formative years Lincoln cent DDR FS802 graded MS67 red from PCGS. It sold for $2,025 in July of 2025. Now this one is the real treasure of our list today, the FS802 in a PCGS holder. Why $2,000? Well, actually two reasons. First, the FS802 is one of the most significant and sought-after double dies of the entire 2009 series. Second, the jump from MS66 to 67 for this variety is a value cliff that rivals the 1909 SVDB. This is the king of the log splitters and a beautiful coin that shows the real value in these 2009 formative years cents. As a whole, I think 2009 is the ultimate treasure hunt year when it comes to formative years Lincoln cents. So my strategy is really straightforward when it comes to looking for them. First, check the hands. Every formative years Lincoln cent you find in change should be checked specifically on Lincoln's hand. Look for that extra finger or doubling in general. Condition matters highly with these. A raw 2009 DDR is still worth like 10 to 15 bucks sometimes, but when you get them graded, if it comes back MS65 or higher, you're sitting on a $100 plus coin. Also cross-reference stuff. I'll put some links to some really good sources in the description box and a link to my website in the comments so you can check out free resources on these coins. It'll help you find them with a little more detail and pictures. This coin depicts Abraham Lincoln as a young lawyer standing in front of the Illinois State Capitol in Springfield. While this design is a favorite for history buffs, for us collectors, it's a little bit of an odd year. It is a minefield of grade rarities and composition secrets. Today we are looking at 5 certified auction sales, including a first day specimen that might surprise you, and a Denver business strike that commanded a staggering $2,400. Let's get into 2009 professional life Lincoln cents. First we start with a baseline ceremony label. This is a 2009 Philadelphia Professional Life Lincoln cent first day ceremony graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold in October of 2025 for $33.50. Now I know that's a bit lackluster. You're probably like, well, this wasn't a great start. Now, they probably did not make their money back on the grading fees, but they did certify the condition, which is something I would have done if I got this graded. Certify the condition, keep it in that condition, and put it in my set. Despite the prestige of the label on this one, it only sold for about $33. This proves that modern zinc pennies, MS67 is like the baseline for value. It of course is a beautiful coin for your collection, but from an investment standpoint, the label didn't add the premium anyone expected back in 2009. So the takeaway here is of course for these Philadelphia professional life cents, it's top of the line condition or bust. There is another version of this coin though. the 95% copper satin version. This is a 2009 Philly Professional Life Lincoln Cent satin finish rated SP69 red from PCGS. It sold for $163.13 in the middle of 2025. Now look at that jump. This is the 95% copper version from the official mint sets. At $163, this satin finish SP69 is outperforming the business strike we just saw by like 500%. Collectors love the 3.11 gram copper composition because it harkens back to the original wheat cents. And finding them in a nearly perfect SP69 without any carbon spotting is a genuine challenge. So if you're buying graded coins, this is the one. It's still pretty affordable and absolutely beautiful in your collection. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about the Denver satin version. This is a 2009 D Professional Life Lincoln Cent satin finish graded SP68 red by PCGS. It sold in April of 2025 for $81. So here's a little mini lesson in grading. This Denver satin strike is just 1 point lower than the Philly one we just discussed. 1 point of difference, cut the value in half basically. In the world of 2009 specimens, if it isn't top of the line 69 or 70, the market just treats it as common. These were graded in mass amounts for each design when they were released as collectors just jumped to them. Now that doesn't mean there isn't any monsters out of Denver. This is a 2009 D Professional Life Business Strike Lincoln Cent rated MS67 Plus red by PCGS. It sold for $2,476 in May of 2025. This is the coin everyone is hunting for in bankrolls. So if you can pick up bankrolls of 2009 Denver cents, this is what you're looking for. This is a standard zinc business strike, so why did it sell for nearly $2,500? Because it's a Denver strike with a plus designation at MS67. Denver's quality control in 2009 was notoriously poor, with heavy bag marks and plating blisters on many of them. A plus graded MS67 is so rare that registry set collectors will pay this four-figure amount just to own it. The bidding reached dozens of bids for this coin. Finally, let's talk about the mirror finish perfection out of San Francisco. This is a 2009 S San Francisco Proof rated Proof 70 Deep Cameo or DCAM by PCGS. It sold for $174.38 right at the end of 2024. So here we have it, the Professional Life Proof Cents out of San Francisco. I need to correct a common misconception though. Even though some data might list these at 2.5 grams, all 2009 S proofs are actually 3.11 gram, 95% copper composition. At $174, this PR70 is a high-value anchor for any modern Lincoln collection, and is actually quite affordable for an absolutely gorgeous proof coin. It is the pinnacle of the Springfield Designs eye appeal. In 2009, the Mint released First Day Ceremony and First Day Issue sets, so I want to touch on that information for a sec before we close out. Many collectors got swept up in the ceremony of it all, but as you saw throughout this video, the market only cares about the label if the grade is high. Remember the 2009 bicentennial rule. If it's a standard business strike, it's copper-plated zinc. If it's a satin finish or proof, it's the original 1909 composition of 95% copper. This composition difference is really crucial for determining value and long-term stability in your collection, so grab up a small scale that does gram weight so you can weigh your Lincoln cents. The Professional Life Cent captures Lincoln at the start of his rise to presidency, and your collection can rise too if you know what to look for. So my strategy for looking for 2009 Professional Life cents is really straightforward.
If you are roll hunting, keep an eye out for 2009 D strikes that have 0 plating blisters. If you want a coin that will hold its value, then go for those satin or proof versions. They generally are the ones that are seen historically gaining value over the years. Also, don't pay a premium for first day issue labels if the coin is only like an MS64, MS65. The first day issue label really means nothing unless you're talking perfection in the grade. This is the 4th and final design of the Bicentennial series, the Presidency Cent. It features the half-finished Capitol Dome, symbolizing Lincoln's leadership during the Civil War. Now, while billions were made, finding a perfect survivor from the end of this production run is a massive challenge, and that's going to be the key takeaway to today's video, that it's really supreme condition for these that's going to garner the most value. And you'll see that with a common business strike that's sold for over $1,500. So let's get into it. We'll start off with a Philly satin baseline. This is a 2009 Philadelphia Presidency Lincoln Cent, satin finish, graded SP69 red. It sold for $97.88 in November of 2025. At nearly $100, this is a solid price for a modern specimen. Because these were issued in mint sets, they didn't suffer those bag marks of circulation. However, the copper surface is prone to carbon spots, so finding a clean SP69 is really the goal for any serious collector. We need to talk about the first day reality though. This is a 2009 Philadelphia Presidency Lincoln Cent first day of issue or FDI, rated MS66 red by NGC. Sadly, it sold for only $18 in February of 2026. Here is the lesson in marketing versus value. This coin has the first day of issue label, but it only sold for $18. That's less than the cost of the plastic holder it's in, not to mention the actual grading fees. In a grade of MS66, this is simply put a common coin. Don't let a fancy label distract you from the fact that millions of these are sitting in jars across the country. Many people also got these graded in bulk submissions right at the first day of issue, thinking that they were going to gain value hastily over time and really garner a huge premium. As you can see with this sale, unless the condition of the coin is absolutely perfect, really close to 70, they're just not worth much. So what about the big one? Let's talk about a really superb business strike that sold for a lot of money. This is a 2009 Philly Presidency business strike, graded MS68 red. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $1,507.50. So this is the coin you're looking for. The collector note here is that it is a standard zinc business strike. Out of hundreds of millions struck out of Philly, finding one in MS68 is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is the absolute pinnacle of a condition rarity for the presidency design. If you find a 2009 Lincoln Cent that looks like it just came off the presses, then save it. Consider getting that graded because close to flawless coins are the ones that have the most value. Next, we hop over to the Mile High Mint to talk about the FDI floor. This is a 2009 D Presidency Lincoln Cent, first day of issue, graded MS65 red. It sold for only $11 in May of 2025. I wanted to put this in the video to show another example of why grade is everything. Now, when you see other versions of this coin in MS68 or higher, closer to 70, they can break the $100 mark. But these ones here, in even mid-MS grades, are not even worth the slab it's in. At MS65, even with the PCGS first day pedigree, the coin is only worth face value plus the cost of the plastic. This is a really budget-friendly way, though, to get into this series and own a piece of history. but it is not an investment piece. So on the buying side and collecting side, it's great. But for something that you want to flip down the road, it might not be that really huge premium gathering sale you think it's going to be. But what about the satin finish coins, or SMS coins, out of Denver? This is a 2009D Denver Presidency Satin Finish Lincoln Cent, graded MS69 Red from NGC. It sold for $118.13 in May of 2025. So this pretty recent sale shows a Denver version of the special copper strike. Notice the NGC label that calls this an SMS, or special mint set version. These are the same 3.11 gram copper planchets. At $118, it shows that there is a stable, consistent market for your high-grade specimens, those strikes from both mints. You can't talk about 2009 Presidency Lincoln Cents without talking about the proof perfection out of San Francisco, of course. This is a 2009 S Proof Presidency Lincoln Cent, graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $236.25. So finally, we're here at the San Francisco proof. While some records may list these at less than 3 grams, all 2009 bicentennial proofs were struck in 95% copper and weigh 3.11 grams. At over $230, this is the highest value presidency coin outside of the rare MS68 business strike. This is a crown jewel for anyone building a 2009 registry set. The Presidency Lincoln Cents closed out a historic chapter for the Lincoln penny. So my strategy for them is really straightforward. It's high grade, high condition, or bust. For the zinc business strikes, if it's not flawless, it's not going to even be worth the money to get it graded, even at the lowest tier. Also, you'll want to have a scale for really any of your Lincoln Cents, or many of them, but you'll want to weigh your 2009 Lincoln Cents if they are raw outside of a set, because if they weigh heavy at 3.11 grams, you may have a copper survivor on your hands that can be worth really good money. Lastly, really focus on the proof coins for these Presidency 2009 Lincoln Cents, because if you're looking for a safe long-term hold, the 2009 S's in copper are showing the most consistent growth in value over the years since release. Let's break down the 2010 Shield Cent. Let's start by taking a look at this Philadelphia Perfection. This is a 2010 Philadelphia Shield Cent graded MS66 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold in January of 2025 for $231.75. So we're going to start strong here with a very strong business strike with a great value. For a common Philly strike, $230 is an impressive price. Now that plus sign on that MS66 holder is doing the heavy lifting here. It's going to signal to collectors that this coin has better eye appeal than 99% of other 2010 cents in circulation. But what about that first day hype? What about getting the labels with the FDI on it? Take a look at this 2010 Philadelphia Shield Lincoln Cent first day of issue, graded MS66 Red by NGC. It sold not long ago in the beginning of 2025 for a whopping $8.11. Now here's a factual reality check. This coin is technically the same grade as the one that you just saw, well, minus the plus, of course, but it sold for only $8. The seller definitely lost money here. We all know that. Grading alone would have ran $60, $70. Maybe if they got it done a while back, a little less than that. Between the grading fee and the first day of issue premium, they likely spent an additional $30 on that,
They obviously lost a ton of money that $8 return. This is one of those perfect examples of why I tell you to ignore the fancy labels on most modern coins. Many people got these graded thinking that they're going to have a huge value only to dump them later, in this case in February of 2025, for basically losing sums. If the grade isn't MS67 or higher, the label won't save the value and you don't see these FDI labeled coins really sell for much. We can't leave Philly though without talking about the satin finish cents. This is a 2010 Philadelphia Satin Finish Shield Cent, graded SP68 Red from PCGS. It sold for $47.25 in January of 2025. Now in 2010, the mint still offered satin finish coins in the uncirculated mint sets. These coins have a matte, sandblasted-like appearance. While they are beautiful, an SP68 is relatively common for this year actually. If you want real value in the satin series, you have to aim for SP69 or believe it SP70. That's where you're going to hit the big sums of money. Let's hop over to the Mile High Mint though to talk about a monster strike. This is a 2010 D Denver Shield Business Strike, rated MS67 Plus Red by PCGS. This sold for the amazing amount of $4,624.88 in the middle of 2024. There was another instance of a similar coin of this type that sold for over $2,000 just a few months back. So hold on to your hats here. This is the white whale of the 2010 series. The major collecting note here, you want to know why a 2010 penny would sell for more than some gold coins do. This is because Denver business strikes in 2010 were plagued by terrible plating bubbles and bag marks from transfer. Finding one in a really high grade, really great condition that's this clean with a blazing red and free of zinc rot color is nearly impossible. This is the highest grade ever achieved for the 2010 D, and collectors fought tooth and nail for it. Now for us regular folks, if you find a really clean 2010 D business strike, don't just toss it back in the jar. If you picked up one of those uncirculated rolls from the internet, you busted it open and found a truly flawless example, you could be sitting on an easily $1,000 coin. But just like Philly, we can't leave Denver without talking about the satin finish. This is a 2010 D Denver Satin Finish Lincoln Cent, graded SP69 Red from PCGS. This one sold in May of 2025 for $807.66. Remember what I said about aiming for the higher grade? While the SP68 we looked at earlier was only around $50, this SP69 from Denver jumped to over $800. That single point of difference in that specimen grade creates a massive value gap. This coin is nearly perfect, which is very, very rare for a 2010 zinc planchet coin. Before we leave 2010 Shield Cents, we have to talk about the proof perfection out of San Francisco. This is a 2010 S San Francisco proof rated PR65 Deep Cameo from Annex with beautiful toning. This one sold for $36.30. Finally, we have a proof out of San Francisco, but with a wonderful twist. If you've watched any of my videos, then you already know why I chose this coin. I love toning. In many cases, especially on modern proofs, it really adds not only some flair, some really good eye appeal, but some great value. Usually, modern proofs are graded like PR69 or PR70 to really get some value out of them. However, this coin sold for $36 because it's toned. Now this may have been graded in a bulk submission, making it actually worth it, but I would think the seller might have even lost some money here. Now on a buying side, this is really cool. Collectors are starting to pay premiums for modern zinc scents that have developed unique, colorful oxidation, even if the technical grade is lower. I personally love them, and I'm personally building a new but growing collection of tone coins. One thing to remember with 2010 Shield scents is they've gotten rid of that copper experiment they ran in 2009. The mint used 95% copper for special collector sets in 2009, but in 2010, they stopped. Every coin that we discuss today, whether it's a business strike, a satin finish, or a proof, is made of copper-plated zinc and should weigh 2.5 grams. Because zinc is a much more volatile metal, it reacts poorly to heat and moisture, leading to those dreaded zinc rot or plating blisters you see on many pennies from your pocket change. This is exactly why high-grade 2010 Lincoln cents are so incredibly valuable. Let's get into the 2011 Shield cent. First up, we have a Philly monster. This is a 2011 Philadelphia Shield cent graded MS68 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold in May of 2025 for $4,112.49. Just look at that price. This is a standard business strike meant for any cash register and any pocket change. But why did it sell for over $4,000? It's the plus designation at MS68 for sure. For a 2011 Philadelphia coin, this is the endgame sort of. There are billions of 2011 cents, but only a handful have survived in this state of preservation. Registry set collectors will view this as a trophy, and a coin with this type of condition is going to have bidders just fighting over it. Let's talk about that DDR variety though. A great error that you can look for in pocket change that, although isn't worth a ton of money, is still an awesome coin to find. This is a 2011 Philadelphia Shield cent WDDR002 graded MS64 Red from Annex. It sold for the crazy amount of $18. This happened back in November of 2025, and I know this coin is not very valuable, but not every coin has to be valuable. It can be valuable in the sense of collectability, and I think that's the case here. You can find these in pocket change. You want to look for doubling on the lettering and the scroll. At $18 for an MS64, I think this is a really great, affordable way to start variety hunting. You can get a slabbed coin for really cheap, a loss actually for the seller, but a really good gain for your collection. Now on the hunting side, if you find one in better condition than this, something that's going to come back from grade as say like an MS66 or 7, you're jumping way up in price, potentially into the hundreds. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint though, to talk about some Denver perfection. This is a 2011 D Denver Shield cent graded MS68 Red from PCGS. This beautiful coin sold for $703.13 in February of 2025. Keep in mind that Denver usually had better strike quality than Philly, but MS68 is an incredible hurdle to pass. It's an absolutely phenomenal specimen of one of these Denver cents. At $700, this coin shows that Denver strikes are highly valued but slightly more available than the Philly versions when you get to the top of the grading scale. It's a really beautiful example of what a perfect modern cent should look like when it comes to 2011 D coins. We can't talk about Denver though without mentioning the proof-like coins. This is a 2011 D Denver Shield cent graded MS68 Red PL by NGC. This one sold right at the end of 2025 for the really great price of $225. Notice the PL on the label. That stands for proof-like. This is a business strike that was hit by exceptionally fresh, polished dies. Those gave it mirror-like fields similar to a proof coin. I personally love these and toned coins. I just think they're really unique. These are rare for the Shield series. Even though it's an MS68, but still a really high grade, the PL designation is what makes it a unique specialty item for all those collectors who love those crazy flashy coins. Let's hop over to the San Francisco Mint though and talk about an early release. This is a 2011 S San Francisco Proof, rated Proof 70 UC early release from NGC. This sold for $58.50 right at the very end of 2024. The UC on the label is for Ultra Cameo Proof. I think at under $60, this is the standard perfect 70 price for most modern proof Lincoln cents you'll see. The early release label means it was sent to grading service within the first 30 days of issue. It's a great piece for a collection, but don't expect it to appreciate like the business strikes in high conditions. Also, as you've seen with other early release label coins in this Lincoln Cent series, in a lot of cases, that specialty label really means nothing. 2011 is really a grading minefield. The Mint had been striking zinc Lincoln cents for nearly 30 years at that point, yet they still struggled with those plating processes. Zinc is really highly reactive, as you probably know. If a microscopic drop of moisture gets trapped under the copper plating during the striking process, it creates a gas bubble or plating blister. These bubbles are the enemy of high grades. They kill the condition of your coins. To get up into the hundreds of dollars you've seen in this video, the coin must be essentially perfect. No blisters, no spots, no scratches. This is why a common 2011 Lincoln cent can suddenly become a four-figure asset if it has all the right factors to it. The 2011 Shield cent might look common to most people, but the data really tells a different story with these. So my strategy for hunting them is really straightforward. Check for the doubling. I get that WDDR is not a crazy value, but what a wonderful coin to add to any collection or to do a small flip on even in an ungraded form. So get your loop and look for the doubling on those coins. If you have original bank wrapped rolls and you're a fellow roll hunter like me, then look through those 2011 Lincoln cents and look for the really high condition ones. That's where the real money lives. If you're able to get a hold of any of the proof sets for these coins, some of them can have really good value, but as you saw with even that really clean one, they sell for about the normal price you see modern Lincoln cent proofs sell for. But they're always great to get graded, and you can see historically, these 2011 proofs are gaining value pretty steadily over the years. This is a great little deep dive into the 2012 Shield cent and their values. So let's jump into it. We'll start off with the NGC early release. This is a 2012 Philadelphia Shield cent early release graded MS68 red from NGC. It sold for $61 in the latter end of 2023. Now we begin with a high-grade Philly strike graded by NGC. This coin holds an MS68 grade, which is phenomenal for a modern zinc business strike, and it features the early releases label, which is also really cool. However, it only commanded $61. This is going to be around the cost to get it graded. So while this is beautiful, nearly flawless, the modern collectors often see early releases as a marketing gimmick in a lot of ways, I think. They see this rather than a marker of true rarity. It is a great entry point for a high-grade typeset, though, but it's not that ceiling for this year. Let's talk about the PCGS Premium, though. This is another 2012 Philadelphia Shield cent, graded MS68 red from PCGS. This one sold in April of 2024 for $174.28. Now look at that. This is the same exact coin from the same exact mint, with the same exact numerical grade, but it sold for nearly triple the price as that previous Philly coin. Now, why the $113 difference? It really comes down to registry set competition, I think. The top PCGS registry set builders are always fiercely competitive, and they will pay up a premium to have their coins in PCGS plastic. Now let's hop over to the Mile High Mint to talk about the Denver baseline. This is a 2012 D Denver Shield Cent graded MS66 red from PCGS. It sold in the beginning of 2025 for $17.79. I know you're probably laughing at that price, wondering why it's even on the list. Now, before I get into the information, do note that ones in higher grades, closer to 70, are going to garner closer to that $100+ value in a lot of cases. But I wanted to show this MS66 red because it's still an absolutely beautiful coin, it's uncirculated, yet it sold for a low amount and really shows the baseline for the values of the Denver Shield Cents. I always want to give you guys the true prices, no matter what. It's not always flashy, it's not always valuable. Now, an MS66 is really nice, but in the world of modern Lincoln cents, it is effectively a common coin, and that $18 value really shows that. The buyer essentially paid for probably only a third of the grading fee, and got the coin for essentially free or at a complete steal. If you are coin roll hunting, you have those uncirculated rolls, and MS66 is a great coin for an album still. But it's not worth the cost of grading, so just keep it in your album and wait for a later time down the road. You're going to have to aim higher to really get value out of the Denver Shield Cents. Speaking of crazy value though, let's talk about the MS69 Miracle out of Denver. This is a 2012 D Denver Shield Business Strike graded MS69 red by PCGS. It sold in May of 2025 for $3,488.63. This is it. This is the monster, and really what you should be searching for condition-wise in your Denver Shield Cents from 2012. Now, finding a modern business strike zinc penny in MS69 is like getting struck by lightning while winning the lottery at the same time. These coins are meant to be dumped into canvas bags, tossed into bins, and rolled by heavy machinery. To survive all of that without a single microscopic bag mark, plating blister, carbon spot, it is a statistical anomaly. This is from the famous Lincoln collection, so that provenance really helps as well. And at nearly $3,500, it represents the absolute zenith of what a 2012 Lincoln cent can really be. Let's round things out with the Annex birth set proofs though. This is a 2012 S San Francisco Shield Proof graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo from Annex. It sold in the beginning of 2026 for $27.76. Now I know that value's a bit lackluster compared to that $3,000 one we just spoke about. But again, we have to talk about each coin, and we have to talk about the real, truthful prices here on this channel. This is still a gorgeous coin. Let's look at the proof strike, starting with this perfect grade of 70. This specific coin came from the US Mint's 2012 birth set. These are intended as a gift for newborns. They're really, really cool and something you can still pick up. Despite having a flawless PR70 grade, it sold for under $30. Annex is a highly respected grading service. I've actually met multiple reps of Annex over the years who are all super cool. They have a deep, deep history, but unfortunately for modern Perfect 70 proofs, their holders simply do not command the massive retail premiums we see with their competitors. And I think that's a bit sad. Now, we'll see what the future has to hold, and maybe Annex will really start to gain value comparative to the other bigger ones that they compete with. Jumping from that lower proof price, though, Let's talk about another Proof 70 to show you that label difference. This is a 2012 S San Francisco Shield Proof, graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $205.63 in April of 2025. So here is the final proof. Another perfect 70, but graded by PCGS. These also sold within 6 months of each other. Once again, the plastic premium rears its head. This standard Proof 70 sold for over $200, vastly outperforming the Annex birth set example. When you are dealing with modern proofs, the margins are razor thin. If you want top dollar, the market data consistently points to PCGS or NGC over Annex, but we don't know what the future holds. So why such a plastic premium? I think we do need to talk about grading companies. Throughout this video, you've seen pairs of coins that have the exact same technical grade, but their prices are miles apart. When dealing with modern zinc pennies, perfection is incredibly rare. Zinc planchets are plagued by microscopic gas bubbles, weak strikes, and rapid oxidation. When a coin actually survives this gauntlet and earns an elite grade like MS67 or PR70, the market becomes highly selective about who assigns that grade. It's time for a bit of a reality check, so let's jump into 2013 Shield Cents. First up, let's talk about the Philly Plus grade. This is a 2013 Philadelphia Shield Cent rated MS67 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold for $90.99 in 2024. So we start in Philly with a top-tier business strike. At $90, this is a very respectable price for a modern penny. The Plus designation is doing the heavy lifting here. It tells registry set collectors that this coin is at the absolute top end of the MS67 grade spectrum. It possesses incredible eye appeal and is a phenomenal specimen of a 2013 Philadelphia cent. This is a premium target for anybody doing coin roll hunting. So if you're able to pick up uncirculated rolls of 2013 Philly cents, then this is what you're looking for. This is the type of condition that gets you the most value. Let's talk about the baseline Philadelphia Shield cent though. This is a 2013 Philadelphia Shield cent rated MS67 Red by PCGS. It sold for only $33.56 in the beginning of 2026. So look at that drop. Missing that plus cut the value by almost 2/3. At $33, you are basically breaking even at best on the grading fees. Probably losing money. If you are searching through original 2013 bankrolls, your goal is going to be the most flawless coins you can find. Anything less, and the math just doesn't work out when it comes to sending them off to grade. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about a $3,000 Denver monster. This is a 2013 D Denver Shield Business Strike, graded MS68 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold for $3,120 right at the end of 2023. This is the coin that breaks the scale. Why did a 2013 penny sell for over $3,000? It's because of population. At the time of this sale, this population was 1. Meaning PCGS had never graded a 2013 D Lincoln cent any higher. This was the only one at the MS68 Plus level. When two wealthy collectors need that single coin to make their registry set the #1 in the world, the price always explodes. We have to talk about a Denver paradox though. This is a 2013 D Denver Shield Business Strike as well, graded MS69 Red by Annex. It sold for only $22.50 in October of 2024. Hear that carefully. $22.50. A grade of MS69, a theoretically better coin than the $3,100 monster we just looked at. And it's sold for only 22 bucks. This is the reality check I was talking about earlier. The market simply does not view an Annex MS69 as equivalent to a PCGS MS68 Plus. Now, there are other sales out there for Annex-graded MS69s that do peak in a higher value, but whether you agree with that or not doesn't really matter. The factual auction data is going to prove it. If your goal is maximum profit, right now, the PCGS labels are where it's at. Let's head further west, though, for the imperfect San Francisco proof. This is a 2013 S San Francisco Shield Proof rated Proof 69 UC by NGC. It sold for a whopping $15 in December of 2024. We've moved over to the proof strikes, starting with a really high grade from NGC at Proof 69. With modern technology, the US Mint strikes proof coins really perfectly, so to speak. That PR70 is an expectation, really. A PR69 is technically a failure, and in these coins sells for next to nothing. Even with this early release label and a special Lincoln label, this coin is only worth $15. It's a beautiful placeholder, so to speak, but not an investment. Let's hike up the value a bit, though, with this PCGS Perfect 70. This is a 2013 S San Francisco Shield Proof rated Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $205.88 in August of 2023. I wanted to show you this coin to show you the standard for perfection. Once again, the PCGS registry premium really shows its strength. This perfect PR70 brings in over $200. If you are breaking up 2013 proof sets or you find one elsewhere and you want to send it in for grading, you are hunting for absolute microscopic perfection on these, or don't you dare break apart that set. Before doing so, you'll want to look through at least a 10 times loop or under your USB scope to really take a good look at those proof coins and make sure that they're flawless. One tiny spot of haze on the mirror finish is going to knock their value down exponentially. I think with this year, we see that not all grades are created equal. Because the data that you've seen in this video has probably made you a bit angry, I just wanted to touch on a few things. When we look at modern zinc Lincoln cents, condition is really everything. The market places a massive weight on who decides that condition. In the last few years, PCGS has established itself as the absolute master of the modern registry set. Collectors building the finest known sets will fight vicious bidding wars over those PCGS graded coins. Other grading services, even respected ones with long histories, simply are not commanding that premium for modern business strikes lately. The data we've looked at in this video provides the ultimate lesson in buying the holder. 2013 Shield cents are really one of those great things to collect, but not all of them are going to garner a huge value. Unless you're able to send yours off and get a really high grade, you're probably not even going to see the grading fee back in value. First, let's talk about the Lincoln Collection pedigree. This is a 2014 Philadelphia Shield cent graded MS68 Red by PCGS. It sold for $264.38 in May of 2025. We're starting with a massive result for a simple common date. This coin carries the Lincoln Collection pedigree. In the coin world, pedigree is going to be those coins that come from a famous or highly respected collection. Collectors will usually pay a massive premium to own a coin that was once part of a legendary set. At over $260, this is obviously a top of the market price for an MS68. So that Lincoln Collection pedigree clearly added to that value. But what about the standard MS68 benchmark, those high-grade regular Philly cents? This is a 2014 Philadelphia Shield cent graded MS68 red by PCGS also. It sold a year previous for $109. Here is the exact same grade without the famous collection name attached to it. This coin came from the Stephenville collection though, still a highly coveted collection of its own. While still a high-end grade, notice the price difference. At $109, this represents the standard market value for most 2014 Philly cents in really high grades. It's still a huge increase over the face value, of course, and a gorgeous coin, but it shows how much provenance in one set matters to high-end bidders. What about the Mile High Mint, though? Let's talk about Denver. This is a 2014 D Denver Shield cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold at auction for $84 in 2023. Now this is a regular Denver business strike. The PCGS population on this coin is slightly higher than the Philly version, which explains that lower price. In the world of Shield cents, Denver usually had better strike quality, making higher grades slightly easier to find than the Philadelphia coins. At $84, it's really a solid win for any coin roll hunter, as they definitely turned an albeit small but great profit on this coin. But it shows that Philadelphia is the harder condition hit for 2014. We can't talk about 2014 though without talking about the perfect proofs. This is a 2014 S San Francisco Shield proof graded Proof 70 red by NGC. It sold for $35.11 in October of 2025. We have here a perfect Proof 70 from San Francisco. Even with the early releases label and a perfect technical grade, this coin sold for under $40. As I've said before, the market for modern proofs is flooded. Unless it's in a PCGS holder and from a specific registry set, a perfect 2014 proof is an affordable, beautiful coin, but it just doesn't break the bank. In most cases, if you have one of these flawless looking 2014 proofs, it's not even worth sending it into grade, sadly. Put it in the album, protect it, and hold on to it for the future. It'll be worth it one day. Now let's talk about the star of the show, the double die error worth over $400. This is a 2014 Philadelphia double die obverse FS101 graded MS66 red by PCGS. It sold for $456 in November of 2023. I have a separate video that covers all the different double die errors for this year, but I wanted to make sure to cover at least one of them to show you the real value in these errors. This is what you should be looking for in your pocket change, and of course, in any of those uncirculated rolls of 2014 cents you come across. The FS101 is a major variety listed in many books. Look for clear doubling on the date of 2014, and mainly on the word Liberty. This coin is only an MS66. Of course, that's still a pretty high grade, but it's not the perfect grade. This is a grade that would be worth face value if it were a normal Lincoln cent, but because of the error, it sold for over $450. There are only 9 or so of these known in this grade, with none higher. So this is one of those ultimate treasures that you can hunt for and hopefully be the 10th, the 11th, and so on. It really is one of those gems and one of the greatest errors for 2014 cents. This year really shows us the power of the population report. So why is population the secret to the value? For the 2014 Philadelphia cent, The mint made billions, of course, but if the PCGS population report shows that only 40 or so coins have ever achieved a certain grade, let's say MS68, then those 40 or so coins become condition rarities. When you see two different prices for the same grade, like the $100 gap that we've seen in this video between two MS68s, it usually comes down to pedigree, label, or simply timing. Sometimes luck in timing can make the big difference in value in some cases. 2014 is proof that you do not need a 100-year-old coin to come across that major payday. My strategy for hunting them is really straightforward. The most important takeaway is stop looking for the shiny ones in 2014 and start looking for the double dies. Even in lower grades than the one seen here, even in ungraded form, they can be worth hundreds of dollars. Aside from that, for standard coins, Philly is going to be king. Philadelphia coins command the most value because the population is lower in most conditions. It's time to learn about the value and what to look for on your 2015 Lincoln Pennies. Let's start off with the Philly Powerhouse. This is a 2015 Philadelphia Shield Cent rated MS67 Plus red by PCGS. It sold for $151.88 in the beginning of 2026. This really recent sale lets us start off strong with an absolute blazing coin out of Philly. Finding a modern cent worth over $150 is exactly why we search our bankrolls. That plus grade that this one received means this coin has booming luster and really incredible eye appeal. It's a huge win for any coin roll hunter. Now, when we're talking about those raw 2015 cents that show up in your pocket change, if they show wear, they're not going to be worth any more than face value. Even when you get down to MS63, 64, they're great for albums, but they're not going to bring a premium right now. You're really hunting for those flawless, out-of-the-mint shine coins that just pop to the eye. Those are the ones you're going to want to get graded. What about the early release ones for 2015, though? Let's take a look at this registry gem. This is a 2015 Philly Shield Cent graded MS68 red by NGC. It sold for $175.50 in February of 2025. Just look at this gorgeous coin in an NGC holder. This coin also features the early releases Lincoln label, making it a really fantastic trophy for modern registry sets. Hitting an MS68 is a massive achievement and proves the big grades are out there waiting for you to find them. Now, raw, ungraded gems right out of mint sets, things right out of rolls, are where you want to start. While an MS66 is only going to trade for a few dollars right now, training your eye to spot the difference between like a dollar coin and a $200 MS68 is going to be the key to discovering those massive profits. Speaking of massive profits, though, let's talk the $9,900 legend. This is another 2015 Philadelphia Shield Cent graded MS68 red from PCGS. This one sold a few years ago in 2022 for $9,954. Nearly $10,000 for a 2015 cent. This is the ultimate proof that modern coins can bring life-changing money sometimes. Now, when this sold, it was a top population condition rarity, and registry set collectors obviously fought hard for it. This is the dream we are all chasing when we go to sell our coins. The owner of this already knew they had a great and beautiful MS68. But garnering $10,000 at auction probably blew their mind like it would any of us. Even if your sharp-looking find comes back in MS67, you're still looking close to a $100 flip. The hunt is always worth it for 2015 Philly coins. Let's move over to Denver, though, and talk about a real star. This is a 2015 D Denver cent, graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $86.63 right at the very end of 2024. Now that we've headed over to the Mile High Mint, we can see just how beautiful of coins came out of there, or at least the possibility, with this MS67. Denver is famous for striking crisp, beautiful pennies for this year. At $86, this is a highly accessible and profitable target for anyone searching through Western bankrolls. It's a solid, consistent moneymaker. They're great to look for. Circulated 2015 D cents are usually just spenders, though, worth the face value. But if you can score an original, unopened 2015 bankroll somewhere, you have a prime opportunity to pull out these uncirculated high-grade winners. We can't talk about 2015 completely, though, without talking about the San Francisco Mirror. This is a 2015 S San Francisco Shield Proof, graded Proof 69 red by NGC. It sold for $16 in September 2025. You're probably wondering, $16? Why is it on the list? Well, we have to talk about every single mint to cover all the Lincoln cents, and sadly, these are just not worth a ton of money right now. It's still an absolute piece of beautiful coin jewelry, so to speak, from the San Francisco Mint. Proof coins have deeply mirrored fields and frosted devices. They're very stunning. At $16, this is one of those affordable but incredible ways to add a premium-looking graded coin to any collection. Ungraded proofs that have been removed from their sets and show fingerprints or hairlines usually drop to $2 or $3. Personally, I would suggest keeping them in their original packaging to preserve that mirror finish. I'm never a fan of popping open proof sets in hopes of getting a high-graded coin. Now, if you come across a proof coin just out in the wild by itself, of course, hunt those all day. The 2015 Shield Cent proves that there is a serious treasure hiding in plain sight, sometimes right in your pocket change. Whether you're searching for errors, or hunting for that next $10,000 unicorn, the opportunity is in your hands, and that's what's awesome about this hobby. I mean, heck, worst case, you look through your money, you find nothing, and you end up with the same amount of money you started with. I know I can't say that about a lot of my other hobbies. We aren't just looking for Lincoln cents in general, we're hunting for the 2015 Double Die Obverse. One of these sold recently for over $130. If you've been ignoring your 2015 Shield cents because they're too modern, there's a ton of them out there, then you might be missing out. Especially if you can get a hold of uncirculated rolls or just really clean ones out of collections or something, you might be sitting on some really good money if you find one of these errors. First, you gotta know what to look for though. So before we look at the values, let me take a quick second to talk about a 3-point checklist on what to look for to identify these single squeeze double dies. First, you're going to want to look for the football 0. On this error, the inside of the 0 looks kind of distorted and elongated. It makes it look kind of like a little football, instead of being a really clear 0. Second, you'll want to look at the Liberty notches. This is where a loop or a USB scope comes into play. Take a look at the bottom corners of the letters in Liberty. You are looking for notching or split serifs where the design has clearly shifted. Third point is to look at the southeast spread. Everything on this coin spreads towards the southeast. If the doubling looks flat or like a shelf, that's just mechanical doubling. This is not going to be worth any heightened value. And I have a video that covers regular real doubling versus mechanical doubling, so check that out if you're a little bit confused. If it's raised and clear, then you've found this double die. Keep in mind that with single squeeze doubling, most of the doubling takes place towards the center of the design. That's the difference also in this type of doubling versus other types of doubling you see on earlier years of Lincoln cents. Let's talk about 3 certified sales so you can see some values. First, we'll start with the MS66 King. This is a 2015 Philadelphia Shield cent with a DDO001 variety graded MS66 Red by Annex. It sold for $130.62 in November of 2025. So this recent sale really makes this Philly coin the king of this 2015 variety. Hitting an MS66 grade, especially on a zinc cent, is tough because they spot so easily. But when you combine that high grade with the best of variety, the WDDO006, you get a triple-digit payout like this one. Even after the grading fees, this was a great profit. This coin is proof that modern coin roll hunting is professional business. You can really make some value. Even if yours has a few tiny carbon spots, you can still pull a premium on these. Even out of pocket change, these can sell for a few bucks raw as well. Let's talk about an MS65 benchmark. This is another 2015 Philly Shield cent with a DDO001 variety, graded MS65 Red by Annex. This one sold for just under $52 in November 2025. Now I know that's a bit lower number, and this is 1 grade point lower, but there's still a great return. This is a wonderful piece for any collection, and the grading certifies the condition. Also notice how consistent this price is. A $50 bill for a penny you found in a bankroll? This is why the hobby's so great. Turning a 1 cent face value coin into 50 bucks. The doubling on the 2 and the 5 is so sharp with this one that you can see it with a basic jeweler's loupe. Raw, ungraded, similar condition copies of this variety often trade for around $15 or $20 on the secondary market, so those are just wonderful altogether. Let's also talk about the VP001 mystery. This is a 2015 Philadelphia Shield cent with a double die VP001 graded MS66 by NGC. It sold for $92.25 in the latter end of 2023. Although a little bit older sale, this is a great variety. This is the one for specialists. While the WDDO006 gets really all the looks, the VP001 is a sleeper, I think. It shows incredible thickening on the inscriptions and is just beautiful altogether. At nearly $100 for this coin, it proves that variety hunters are constantly looking for alternate die states. If you find doubling that doesn't quite look like that weird zero, it could be the VP001. Because this is a rarer attribution, a raw find can actually be easier to sell to a specialist collector or shop than one that's already graded. But if I take any bit of information from the recent shows I've been at, a dealer or a collector would gobble this coin up in any way you had it. They're always worth value for these really cool varieties. The 2015 DDO isn't just a maybe. It's a high-frequency error that I think is great to get into, great to look for, and they're gonna gain value quickly over time. I suggest you check every 2015 cent, especially the Philadelphia ones. Philly was striking these by the billions, and these dies stayed in the presses long enough to strike thousands of these errors possibly. So the next treasure could be out there. Beat-up coins from 2016 are just worth face value, but let's talk about some valuable ones. Let's start off with the Registry Set Target. This is a 2016 Philadelphia Shield cent graded MS67 Red by PCGS. It sold for a whopping $60 in the beginning of 2023. We're starting off with a little bit older sale, but not by much, but with a massive win for a business strike cent worth 1 cent.
This beautiful MS-67 was actually part of the Kirk Weaver PCGS set registry. That tells you everything you need to know about this coin. Serious high-end collectors want pristine modern coins to complete those sets. Hitting a clean MS-67 can turn a 1 cent coin into a nice $60 or more value coin. Now, what about the lower grades and the ungraded ones? You're looking for perfection. So pick up unopened bankrolls, or maybe you're lucky you'll get a collection of some sort with really flawless ones in it. These are pretty modern, so I mean, you can find these in pocket change, but generally those are going to be worth face value. If you can pull a really flawless candidate, it's worth sending it off to grade and get certified, because high grade 2016 Phillies are worth pretty good money. Let's talk about the early release and how it's just not worth much money. This is a 2016 Philly Shield Cent early release rated MS-67 red by NGC. It sold for, you can't believe this, $7 in February of 2025. This is a bulk grading dump if I've ever seen one. Just wait a minute here. $7. Factoring in grading fees, this seller took an obvious and massive loss. So why would someone even do this? Why would they sell the coin for $7? This is the secret side of the coin business. It's bulk grading. Who knows what happened here truly, but a dealer likely sent in 100 or more coins, maybe all 2016 cents, hoping to hit an elusive multi-$100 MS-68 or something. When this one came back as an MS-67, they sold it immediately. They took the loss. They wanted to clear the inventory, recoup a fraction of those fees so they can get back at it. Their loss is a massive opportunity for you, though. This is a buyer's dream. $7 for an MS-67 that's undoubtedly going to gain really good value, albeit over time. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about the Denver Steel. This is a 2016 D Denver Shield Cent early release graded MS-67 red by NGC. You won't believe this, it's sold for $1 more than the previous coin, for $8 in February 2024. Now these coins are just not sought after. Denver's that mint for 2016 Lincoln cents that unless you crest into perfection, you're not really going to see any value. Just like the Philly Strike, this was likely a bulk grading cast-off. Denver strikes from 2016 are typically super strong, making MS-67s actually a bit easier to find. At $8, it's a beautifully graded Lincoln label coin that you can add to your collection without breaking the bank whatsoever. It's less than the cost of fast food these days. If you are a roll hunter, pristine 2016 D cents are abundant in fresh rolls. Build an incredible raw collection first before you think about spending the money on sending one in for grading, though. Let's move over further west, though, and talk about the Birth Set Perfection. Now we're going to get into a little bit of money. This is a 2016 S San Francisco Birth Set Proof rated Proof 70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold for $79.52 in April of 2024. Now we are talking about absolute perfection. This proof coin achieved the flawless PR70 grade. This is exactly what you want for any proof you send in for grading. I don't care what year it is. Plus, this one has the special Birth Set First Strike pedigree. These specialized US mint sets are super popular, they're really cool, and when they grade out at a perfect 70, the value just jumps. In this case, nearly $80. If a proof coin drops even 1 point to a PR69, it's worth around $10 to $20. With modern proofs, it's literally perfection or bust. Let's talk about the standard proof winner.
This is another 2016 S San Francisco Shield Proof, graded Proof 70 Red, Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold for $82.33 in the middle of 2025. This coin shows the standard Proof 70 Deep Cameo. Notice how this standard proof actually sold for a little bit more than that birth set version. This is because of the modern registry game. Plastic really matters in some cases, but the undeniable perfection of this coin is king. An $82 return on a modern proof is a massive victory. If they sent it in a bulk submission, they definitely made some money on this one. Ungraded proof sets are still great to pick up for 2016 because they're incredibly cheap. As you know, proof sets may not gain too much value over time, but if you have a sharp eye, you might be able to spot one of those coins in a proof set worth busting it out and sending it in for grading. Most notably, you might be able to cherry pick yourself the absolute best of Lincoln Cent for 2016 out of a nice clean roll, and I hope you do. Let me give you a small 3-point checklist for finding the most premium 2016 Lincoln Cents. First, the zinc spot check. Modern cents are copper-plated zinc. They are highly prone to black carbon spots or zinc rot. You are looking for a 100% spot-free surface under a 10 times loop. If you don't have a cheap loop, I always link one in every video. Next, look for booming luster. We don't just want shiny here. We want cartwheel luster that jumps right out at you. When you tilt the coin in the light, you should see unbroken bands of light spinning around the surfaces of the coin. Now, if we're talking about proofs, really good isn't good enough. You are looking for absolute, undeniable perfection. So get that second, get that third opinion before you send it off to grade. No milk spots, no hairlines, no scratches, absolutely flawless. Let's take a look at certified sales of these coins that can show how a 1-cent coin from 2017 can turn into a $160 payday. So let's jump into it. Let's take a look at the historic P Premium. This is a 2017 P Philadelphia Shield Cent, graded MS68 Red from NGC. It sold for $168.75 in the middle of 2023. I wanted to start off with a massive hit for a modern billion mintage penny. This shows the power of the MS68 grade for this historic year. Collectors wanted the absolute best example of the only P mint mark cent ever made for their registry sets, driving this price to nearly $170. A note here is that because people hoarded these, MS65s, MS66s aren't going to really turn too much of a profit. Your uncirculated rolls need to yield absolute perfection in order to hit those triple-digit prices. What about autograph coin slabs? This is another 2017 P Philadelphia Shield Cent, graded MS68 Red from NGC, but with a Lyndall Bass signed label. This sold for $86.53 in November of 2025, so not too long ago. Here is the exact same MS68 grade from the same grading company, but this sold more recently with a special designer label. Lyndall Bass is the artist who designed the shield reverse we see on Lincoln Cents. Having her signature on the holder is a really cool and massive bonus for dedicated collectors. But notice the price drop from $168 in 2023 down to about $90 in late 2025. This shows the market stabilizing as more MS68s were graded between those two periods of time. It's a great reminder that if you grade on a top population modern cent, sell it while the hype is there. You can really turn a profit sometimes. Also take note that when this coin drops in grade when you pull them out of those uncirculated rolls to say something between MS60 and 65, they're going to drop down to only about $20 in value.
So those would be a hold piece to have in your collection, or simply grading is not worth it for coins that are beat up. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about the Denver Contender. This is a 2017 D Denver Shield Cent graded MS68 red with a Lincoln label from NGC. This sold for $98 in November of 2025. We need to take a look at what the Denver Mint was doing. Back in 2017, Denver didn't get a special anniversary mint mark. They just got their standard D mint mark. But because everyone was obsessed with the Philly coins, the Denver strikes were somewhat ignored. Hitting an MS68 on a Denver strike is a fantastic $100 plus victory. If you found a 2017 D in your change, it's normally just a spender, sadly. If it is truly flawless, and you can send it off to grade and get a pretty high grade, this is where the value lies. Otherwise, most Denver cents are just album builders. Let's go further west to the San Francisco Mint to talk about the standard proof winner. This is a 2017 S San Francisco Shield Proof First Strike graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. This sold for $57.25 in November of 2025. As you know, proof coins are like jewelry for the numismatic world. They're meant to be perfect, they're struck to be flawless. Getting a perfect Proof 70 with the First Strike designation is still really awesome and hard to do in a lot of cases. And to pick it up for under $60 makes it a highly accessible entry point for any of us collectors or new collectors that want to get into the hobby and get a flawless asset for under $100. If you're going to grade your 2017 proof coins, you want them to be flawless. The value tanks if it is not a super clean specimen of this coin. This is a 2017 S San Francisco Shield Proof graded Proof 70 Red Deep Cameo by PCGS. It's also from the Terry's Toners collection, which adds some pedigree. It sold for $75.78 in March of 2026. So here we have a perfect proof that carries a famous collector's pedigree. This sale is really hot off the presses too, from early 2026. Notice how it brought nearly $20 more than the First Strike version. This is because the Terry's Toner collection adds that pedigree, adds that history and provenance. Serious collectors will pay a premium to own a coin that came from a famous curated set like this. But you can't fake a pedigree. If you are buying raw 2017 proof sets to grade yourself or just to collect, expect your PR70 hits to max out at usually around $50 to $60. Because 2017 is the only year with the P under the date, millions of people hoarded these coins when they came out. That means finding a regular 2017 Philadelphia is easy, but finding one that is actually worth grading and worth big money requires a trained eye. So let's hit a checklist on finding those great coins. First, look right under the date. You want the Philadelphia mint mark to be struck razor sharp, so no die chips filling the loop of the P and no carbon spots anywhere on the coin, especially near the date. Also keep in mind the grading jump. An MS67 is of course a beautiful coin, but in 2017, the real money starts in perfection from MS68 and higher. When you are hunting for coins that can be paired with those special labels, keep in mind that the one signed by Lyndall Bass, the actual artist who designed the Union Shield reverse, can hold some really good value. We're going to break down quite a few different certified sales for these coins, including one that sold for over $2,000. We're also going to look at the cold hard facts of the grading market, including a trap that costs one collector serious money. So let's get to it. Let's take a look at the MS68 Standard. This is a 2018 Philadelphia Shield Cent graded MS68 red with a Lincoln label from NGC. It sold for $130.50 in September of 2025, so not very long ago. I think this is the realistic peak for most high-end roll hunters. Hitting an MS68 after you send something to grade is a huge accomplishment, and even really clean ungraded versions of these coins can sell for far above face value. This does require sourcing original bankrolls and carefully extracting coins that have never touched human hands, or at least appear so. At $130, this is a beautiful return on this investment, and it's a key piece for any modern registry set. This is simply a beautiful coin. Let's take the 1-point plunge though. This is another 2018 Philadelphia Shield Cent First Strike graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $16.01 in March of 2025. This is going to show the harsh reality of modern coin grading. The main note here is that this coin is just one grade point lower than an MS68, of course, yet the price plummeted from $130 down to $16. Factoring in $20 to $40 for a grading fee, the person who submitted this coin lost money even if they were just trying to cast it away to begin with. And maybe on the other hand, they just accepted the loss and knew they were going to take it. It's a brutal reminder that you must be a real factual critic of your own coins before sending them off to get graded. You could just waste your money. Let's move over to the Mile High Mint though, to talk about a Mile High monster. This is a 2018 D Denver Shield Cent First Strike graded MS69 red by PCGS. This sold for $2,428.75 in July of 2024. This coin here is an absolute treasure. It is the absolute ceiling for the 2018 market. Although this sale was a little while ago, it really captures the sheer value you can get to if you're able to uncover a truly flawless Denver coin from this year. An MS69 on a business strike zinc cent is basically a statistical anomaly. It means the coin was struck perfectly, ejected perfectly, rolled perfectly, and then preserved. When a registry set collector needs that top population to beat the rivals, they will pay whatever it takes, and that shows here. But what about the trap I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the video? Take a quick look at the flip side. This is another 2018 D graded MS67 red by NGC, and it sold for only $11 in November of 2025. You would think a special proof-like designation on the label would make it more valuable, right? The market dictates that the base grade MS67 has so many of them at that grade that it's common. That PL designation couldn't even save it from being a total financial loss for the submitter. Let's travel further onward to talk about the standard proof winner. This is a 2018 S San Francisco Shield Cent Proof Finish Early Release, rated Proof 70 UC by NGC. It sold for $41 in June of 2025. Now that we've moved over to the San Francisco Mint, we want to take a look at what the flawless 70 proofs look like, and this one is Ultra Cameo. Modern proofs are expected to be perfect though, so $41 is actually a good and highly accessible price for a beautiful asset. It's a great way to own that certified perfection without risking the high premiums of the business strike market for this year. Anything lower than 70 is gonna be a total loss in comparison to the grading fees, meaning if your proof coin is not truly flawless looking, it's not worth sending off. Like I've said before, 2018 is just one of those odd years for Lincoln cents. They're either worth a ton of money or really not much at all. To hit those massive four-figure paydays, you really have to be critical with yourself as far as whether the coin is pure looking and flawless, and really take a look and rely on the data and verifiable condition of the coins. I love hunting for 2018 Lincoln cents in coin rolls, But no matter how you're searching for them, let's cover a couple little tips on what to look for. First, the untouched surface. As you know, zinc cents are notorious for bagging and scratching in the mint hoppers. They're beat up before they even get to the bank. You're looking for truly flawless coins, so bust out that microscope, bust out that loupe. You really want to take close looks at your 2018 coins to ensure that they are in the best condition. Remember also from our example, the proof-like illusion. Sometimes business strikes come off fresh dies looking mirrored, almost like a proof coin. That's where that PL comes from. But as we saw, PL doesn't automatically mean profit if the base grade is just not high enough. In essence, 2018 Shield cents prove that there is zero room for error in the modern market. You can't just hope a coin is going to come back in the high MS grades. You have to really know it with these. Take a look at the Philadelphia benchmark. This is a 2019 Philadelphia Shield cent graded MS69 red by Annex. It sold for $90 in December of 2024. Let's establish our baseline with the standard Philly strike. Philadelphia would mint nearly 3.5 billion pennies in 2019. Finding an MS69 requires ripping original bankrolls and finding a coin that managed to escape the minting hoppers without a single bag mark. That's crazy enough as it is. At almost $100, this is a highly realistic, solid return on investment for dedicated roll hunters. Even with the grading fees taken into account, the seller of this coin still made a really good profit. At MS68, this coin's usually worth around $30 to $50, which is a little profit. Anything MS69 or Perfection at 70 is where you hit the real value. Speaking of grade, what about the lower grade trap? Take a look at this 2019 Philly Shield cent, first day of issue, graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $32.11 in March of 2025. I wanted to show this sale because it perfectly illustrates the danger of grading modern coins. This coin has the special first day of issue pedigree, but the base grade of MS67 really kills the value. Modern zinc cents in MS67 are simply super common. Also factoring in $20 to $40 of a grading fee, including shipping, the person who submitted this coin probably lost money. So why even get it graded? Well, they might have had their own reasons, but I could see it mainly being certifying the coin and certifying the condition, as well as preserving the coin in general, and hopefully it gaining value over time. In my opinion, you should keep anything that's around this type of condition in raw, ungraded form. Still put it in a binder or a 2x2 flip, but hold on to it for a while. It's not one of those crazy financial assets, but it's a really cool album filler and will gain value over time. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint though and talk about the Denver Proof-like Disappointment. This is a 2019 D Denver Shield cent from the Explore and Discover set, graded MS67 red, Proof-like by PCGS. It sold for a whopping $37.11 in March of 2025. So now we're talking about the proof-like designation. I think these are really cool, but there's some catches to them. The US Mint released a special Explore and Discover set in 2019, and many of the Denver pennies inside had heavily mirrored fields, almost like a proof coin. So they earned the PL or proof-like designation. However, just like the last coin, the base grade is kind of lower comparatively to other coins out of uncirculated rolls or sets. It's an MS67. The fancy PL designation really only added about $5 in value here. Grade is really going to be king when it comes to modern cents in general. So you can see that even this premium label or designation didn't help the value really. You have to have basically a flawless coin to really get value. Although lower in price, I do want to talk about a really accessible piece of perfection from 2019, and that's the proof coins. This is a 2019 S San Francisco proof, first day of issue, rated Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $36.36 in December of 2025. So now we're taking a look at the San Francisco proof strike. This is a flawless Proof 70 Deep Cameo coin. So why the heck did it only sell for $36? I mean, that's really low. This is because modern proofs are struck specifically for collectors using specially prepared dies and polished planchets. The survival rate of perfect 70s is actually really high. At under $40 though, this is the perfect purchase, a great entry-level coin for anyone who wants to own certified perfection without taking a huge financial plunge. Now, a lower grade note though, do not buy modern proofs graded PR69 unless they are essentially free, really low price, or something else is going on with it, like it's a lower graded coin than that but has great toning or something. The market strictly demands PR70 for these, or no real value is going to be seen. Next, let's talk about that fourth facility that was pumping out cents for this year, the famous W penny. This is a 2019 W West Point Shield Cent, first day of issue, graded MS69 Red by PCGS. It sold for $76.15 in March of 2025. Now here's a coin with two great things going on. One, we're getting back into the money a bit. We're almost at $80 here, and that's some good value. Also, I think this coin is one of those pennies, one of those Lincoln cents, whatever you want to refer to it as, that brought thousands of new collectors into the hobby. The 2019 W was a brilliant marketing move by the Mint, I think. This was included only as a bonus in standard uncirculated sets. It also represents the first time the West Point Mint mark appeared on a Lincoln cent. When these first released, MS69s were selling for much more. You can go back in time a bit over the years since their release and see that they were getting crazy prices when they first started. Now today the market is stabilized though, and I like to be factual. I wouldn't have showed you $30 coins earlier if I wasn't trying to tell you real values here. This isn't some random clickbait website. I tell you real values of your money, so that way you're not wasting your time looking for something if you're flipping it, you're trying to make money off the hobby, but also you know truly what you're getting yourself into if you're trying to complete sets or something. The market is stabilized for these. It's generally around $75 to $100, and that's the standard going rate for even nearly flawless examples. Lastly, let's talk about a $1,600 Denver Monster. Now this is a bit older sale, but I wanted to show you kind of the height of value for the 2019 cents. This is a 2019 D Denver Shield Cent graded MS69 Red by PCGS. It sold for $1,631.25 in 2020. So it is an old sale, but we end with the absolute pinnacle of 2019 business strikes. You might be wondering why a Denver cent sold for over $1,600, especially when the Philadelphia MS69 only brought about 90. It all comes down to population. For whatever reason, the Denver Mint's quality control in 2019 made finding a truly high condition coin really hard to do. When top-tier registry set collectors need the highest graded Denver penny to complete their set, it's always a massive bidding war. This is the ultimate example of the MS69 leap. An MS68 version is only worth like $20. That one single point of grade made a real difference, and we're talking like a $1,500 difference. 2019 is all about navigating modern perfection, I think. So here's 3 points to help you hunt those 2019 Lincoln cents. Keep in mind the West Point Premium. 2019 was the only year you could get a W Mint Mark penny. They were not put into circulation, They were special premiums included with uncirculated mint sets. They are a mandatory piece for any modern collection. Also, don't get caught up in the proof-like or PL illusion. Many 2019 D Lincoln cents pulled from that Explore and Discover set have great, deep, mirrored fields, earning a proof-like designation. But as we saw with that sale, which wasn't long ago, it really doesn't make much of a difference in value. So don't get caught up in that if you're out buying graded coins. Lastly, the MS69 standard. This one's really straightforward. For 2019 and most modern coins, it's either flawless or bust. It's the top condition coins that are always going to pull the best values, unless there's an error, variety, or some cool toning or something going on that drives the value up. So let's talk about a realistic, profitable target that you can actually find in your pocket change today. We're going to talk about the 2019 Philly Lincoln Shield cent. Now, are these going to pay off the mortgage? No, but this is exactly where the smart money starts. I'm talking about modern, single squeeze, double die obverse errors. Now, you might be confused already, so let me break them down. In the modern minting era, the US Mint uses a single squeeze process. Because of this, massive, dramatic doubling, like the famous 1955 and the 1972 Lincoln cents, are almost impossible. Modern doubling is really subtle, and it usually shows up in the center of the die, or as thickened lettering. Take a look at this one. At a glance, it looks like a shiny, boring zinc cent. But look closer at the date. See how fat those numbers look? That isn't a heavy strike, that's a Class 6 distended hub doubling, which is a really fancy way of saying it's a distorted, thickened masterpiece that most people miss. How the heck do you identify these? To find the DDO 001, this Class 6 doubling, the design elements are actually stretched and distended. So these are the three main things. You'll want to look for date distortion. Look closely at the numbers 2 and 0 in 2019. You will see a strong spread and extra thickness that makes the numbers look fat. Also look for the spread on the word Liberty. Check the letters in Liberty and In God We Trust. They will show a noticeable thickening and distension. Also the Stage B markers. If you think you have one, look for the fingerprints of the die, so to speak. In Stage B, there is a light die crack on Lincoln's forehead and a tiny die gouge, a small dot just above the N in the word cent on the reverse. Now let's look at the value of two different coins with double dies. First, let's start with that 001 benchmark. This is a 2019 Philadelphia Lincoln cent with a DDO 001 Stage B EMDS, graded MS66 red by Annex. Now I know that's a mouthful, we'll get to breaking it down, but it sold for $61.59 right at the very end of 2025. This is the coin that proves why variety hunting is worth your time. Now Annex is the gold standard for verifying error and variety coins, and has been for a few years. It's really tough, if not impossible, with PCGS and NGC to get certain errors verified. Now those labels do sometimes sell higher though, and that might have been the case here. This specific coin is in early mid-die state, or EMDS, even though the die was starting to show wear, which is evidenced by that forehead crack. The doubling remains razor sharp and well defined. At over $60, this is a massive return on a single penny, even with the grading fees at the time. This isn't hype, this is a documented, attributed variety that collectors actively compete for, and really one that you can find in your pocket change. Speaking of which, even if you do find this one out in the wild, it's still an easy flip for $15 or $20 to the right variety specialists because of that recognizable thickness. Next, let's take a look at this 2019 Philadelphia Lincoln Shield cent with a WDDO. It's graded MS66 red by Annex. and it sold for only $26 in November of 2025. Now I know what you're already thinking. Only $26, but grading probably costs more than that. You would be correct. Now, if this was sent in with a ton of coins in a bulk submission, maybe a couple of dollars made, but the main thing here is this is how you certify your error and variety coins. We have a sister variety listed in the Wexler files. While this coin is also graded MS66 red, it brought significantly less than that first coin. The WDDO002 also features extra thickness on the date and the word Liberty, but it is considered a minor variety compared to that 001. Again, this $26 price point is a real warning. If you find one of these errors, I would sell it ungraded. Now you're going to have to take it to a shop, maybe to a coin expo, where you can get actual verification on your find, but after you pay Annex for the grading and attribution fee, a $26 sale means you're probably going to lose money if you're looking to flip it. Now if you're a true collector, you're planning to hold on to it and let it gain value over time, sending it off to grade and eating the grading fee is well worth it with these. The 2019 Philly cents are a treasure map for anyone with a loop and a box of pennies, or even if you're hunting pocket change. There are even other errors on the 2019 Ds, so check my video out on that. The great thing about these is you don't need a $1,000 budget, you don't have to be a master in finding errors and varieties in your change. You can find these right in your cup holder, that old jar, in that sock you keep change in, or under the couch. So these are really cool. I hope you found this video helpful in how to identify them, and at least show you, hey, even if they're not worth $1 million, turning a 1-cent face value coin into $50 or $60 is pretty awesome in my opinion. We're going to look at a 2020 cent that sold for around $50, and another one that went well over $4,000. So let's get into it. First up, let's talk about a Philadelphia baseline. This is a 2020 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, first strike, graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $101.25 in January of 2026. So this is a pretty recent establishment of the baseline for Philly. This is of course a gorgeous, fully red coin. It hit an MS67 grade, which is really solid, and has that first strike label. Because Philadelphia produced billions of Lincoln cents, though, finding an MS67 actually isn't impossible. They usually sell for between $80 and around $150. If you're new to the hobby, understanding that first strike just means the coin was received by the grading company within the first 30 days of release. It doesn't mean the coin was better struck, or it's going to automatically get a higher grade. Speaking of higher grade, though, let's talk about that $4,000 giant. This is another 2020 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold in July of 2023 for $4,387.50. Now this sale is a couple years old, but it really establishes the territory of elite modern condition, I think. Just look at that price realized. Over $4,000 for a cent struck in 2020. Why is that? This is because getting a zinc penny through the minting process into a bag, through ballistic shipping, and into a slab without a single microscopic scratch or plating bubble is a miracle unto itself. This is a true population rarity. Look at your coin under a loupe or microscope. If you see tiny, pimple-like bumps on the surface, those are called plating blisters. These are incredibly common for modern cents, and they'll completely destroy your chances of getting a high grade like this, so watch out. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint in Denver, though, to talk about a true discount. This is a 2020D Denver Lincoln cent, first strike, graded MS67 red by PCGS.
and it sold for only $58.50 in September of 2024. So we've headed over west, and we're taking a look at the D mint marks. This coin came from the famous Meldrum family registry set. It's an MS67 red with a first strike designation like that first coin. Yet it only sold for like $60. At that price, after you pay for grading, shipping, and the auction fees, the seller probably lost money on the coin. So why did they even get it graded? Why did they sell it? Well, it could have been included in a bulk grading submission. They're simply trying to verify the condition of the coin or preserve it, or heck, they thought they were going to make more money from that first strike label. They didn't, and so they're just hawking it off for whatever they can get. Registry sets are collections where hobbyists compete to have the highest graded sets possible. When the sets get broken up and sold, sometimes amazing coins can sell for a really massive discount like this one. Maybe you like a little bit of mystery, so let's talk about a bit of mystery from Annex. This is another 2020D Denver Lincoln cent rated MS69 red from Annex. It sold for $481.50 right at the end of 2025. Now here is a true lesson in grading companies and plastic. This coin graded out at a staggering MS69 by Annex, just 1 point away from absolute perfection. But because it's not graded by PCGS or NGC, it didn't pull thousands, but still commanded close to $500, which is actually a massive premium for the Annex slab. PCGS and NGC are considered the top-tier grading services, along with Annex. Annex is actually a lot older, a very respected company, but I'll tell you what, their slabs are always going to sell less usually. They just aren't as pristine looking, I think, and they don't picture as well as PCGS and NGC slabs when you throw them in front of a camera. So I think that really plays into the value of them, but I love picking up Annex slabs. You usually get a deal compared to the same coin, same grade from one of the other companies. Let's jump over to San Francisco, though, and talk about the first day proof. This is a 2020S Proof Lincoln cent, first day of issue, graded PR70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $120.38 on November 2nd, 2025. This very recent sale moves to the collector strikes out of San Francisco. Now this is a perfect Proof 70 with a deep cameo contrast. The fields are like black glass and the devices are frosted white. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous coin. Even with a premium first day of issue though, it only realized $120. Now that's nothing to cry about for a brand new penny. A 2020 Lincoln cent is pretty new. Decam or deep cameo means there is a heavy contrast between the shiny, mirror-like background of the coin and the frosted, matte-looking image of Lincoln's bust. It's highly desired by any collector and a beautiful coin. But what about the standard proof? This is another 2020S Proof Lincoln cent graded PR70 Deep Cameo by PCGS, but it doesn't sport the first day of issue. This sold for $146.25 in February of 2026. Wait a minute, look at this. An even more recent sale, it doesn't have the first day of issue label like the last coin, but it sold for more. This proves exactly what I preach about in lots of my videos. Do not pay a massive premium for special marketing labels. Buy the coin, not the hype. Sometimes auction prices fluctuate simply based on who is in the room or bidding online that day. Don't assume a label automatically guarantees more money. Sometimes, more often than not, you'll see that it doesn't. Now that we've looked at a few different certified auction sales, what do you think about these 2020 Lincoln cents? Are you going to start searching for them? If you're going to pull real money out of modern pocket change, you have to understand the zinc penny problem. So let me highlight 3 combat points in your war for finding really good 2020 Lincoln cents. First, the MS-67 Cliff. Since 1982, pennies are made of copper-plated zinc. Zinc is incredibly reactive, it oxidizes, it bubbles, it corrodes, it scratches. Finding a modern business strike in anything in mid-MS grade or higher is really hard to do, so if you find that absolutely flawless 2020 Lincoln cent, set it aside and consider getting it graded. Next, the first strike label versus standard. In the modern market specifically, grading companies use designations like first strike or first day of issue to create kind of some artificial scarcity or just to add some flair to the label. As you've seen in the video, the market doesn't always care about these labels. Lastly, the Proof 70 standard. For modern Lincoln cents, unless they have an error, a variety of some weird sort, or crazy toning, you need perfection or it's bust. You must hit flawless, perfect Proof 70 deep cameo. This is where the money really hits. PR69s are sadly only worth a few bucks in most cases for modern proof cents. We're going to look at a nearly perfect modern cent that sold for about $12, but then another one that shattered the ceiling at over $4,000. So let's jump into it. Let's take a look at some certified examples so you know what these sell for, and I'll explain why they sold for that. First up, let's talk about the monster out of Philadelphia. This is a 2021 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS69 red by PCGS. It sold for $4,646.16 on August 31st of 2025. This sale here establishes the absolute ceiling for modern zinc. In raw circulated condition, a 2021 penny is worth generally 1 cent. Even those uncirculated bankrolls really only have a couple dollars of value over the face value maybe. This is one of those population anomalies. A business strike modern zinc penny surviving the minting and shipping process with zero flaws to achieve this grade of MS69 is like a miracle. Elite registry set builders went to war over this coin, and that shows in that $4,600 price tag. Keep in mind though, if you're new to the hobby, understand that modern coins are mass-produced by the billions. They're not rare, so condition is the only thing that creates value here. This one is graded at the top end of the scale and is one of the finest examples known. What about that grading trap I mentioned earlier, though? This is a 2021 Philadelphia Lincoln cent as well, graded MS67 red by NGC, and is an early release. It sold for $12.50 in August of 2025 also. Same year, same mint, but a harsh dose of reality. Ungraded values for these are generally 1 cent. This is an absolute bloodbath as well. The submitter paid a grading fee, paid extra for the early release Lincoln label, and the coin sold for 12 bucks. After all of that, they definitely lost significant money. MS67s are simply too common for this year of penny to carry any premium. Also, you can see that Lincoln label for early release added absolutely no value, which you can see in a lot of other videos I've made covering a lot of years of Lincoln cents. Those specialty labels really don't add value unless the coin itself was already valuable to begin with. Speaking of discrepancies though, let's head over to the Mile High Mint to talk about a slab discrepancy. This is a 2021 D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS69 red by Annex. It sold for $31 in March of 2024. This is a little bit older sale, but it's a really important lesson in modern grading, and I think you can kind of apply this to any collectible you want to grade. The ungraded value of most 2021 D cents is 1 cent. But wait a minute. The first coin was an MS69 also, and it sold for over $4,000. Why is this one only selling for $31? Because top-tier registry set builders are going to pay thousands to compete strictly in PCGS and the NGC ecosystem. While Annex is a respected legacy grader, their ultra-modern, ultra-high grades simply do not command top-tier premiums. You usually see the values for similarly graded coins out of the other grading companies pulling in better premiums when they go to auction. When targeting the absolute top of the population reports, so those MS68, 69s, the specific grading company sometimes dictates a financial return. Speaking of financial return, though, let's talk about a valuable Denver coin. This is a 2021 D Denver Lincoln Cent, graded MS67 plus red by PCGS with a first strike designation. This sold for $180. Let's look at how that single plus mark saves a submission. That previous MS67 Philly coin of the same grade sold for only $12. This one is an MS67 plus. That tiny half-point upgrade, combined with the PCGS holder, pushed this coin from a financial loss to a solid $180 realized. A plus grade means the coin is at the absolute top end of its assigned grade. It appears premium for that grade, even under 10 times magnification, setting this coin apart from some of the others we've already discussed. We can't forget about San Francisco, though. What about the Proof Premium for 2021? This is a 2021 S San Francisco Lincoln Cent, first day of issue, graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold at the very end of 2025 for $92.58. This is that brand preference that strikes again. Raw proofs sit around $3 to $5, maybe a little more. This is the same perfect PR70 grade as that last coin, but the combination of the PCGS slab and the first day of issue label pushed the realized price close to $100. This is a safer margin, but still highly speculative for the grading fees involved, because even after you factor that in, you're really only talking maybe a $15 or $20 profit. If you're in the market for buying modern proofs, it is almost always cheaper to buy them already graded on the secondary market than to submit them to a grading company yourself, in my opinion. 2021 Lincoln Cents are really awesome to look for because they're modern, and there's a ton of them out there. Here's 3 checkpoints to know while you're hunting them. First, finding a modern zinc penny in an extremely high grade like MS68 or higher is incredibly difficult due to the reactive zinc blisters and all the bag marks that most of these have. If you are to come across a truly flawless one, protect it in a 2x2 flipper album and consider getting it graded. Also keep in mind the brand discrepancy. You saw how all of those values changed up and down, waxed and waned, depending on the grading company. Now, Annex is wonderful for varieties and errors. They will attribute most minor varieties and errors that PCGS and NGC won't. On the flip side, though, you see higher sales premiums for PCGS slabs. Third, the plus grade premium. If you're buying graded coins, and you're able to pick up ones that have that plus designation on the grade, that can be the difference between losing the grading fees involved and actually making a profit. Or if you're buying already graded coins, you'll see heightened values on your returns with that plus grade. The easiest way to find these coins is going to be in those original bankrolls or buying already graded versions. The modern Lincoln Cent market is built on ruthless exactness. You're not going to survive on luck or by throwing handfuls of pocket change at PCGS or NGC. You really got to know what you're looking for. You're going to want to look for very flawless coins with zero microscopic zinc blisters or any marks on them. Our first coin is going to establish a baseline, a high baseline.
This is a 2022 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold for $2,328.75 in November of 2025. This is a super recent auction sale that establishes the top tier baseline for Philly, I think. Now in raw, ungraded, circulated, or even some uncirculated conditions, a standard 2022 cent is worth around its face value of 1 cent. This is the condition anomaly in action though. Surviving the massive minting bins, the shipping process, without any blisters, any bangs, any bag marks, and hitting MS68 is crazy. The demand from PCGS registry collectors is always going to drive coins like this well into the thousands. So that's an area for you. You're looking for flawless coins, but they can command really good money. Let's talk about an exception though. 2022 Philadelphia Lincoln Shield Cent graded MS67 red from PCGS from the Terry's Toners collection. It sold for $196.88 in March of 2026. This is super recent and an incredible lesson in the secondary market premiums. Now, of course, again, ungraded regular old 2022 Philadelphia Lincoln Cents that even look decent to the naked eye are generally worth a penny. But don't fret though, you can come across really wonderful ones. Normally, an MS67 modern zinc cent could be really worth about the grading fee. The fees generally eat up the value. So why did this one pull over $200? 2 reasons: toning and pedigree. If you've watched any of my other content, you know I love toned coins. This coin comes from the famous specialized collection, Terry's Toners, and features unique surface coloration. Toning is that natural oxidation of the coin's surface, which can create some beautiful colors and really add value. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint though to talk about a plus grade phenomenon. This is a super valuable coin, a 2022D Denver Lincoln Shield Cent graded MS68 plus red by PCGS. It sold for $3,729.38 in April of 2026. This is the absolute ceiling for the modern market, and this is a super recent sale. Generally, these are worth the face value of 1 cent. This coin achieved a 68 plus though, meaning it has the eye appeal bordering on a 69. Because a true MS69 is practically unheard of in the modern era, registry collectors will wage bidding wars over these plus grades to lock in that top spot. We have to talk about that brand discrepancy I talked about in the beginning of the video. This is a 2022D Denver Shield Cent graded MS69 red by NGC. It sold for $1,350 in May of 2025. So another really recent auction sale, but you have to pay very close attention to this sale. These coins are of course worth 1 cent normally. And wait a minute, the previous coin was an MS68 Plus that sold for over $3,000. This is a mathematically higher MS69, but it sold for over $2,000 less. This is because the heaviest hitters in the ultra-modern Lincoln Cent market have favored PCGS kind of exclusively in the registry. Even though NGC is a top-tier grader, the market simply does not assign the same multiplier to their modern slabs. So if you're buying graded coins, I would suggest you veer towards PCGS when it comes to Lincoln Cents. Let's head over to California though to talk about the proof coins real quick. This is a 2022 S San Francisco Lincoln Cent first day of issue graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $75.78 In November of 2025, the Specialized Collector strikes. A raw, broken out 2022 proof is usually worth around $3 to $6. Even with a great, perfect PR70 grade, a PCGS slab, and the specialized first day of issue label, this coin barely broke $75. Modern proofs are laser engineered to be flawless. Perfection is basically the rule and not the exception. Really, I don't think you should ever submit a modern proof coin for grading to make any sort of quick profit or anything like that. The grading fees, the shipping, any special label will often exceed the final auction price if you go to sell it right off the bat. Now, if you're trying to solidify condition and preserve the coin, then of course, get it graded because proof coins are awesome. They're flawless looking and absolutely stunning. The ultra-modern shield cent market is obviously ruthless, as you can see. The data proves that you are not just grading the coin, you also have to worry about what grader you use sometimes. If you want to play the condition game with 2002 Lincoln cents, you really have to be honest with yourself, really look well under your loupe, under your microscope, and look for those flawless coins. Target Denver and Philadelphia original bankrolls, look for flawless surfaces. If you truly believe you have a high MS grade coin, send that thing in for grading. You could be sitting on tons of money. First, let's get right into the Extra V phenomenon. This is a 2023 Philadelphia Lincoln cent with an Extra V variety, graded MS69 red by NGC. It sold for $6,806.25 in February of 2025, and there's numerous other sales for lower condition ones up to this condition that are selling for hundreds or thousands also. This is the modern cherry picker's dream. Even in raw condition, an Extra V can pull anywhere from $20 to over $100 depending on the eye appeal. But in this mathematically near perfect MS69, the registry demand pushes it to the stratosphere. First off, how do you find the thing? You need a 10 times or 15 times loupe, a USB microscope, or something to magnify the coin really well. Flip to the obverse or front of the coin and look directly at the bottom edge of Lincoln's shoulder truncation. This is the designer Victor David Brenner on the original penny. They then used it on this shield cent to commemorate him as the designer. On the 2023 Philadelphia error, there is a distinct, misplaced V struck directly to the right of the initials. This is a massive die anomaly, and finding one raw in the original bankroll is exactly why we hunt modern coins, but even finding one in your pocket change with a little bit of damage to it can still be a great payday. So what are 3 points of combat for hunting down this error and other really good 2023 pennies? Well, let me cover those before we get to the regular coins. First off, make sure that you know the major die variety. 2023 gave us the Extra V error on the Philly cents, so make sure you look for that. Also, don't get caught up in the grading traps. We're going to look at hard math today. Sending a modern 2023 cent in for grading that comes back at anything less than MS66 is probably going to lose you money if it's not an error. Also, keep in mind the proof ceiling. We'll establish the baseline for what a perfect modern strike is actually worth and it should look like, so you don't get burned by slabbing common modern collector coins. Let's get into those regular coins and those certified auction sales. This is a 2023 Philadelphia Lincoln Shield cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $63.14 in 2024. You can see this go along with more recent sales, and it's really a harsh reality of the modern market. Anyone that collects Lincoln cents can tell you that many of them are worth just that, 1 cent. If you find a brilliant, shiny 2023 cent and send it into PCGS, if it grades an MS67, then you probably lost money.
After grading fees and stuff like that, realistically you might have pocketed $5 or $10. Modern coins are not rare by mintage. They are only rare by absolute perfection and eye appeal, or by varieties or errors. With designations like red or RD, this is going to be required for top-tier modern value, and where you see the coins that hit the auction block that really retain 95% or more of their original mint luster and copper red color, and they usually strike for really good values. Let's hop over to the Denver Mint, though, to talk about a registry sealing and a really valuable cent that you can look for this year that doesn't have an error. This is a 2023D Denver Lincoln Shield cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold for $2,307.38 in July of 2025. This is where that profit margin flips. Jumping just 1 point on the Sheldon scale from a 67 to a 68 translates to over $2,000 in difference. This is because the MS68 is the threshold for competitive registry set collectors, and that's something you got to keep in mind. Surviving the Denver minting bins without a single bag mark or zinc blister on the shield allows the coin to command a huge premium. If you want to see some really crazy bag marks and beat up coins, then check out my video coming out on the new Revolutionary War quarters that I bought straight from the mint, that some of them are just jacked up. You will be surprised by that video. Still speaking on Denver, let's talk about that grading trap that I talked about in the beginning of the video. This is a 2023D Denver Shield cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $99 at the end of 2025. This is one of those lessons in modern margins. It's a really recent sale for far less than that previous coin. Denver strikes from 2023 are slightly tougher to find in pristine condition compared to Philadelphia, which is why this MS67 sold for $99 instead of the $63 that we saw earlier. But the math remains the same. After fees, you are barely breaking even. You might make a little flip, so if you're into quick flips, hey, you might pocket $20. But if you're not completely certain your coin is going to grade at the top of the scale, you might want to keep it raw in the setter tube. Do not feed the grading companies just to get a plastic slab. They don't need your extra money to give you a coin that's not going to make you any premium. But if you want to certify the grade and keep the coin preserved, then hey, send it off for grade anyway. Let's jump over to San Francisco, though, to talk about those proof coins. This is a 2023 S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $92.25 in November of 2025. So this is a really recent sale as well, and we're going to show the specialized strike here. A raw 2023 proof is usually worth between $3 and $10. This coin is mathematically flawless and absolutely stunning. It is a PR70, struck specifically for us collectors, with polished dies and a frosted deep cameo finish. It's absolutely beautiful. Yet the absolute maximum ceiling for these is still around $100. Modern proofs are laser engineered to be perfect. Therefore, as you can probably imagine, perfection is incredibly common, but $100 is still a great value. Now, I'm not personally suggesting you start cracking open those proof sets. Never submit a raw modern proof to be graded for profit. In most cases, it's to preserve grade and really keep it nice for your collection, but if you want a PR70 for your collection, I'd suggest just buying one already slabbed on the secondary market. You can pick them up all day long. So how do you successfully navigate that 2023 Lincoln cent market? First, make sure to do that VDB check. Every single 2023 Philadelphia cent you encounter needs to go under a magnification. Check the bottom of Lincoln's shoulder for the extra V. It is the most accessible, high-value error of the year. Also look at those shield lines. The reverse union shield is highly susceptible to weak strikes. If the vertical lines at the top of the shield are even slightly mushy, or any marks due to being hit by another coin or from the hopper, it is not going to hit a high MS67, 68, or anything like that. It's probably not worth grading. First, let's start with the market reality. This is a 2024 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold for $118.13 in the beginning of 2026. This beautiful coin at almost the top of the grading scale is the baseline for a stabilized modern market right now. In raw condition, uncirculated or not, they're worth just that, 1 cent. This is a top-tier MS68 grade from PCGS, the grading company that's currently holding the top seat for collectors. This thing's practically flawless. Look how pretty this coin is. So why did it pull only $118? By January 2026, the population report for 2024 MS68s had grown pretty large. Enough collectors had searched original bankrolls and submitted top specimens that the registry set demand became fully saturated. If you're not familiar with the population report, this refers to the number of coins a grading company has assigned to a specific grade. When the population goes up, the value goes down generally. But what about the first-to-market coins? This is another 2024 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent graded MS68 red from PCGS. It sold for $1,350 in June of 2025. So take a look at this. The same exact coin, the exact same grade, from the exact same mint. You're probably thinking, why the heck did this sell for so much more than the other? Ungraded values for these are still 1 cent, but how did this one sell for $1,200 more than the first one? It's just timing. This coin sold in June of 2025, just months after the coins would be released. At that moment, the MS68 population was likely super low. Elite collectors will pay extreme high prices to be the very first person to slot a top population coin into their competitive set. It's a badge of honor for collectors willing to pay the price. If you find a perfect modern coin right when it is released, speed is your best friend. Submitting it immediately is how you capture that higher premium. Earlier I mentioned proof-like surfaces though. So let's hop over to the Mile High Mint to talk about PL. This is a 2024D Denver Shield Cent graded MS68 red PL by NGC. It sold for $183.13 in the end of 2024. This sale is getting a little bit older, but this is a technical designation that you really need to know about. And I love proof-like surfaces. The PL stands for that, proof-like. This means the coin is a standard business strike that was intended for circulation, of course. But it was struck with dies that were so fresh and polished that the background fields are mirror-like, just like a proof coin. Finding a Denver strike clean enough for an MS68 that also has a proof-like surface is gonna be a huge win for any variety collector. Look for the 2024 D Lincoln Cents that have that watery or highly reflective background. You can clearly see the reflection of a pen tip on the surface. If you can, you might have a PL candidate and you want to get it graded. I do have a warning though. There is a Denver dead zone. Take a look at this 2024 D Denver Lincoln Shield Cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $92.25 in the middle of 2025. So welcome back to the grading trap. This is an MS67. This is of course a beautiful coin, and to the naked eye, it looks perfect I think. But under a loupe, there are microscopic bag marks on the shield or tiny plating blisters. A $92 payout is still really nice, but once you subtract that $40, $50 grading fee, the shipping, the insurance, and a little money for your time, that price really doesn't pay out too much of a premium. In short, do not send modern zinc pennies to PCGS, NGC, Annex, any of the graders, unless you are 100% certain it looks flawless under a scope. Let's look on the flip side, though, and talk about perfection. The First Day Proof Premium. This is a 2024 S San Francisco Lincoln Shield Scent First Day of Issue, graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. That mouthful sold for $129.38 in February of 2026. This is a super recent auction sale that closes out with the top of the proof market. A raw 2024 proof that was broken out of a set is worth between $3 and $15. This is mathematically flawless and absolutely beautiful. It's a PR 70. Because modern proofs are laser engineered by San Francisco to be perfect, perfection is common. The only reason this coin cracked the $100 mark is that First Day of Issue label and the PCGS slab. This really appeals to a very specific niche of registry builders, but adds some really good eye appeal to the coin, not to mention this coin is just absolutely stunning. Deep cameo coins, of course, mean that it is a frosted portrait of Lincoln, heavily contrasting against that deep, mirror black background. If you want to pull profit out of your 2024 pocket change, you're going to need to know exactly how the grading game works, and I think you saw that in this video. Here's 3 more points to take into mind while you're on the hunt. First, the first strike premium. We broke down the massive volatility gap and why some of the early birds made well over $1,000, while the latecomers barely broke $100. Now, if you watch my other videos, you know this does not apply to every year of Lincoln Scent. But in this case, the early release labels really got a good look as far as value. Also, the PL factor. Denver pumped out some incredibly fresh dies in 2024. We have an NGC MS68 proof-like that we took a look at that completely changes the standard business strike hunt. They're awesome, and you should always be on the lookout for those. Lastly, keep in mind that MS67 dead zone. If you're buying slab coins, you can probably pick up MS67 or a little bit lower for killer prices, so keep that in mind first. Always be on the hunt for a good buy. But if you're on the grading side and you're sending stuff in, unless it looks absolutely flawless, I don't want you wasting your money in the grading fees, and things are not going to work out when it comes back lower than MS66 and kills your opportunity for a premium. If you're getting the coin graded to solidify condition and preserve the coin, I'm always for that. This was the monumental finale, the very last year of standard circulation for the Lincoln Cent. While 2026 pennies are still trickling out under different distribution parameters, 2025 marks the end of an era for the pocket change Lincoln Cent we all grew up hunting. In this video, we're going to talk about this historical weight. We're going to talk about the 2025 market and how it's completely unhinged. So like I said before, even if you're not into this hobby of turning your pocket change into profit, at least watch this video. Follow my channel for my banknote searches and other ways of getting into silver and gold on the cheap. But let's get to the values of 2025 Lincoln Cents. First off, let's start with the Philly baseline. This is a beautiful 2025 Philadelphia Lincoln Shield Cent graded MS68 red by NGC. It sold for $94.50 in January of 2026. We're going to start off with this coin because it gives a baseline for the Philadelphia cents from 2025. Now ungraded, these are worth 1 cent. Even with the hype of 2025, MS68s only command between $70 and $150 or so. This is because hoarders save millions of 2025 rolls. I know because I'm one of them, and we knew it was the last standard circulation year, so we did it. The population of high-grade coins exploded immediately, as you probably saw, capping the premium for those high MS grades. Now that RD or red designation, especially for modern zinc pennies, really helps heighten that premium. If the coin even has a hint of brown oxidation, it's gonna lose quality and it tanks the grade. Let's hop over to the Mile High Mint in Denver, though, to talk about a unicorn coin. This is a 2025 D Denver Lincoln Shield Cent graded MS69 red by NGC. It sold for $517.50 in the beginning of 2026. This is what pure perfection looks like on a business strike. I don't care what modern year you're talking about, what you're looking at, this is a beautiful example of a Lincoln cent. Modern MS69s are white whales of the registry world. It means the coins survive the high-speed Denver presses, the ballistic bags, and the shipping process without a single microscopic flaw. Check out my video where I show you coins straight from the canvas bags from the mint that have damage all over them. You can see that it's an arduous process and journey for these coins before they ever hit our hands. That's why rolls are really important. Even with the massive hordes of 2025 rolls, though, true MS69s are crazy rare. This is why they always justify a $400 or $500 or more price tag. An MS69 is only 1 point away from a perfect 70, but on a coin meant for circulation, it is considered the absolute highest achievable grade, and this coin shows that. It's absolutely flawless, and that's what you're looking for in your pocket change hunts. Let's stick with Denver, though, and talk about 1 point less in the grading scale. This is a 2025 D Denver Lincoln Shield Cent rated MS68 red by NGC. It sold for $130.50 in October of 2025. Of course, all of these coins normally have a face value and a value of 1 cent. Selling a few months earlier than that other coin, this Denver strike pulled a slightly better $130. Like I said before, Denver strikes historically show a slightly better strike quality. But early in the release cycle, eager collectors are always going to pay a bit more to secure those high grades before prices stabilize. That shows with this beautiful 2025 D cent that only has some microscopic bag marks that kept it from a higher grade. Now we're still in Denver, though, as it's one of the best to look for this year. This is another 2025 D Denver Lincoln Shield Cent graded MS67 red by CACG. It sold for $183.25 in December of 2025. Now pay close attention to this one. This is the most important lesson in this video and why we stuck with Denver. Now the last coin was an NGC MS68 that sold for $130. This is a lower MS67 and it sold for $50 more. Why is that happening? CACG has built a reputation for really strict grading standards. The market believes a CACG 67 is easily equal to, if not better than, an NGC or PCGS 68. The brand on the plastic literally overwrote the number on the label in this case. The market pays heavy premiums for CACG stuff. Now let's hop over to San Francisco to talk about some proof wars. This is a 2025 S San Francisco Lincoln Shield Cent advanced release, graded Proof 70 Ultra Cameo from NGC, housed in a red frame. It sold for $91.14. We're also going to take a look at this 2025 S San Francisco Shield Cent as well, but a first day of issue, graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It sold for $127.53. Both sold on the exact same day, in November of 2025. Now ungraded, proof coins generally go from $3 to about $15 raw broken out of the set. Both are mathematically perfect PR70s. Both have special release labels, but PCGS still beat NGC by almost $40. Ultra Cameo or UC and Deep Cameo or DCAM mean the exact same thing. Frosted devices on mirrored fields. NGC uses UC, PCGS uses DCAM. When it comes to modern proofs, the PCGS grading service sets demand simply stronger values than NGC's, regardless of how cool the slab looks or what the label is. Let's talk about an auction trap anomaly that happened from San Francisco. This is a 2025 S San Francisco Lincoln Shield Cent graded Proof 69 Deep Cameo from PCGS. It sold for $213.75 in March of 2026. This is a super recent sale and really makes no mathematical sense. We just saw two perfect PR70s sell for around $100. So why in the heck did a flawed PR69 sell for over $200 a few months later? I'm gonna call this auction fever. Two bidders likely got into a bidding war over a specific registry slot that completely failed to check recent comps. Or somebody simply really wanted this coin. Someone paid double the price for a coin that's worse. Really, the note here is to always check recent sold data before bidding. Like on this channel, we base all prices off of certified auction sales from the big auction houses. So never let your ego take over on the auction block. 2025 Lincoln cents are really recent, they're very important in numismatic history, and you can really capitalize on them to make a great value on the last great standard circulation cent.